time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a fantasy dream, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some steps into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Already know how to have fun. No need no explanation. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Sure, that doesn't matter. Oh, storyteller. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
Welcome back, everyone, to Records of Remnant Team Supernova. We're back for another episode. I'm joined by the full entire cast. We've finally made ourselves be able to get in one place at one time. And we're going to be getting into it. How's everyone doing?
Great.
Dead.
One good. Wonderful! So, can we get a whole sound off from Team Supernova on what happened in the last session? Put your brains together. It's been a while. You've got each other's back.
Is the ghost of Clara allowed to speak?
The Ghost of Clara is allowed to speak. Yeah. This is like an off-camera, in-canon, out-of-canon cafe. It's like I'm the interviewer sitting down asking you guys these things in a Baki episode.
I'll have decaf.
We ran after Omega, but ran into Morris and Artie, who were damaged after Gwen and Clara stopped to help some civilians. And
It's
then
a bit of an understatement, but
and then Gwen was failing to help at all, and Clara had to cure Artie of his sickness.
I reattached his arm. Thank you very much.
Why's Clara talking in third person?
I'm a ghost.
She's dead.
Oh, sorry. Right. Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway,
Okay.
I reattached Artie's arm and patched up his leg, and then him and Moores went on their way. We talked to Team Iris. Gave them a status update. Let them know where we were going. Didn't hear from them after that. I don't know what happened to them. We rushed through the city. I saved as many people as I could as the team rushed ahead. And then we made it to the town center. We saw...
Yeah, the Emerald Cross. What'd they say?
What'd you say, Felix?
Other people.
And we saw Omega. Holy fuck, that guy was so scary.
I know.
He was like a big wolf. He was white. He was like an amorphous blob that transformed and cut people in half. It was terrifying.
He had like scissor feet sometimes.
I think it popped out of his ribs or something, actually.
Both of those are right.
And he killed Lance, and
Lance was already
Mr.
dead, actually,
Mr.
when we
Bear.
got there.
Well, I mean, he still killed him, probably.
Anyway, so we fought him.
A lot of people.
We fought him. We tore him open, took out the bodies inside of him, destabilized him a little bit, did a ton of teamwork. Clara used her silver eyes. I'm pretty sure she's blind. Well, I'm pretty sure she would be blind. And then the big team finishing attack, we killed Al.
Yeah, and then Clara exploded, and then
Hey, is
Yeah, like her ribs exploded.
Hey guys, Felix has been like looking down at the floor, pale face the entire time. Is this about the Clara thing that's about to happen?
no, I think he was scared by that guy that showed up after.
Come on, Felix. It's been a couple weeks. I mean,
What's his name, Glenn?
you haven't gotten over this?
Do you remember his name, Glenn?
What is your guys' fucking problem?
Look, I know she used the silver eyes and you're upset about that, but like,
That's the reason Glenn would say he's upset. After the funeral. That's it. She promised. I know you're mad she fucking promised when she's fucking dead. Well, yeah, and she can't make it up to you. What do you mean?
Guys,
anyway, Clara's organs fell out, and then fucking the grief.
Madonna, which
The grief of the
denies it.
Don who lies in wait, or whatever the fuck
Yep.
his name is. He had a boss
Madonna.
nameplate that appeared. The mountain that rides, whatever his name is.
Holy fuck.
Oh,
do not fucking quote Game of Thrones at me. I'm gonna fucking kill you. The boy who mounts the fucking world. Yeah, kill yourself, Glenn. You're such a dork, Glenn.
Holy shit.
One's a dork.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we all started crying pools of black ink, and then Grimm started pouring out of them, and that's where we left it. Who knows what's gonna happen next? Hope we can live.
Who knows? What happened
I mean,
next?
Clara's dead, but
You decide.
try and get her corpse out of there at the very least. Maybe we can bury her somewhere nice and not in a hellhole. She'd like that.
That'd be nice. Alright, good job.
Bury me in Mistral.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll definitely bury you in Mistral.
I will definitely bury you in Mistral. Okay, so God forgive me. No
problem.
I gotta just get into this. Okay. So as we ended last time with the wailing of the grief of the Madonna which denies it, as it pierced our protagonist's ears, filled their hearts with the pit of sorrow over the figure of motherly intuition intuited that it's a figure of motherly love, crying out at something she can't fix, echoed throughout the city. We're gonna follow that echoing cry across the world as we feel its shame and sadness, as we'll see what's happening at a similar time across the world of Remnant. We're going to find ourselves under the stones, in the shade, in a familiar city. As we sweep overhead, we're gonna zoom in as we hear, well, not an odd sound to the cityscape of shade, though disturbing nonetheless. We're going to zoom in on the sounds of gunshots and shouting, and crashing and breaking of glass. Where's this music? This is the one theme I probably should have made sure I knew where it is. Yeah, I'm gonna come in here real quick, if you'll allow me, as being thrown through a window and doing a combat roll onto the street. We're gonna see our good old friend Irene as she's going to quickly spin, hit the ground, all dusted up. She's lost her overcoat, and it's just in her suspenders and undershirt and scuffed up briefs, and looks kind of beaten and bloodied, but in the midst of combat, as she's going to fire off in a revolver form the Scarlet Study back into the window she rolled out of. Unfortunately, they're going to just be blunted by the shoulder-charging figure of the large brick house, who's going to slam into her and start diving at her with his twin daggers, his normal weapon, the horns of the boar. They probably have a different name. As they are going to start a close quarters sort of scuffle, as the daggers are slashing in the air. Irene quickly switches Scarlet Study back to its clubbed form, and she begins fighting with a combination of her close-quartered, sort of measured boxing stances from her Baritsu fighting style, and trying to slam against this giant brick shithouse, as there's a distant sort of snickering chant, as flying over her and joining in with a kick to the back of her head, slamming her into Brick's punch, is the chuckling, excited, skipping tone of Bassa, as he clicks his tongue a little more and goes, "Hey, look at a little corner now, eh?" As the two of them engage in a sort of side-to-side bout as Irene is desperately trying to keep up, defending herself between them. She's going to slam Scarlet Study and catch Brick under the chin with it as its revolver blasts the club forward, and she can quickly dive to the side. As Brick recovers, he's going to shove fire dust into his mouth using his semblance, as he rolls up into a ball for a team attack as Bassa kicks the ground, builds up some heat, and starts kicking him, bouncing towards Irene quickly as she's running and dodging and pushing civilians down on the ground. He's hitting walls, bouncing back, and Boss is kicking him back into a bouncing missile. As Irene is going to be scrambling, firing off shots, trying to stop them, as their teamwork has improved very heavily. Let me make sure I get all this right. Luckily, there's going to be a moment where Brick, rather than immediately hitting the ground in front of Irene, a circle of mushrooms is going to sprout from the ground and glow purple as a floating fairy wing attack, or fairy ring attack is going to send him flying backwards with gravity dust. As from down the street, coming up, running over, her arm, in her left arm is dislocated, and is kind of limping, but her other one is clutched around one of her swords, Rosaria. Roslin Vega dashes down the street and gives Irene a moment to quickly switch her attention to focusing down Bossa as she's beating, punching, kicking, and firing off close rounds at him. And before Roslin can engage even deeper into this combat to continue to assist, her chest is going to glow, and there's going to be an inky sort of web substance that solidifies and yanks her backwards down the street again, as she's going to slam into the heavy robotic fist of Jezebel Kavatica. The spider is back. She slams her fist into Roslin and sends her back into a wall with a crunch, as half of her body is basically like the half in the explosion, and the one with Felix's help cut off her arm is pretty burnt and roughed up in that second degree reddish burn sort of degree. The arm replacement she has looks kind of like one of those industrial, like it might be on like a tool or a backhoe or something, but it's been slapped together. It has 4 fingers and an inside barrel like a cannon that she's going to start firing off rapid rounds at Roslin, who's going to dash off to the side with a quick glyph on the ground in gravity dust and whip Rosaria in its whip formatter. Jezebel, unfortunately, though, is going to catch it with all 4 of her claws on her hand, twist it, yank it, and break the sword, as Roslin's second sword is now broken completely, and is going to once again yank her forward with her semblance. This time, Roslin's going to wait till she's right at the right moment next to her and sees the fist coming in, and is going to quickly duck this time, scatter backwards, and hit her with a gravity dust glyph, sending her backwards, as she's going to be breathing haggardly, and look over at Jezebel and shoot her a cocky smirk. And she's just going to quickly put a small glyph on her hanging arm that's dislocated, like right above it, and is going to kind of lift her body and push it down to relocate her arm with a grunt of pain. And with the other one is going to summon another glyph to create a large rose in her hand that's slowly going to be infused with fire dust. And she's going to grab the stem of it, the needles kind of sticking into her skin, as she's going to flick it, and from it a burning wooden thorn blade is going to form. And she's going to point it at Jezebel cockily and say, I don't even need a proper weapon to get rid of you, you little weed. And she's going to grunt and jump forward with a glyph and clash against Jezebel's arm. And we're going to fade away from these two. So we're going to head downtown, as the other pair of Team Noir are going to come up from a moving shadow on the ground, as these two are going to flop out, both kind of out of breath, as using Oliver's semblance requires you to kind of hold your breath while you're down there. As they're going to come out both looking scuffed up. One of Kit's legs is really badly bent at the wrong angle. Oliver, his hair is completely messed up. He's missing his jacket. He's got cuts all over him. And both of them have feathers stuck in them at different points, as they're going to both be breathing for a second and look around the street. Seems pretty quiet out today. This kid kind of haggles out, and Oliver's just going to smack her on the shoulder and grunt at her to keep focus on breathing, as he's going to look around at the sky like he's expecting something. As surveying them up in the sky, looking for them, very high up, floating off, is everyone's favorite. He's a hawk. He's about 50 feet up in the air, and Oliver's gonna click his tongue and look at Kit, and he's gonna say, "Split up," as she's gonna nod and go invisible really quick and start running down the road. As Oliver's gonna dive into his shadow, and is going to go down this way, and is going to hit the back of a dumpster. As he's gonna run through. Imagine this is like multiple alleyways. It's one map. I'm arbitrary. I'm kind of using as reference. We're gonna have Oliver be going off for a while, trying to catch his breath, staggering, and he's gonna be sat there for a little bit, breathing heavily, as he's gonna pause for a second as he hears someone walking down the alleyway. He's going to whip out calling card in its shotgun form and aim it at the alleyway, waiting for someone to come out from it that he has to deal with. But it's just Benny the Scoop Oreo. He's going to see that and run instantly. And Oliver's going to chuckle to himself and shake his head and lean back down to focus on getting his breath and getting his aura back. But he's going to miss the opportunity as someone claps him on the shoulder. And before he has a chance to freak out and whip the gun out, he's going to look over at the figure and look surprised as Tattercoats is sat there squatted down next to him, snickering. And Oliver's going to stare at this guy for a good few seconds, and he's going to look up at him and go, "Thrill? What are you?" And the guy is just going to chuckle his head. He's a shaggy-looking, black bandana wearing, blonde hair, nice light purple magenta eyes. He's wearing pretty gross, kind of overcoat and everything. He looks pretty homeless. Besides most of his body, which looks, well kept and well mannered, just messed up for the effect. And Tattercoats is gonna help pull Oliver onto his feet, and he's gonna look at him. He's gonna go, "Hey, Pharaoh!" Hitting him with the same name back and tussling up his hair. "Ah, man, you look like you're in a bit of a pickle here, huh?" And Oliver's gonna keep breathing, trying to a million questions on his lips as he's gonna pause, and he's gonna look at him and he's gonna go, "It's not time yet." And he's gonna go, listen. I know, but things. He puts a hand around his shoulder and kind of gives him a little noogie affectionately. "Yeah, I'm kind of here to give you a bit of an update on things. Timelines are moving up and up." And he puts his finger up as Oliver looks like he's going to say something again. "We need you to pick up the pace, all right? Listen, I'm not going to be too hard on you about this one, but I'm just, the messenger on this. Tell you what, because I know I'm adding to your workload, I'll help you out here. You don't want your gal you were running with to get gunned down, right?" And Oliver's going to look at him for a second, and he goes, "Listen, yeah, fine, whatever, just, okay." And he's going to kind of clap him on the back again and go, Great. As Oliver's going to dive back down into the shadows, taking Tattercoats with him, as we're going to, once again, using this space to kind of arbitrate a lot of distance. Come back over up here, if you give me a second, move the tokens, to Kit, who is being slammed into the wall by a propelled crate using the Hawk's semblance, who's then going to swoop down and slam his foot into her already broken leg as she lets out a shout as her aura flickers and falls down, trying to aim up. What's like his bowls free? Yeah, I can't remember. Her shotgun form back at his head, which he's quickly going to spin Thunderbird, his staff/sniper rifle, to knock out of her hands, and is going to press it against her throat and start choking her out as he is stepping on her broken leg, trying to hold her up and kind of split her body at the point of her neck as she's choking and clawing at him, trying to choke his neck. He's looking, pretty ambivalent to it, and he just kind of looks at her and he says, "Listen, this isn't really personal or anything. I just, come on, this is for the looks of things. I can't just let people walk all over my guy. As there's going to be a cracking sound as he's going to dive backwards. As coming out of the shadows, Oliver comes out, panting, sweating again. He's been, both of them are at their limits for how much they've been fighting and using their semblances, apparently. Tattercoats, though, walks out pretty calmly, casually, as he's brandishing a large golden hand cannon, revolver-style thing with 9 chambers. As he's going to look over at Oliver, give him a little smirk, and nod towards Kit. And Oliver's going to run over towards her, disappear into the shadow as the Hawk tries to swipe at him. But Tattercoats is going to quickly advance, changing his gun into a beam saber halfway through and clashing against the Hawk's staff. As he's going to smirk at him and go, "Hey, sorry, man, but something about looking out for your guys, I kind of get the feeling. I gotta look out for a little Frero, brothers can be a little hassle, And the Hawk's gonna kind of sigh and shake his head and goes, "Hey man, I get it, don't worry. But can we keep this short? I really gotta get back to work." As these two are gonna kind of smirk at each other with sort of casual hidden vitriol. As we are gonna fade away from there real quick. I'm just gonna take a sip of water real quick before I get to the next part.
I did not expect Tattercoats, guys.
If I have to...
Me neither.
The Lord theories are going insane. We've been waiting for him.
Liam, that character was invented when you left.
That is true.
That
you
was
had no chance. That was your chance.
That was gonna be your character if you ever came back.
That was gonna be your choice for character.
Oh, yeah, no, would keep Blink One.
Yeah, Gwen PC.
Love Gwen PC.
I love Gwen PC. Okay, I've been yapping. I gotta keep the momentum going. Okay. Let me.
If I stop moving, I die. I'm a shark.
I'm a shark. Okay. Where's the song? Dang, I'll move it. That's great. Yeah, it's up here. Okay, cool. Oh, yes. Moving across the sands, off into the wildlands of the west of Shade, deep at the edge of the jungle and desert, we come upon hordes of Grimm. As on a joint mission, we join Team Lullaby and Team Nurture. From behind the backs of stony bits of fluff created by Mary's semblance, an impromptu barricade, we see the jittering, panicking sight of Tammy Everly, desperately trying to reload her rifle as it keeps falling from her hands. And she keeps shouting over at no one in particular. God damn it! There's a lot of them. And God damn it! Is Donnie still out there? I swear I need to. As Yuri's gonna push her back down, as the both of them are looking a little shaky and covered in grim guts and blood. As he's gonna look squarely in her eyes and grab her by the shoulders and get in her face a bit, and he says, "Listen, I need to focus on breathing. I don't care about breathing too goddamn right. I need to go help." And he silences her with intense glare. I'm gonna focus on recovering so they can get a chance to afterwards. Now's not the time to lose your cool. And, either it's the severity of it or whatever it gets to Tammy just enough for her to kind of bite her lower lip and shakily drop her rounds as she goes back to reloading and angrily but still honestly trying to focus on her breathing as Mary gives Irene a priestess smile over his shoulder as she nods. As she's currently stood there with Lamb and her staff kind of just pressed into the ground as she's focusing on controlling a bunch of thunder clouds made out of lightning dust in her semblance that are floating around the area like turrets, shooting lightning at Grimm to keep them away from the barricade as she's on full defense mode. And she's going to shoot a worrying little look back over behind them and go, Dr. Gossamer, are you sure we can't really, Oh, no. As Bishop, or Dr. Gossamer, is currently bent down over a woman. She's covered in the wildlands tribal tattoos, sashes. She looks very, physically intimidating, but currently is also covered in claw and bite wounds, and is wincing heavily as Flamel Gossamer is applying some of his trade to her to attempt to stop her from completely dying, as she's just gripping one of the barricades with her good arm from the pain. As Flamel Gossamer is just covered over her, his outfit splattered in some blood, and looking pale-faced and nervous, or not nervous, but pale-faced and shaky from blood loss or something as he's working. I think this is my time to be shining here. You're all much better off focusing on dealing with the Grimm themselves, after all. Yeah, Doc, but, aren't you... Tammy kind of looks nervous, like, need a hand, or... shoot, I didn't mean it like that, as Gossamer's gonna laugh, and he kind of turns over to smile at her for a second, as you can see that one of Flamel's Gossamer's arms is just completely gone. It's just a stump that has been burnt and singed over with just dust sticking out of it. Oh, no, this... I'm in no danger of bleeding out anytime soon, but she is if I don't continue working, so... if you don't mind, just please, focus on yourselves. Oh, and if it's very worrying, he turns back away. I'll make sure you don't have to stare at it. That's not what I'm fucking worried about! Tammy looks incensed as she looks back out and bites her lower lip again, as Yuri just pats her on the shoulder and goes, he's gonna be fine. I don't know about that one. As we move over here to the site of... in the dusts, actually center us, a large emperor is raging throughout the sand, diving back beneath it, and resurfacing to shoot out coils of lightning and gravity dust, trying to create wells of tension that explode at the end to capture the target it's hunting. But Reyna, the emperor, is currently struggling, as dancing around her, dodging out of the way of these gravity wells, and then sending back large plumes of plant dust kind of scraped up from the ground, turning into branches that spike into her and try and pin her to the ground, is a human figure balancing on these patches of grass they're making. As this very, kind of like 4'6" tall, horned, they kind of have goat horns, vaguely tribal outfit. It's more of like a toga and then pants and like a headdress. Not really a headdress, more like just a headband. Sort of darker, like pale skin, an easy smile on their face, and they have like goat legs, like full satyr tier kind of figure is posed. In their arms they've hefted a large maul, probably 6 feet tall in total. The heft and the entire maul seem to be made out of a bony material, just kind of like Grimm bone. And at the top of it is just like spiked, overlaid bits of it. So it kind of looks like a morning star, but it also kind of looks like a bunch of, like, if you've ever seen like a horn or a nail grown incorrectly where it kind of spirals out and twists on itself. It looks like a bunch of those just twisting out together. And this figure is kind of smiling a little bit as Reyna is going to once again rush at them. And Hukma is going to just quickly spin the maul as she leaps over Reyna, spins it in the air, and summons a burst of wind dust from the maul, pressing Reyna into the sand, slamming on top of her, and is going to go wild striking, like back and forth, heavy-handed on top of her, carving up blood and grim guts out of her rapidly as it scrapes in cruelly into her. As the figure is going to kind of chuckle a little bit and go, "Oh there, well, you're quite the specimen, fella." He's a little bit picky, but you'd be a great Caliban for my dear Prospero, honestly. As they're going to rev up, or kind of like a strike above Reyna, as the maul is going to start to gesticulate and kind of crunch in on itself. and looks like they're going to dive down and crush Reyna's head before a big swing of a rock gets hit into them, and they have to fly backwards as Nadeshko is running over to relieve Reyna. As she is going to... Oh, I can find Reyna's human token. 1 second. As Reyna is going to de-shift back, covered in some grim blood, and some real blood now into her normal form, as Nadeshko runs over to her and starts firing off arrows with her Sukuban bow form at Hakma, who's dodging them pretty lively. And she's going to look over her shoulder for just a second and go, God damn it, Donnie! I need you to focus! Get over here! Stop it! Looking panicked and nervous as diving, instead of running towards her, running back into a pack of Grimm himself and just barreling through them. Donovan is grabbing this Alpha Sebek. All of his body is kind of outlined with these green and brown like veins. They kind of almost look like tattoos, how much they're like protruding and colored on his body, as his eyes are locked in singular focus as he's grabbing this Karkadam and using it like a pickaxe to slam into this Sebek, and is just screaming furiously in blind rage as he's just trying to cut through Grimm, throwing them and attacking them as he sees fit. And also, he's going to be dropping that Karkadam and slamming a fist into the blade, cutting into his own fist to catch it, of Talk, who is diving back in, cackling, as she is making clawed and bite marks on him every time they clash together. As Nadeshko looks panicked that he's not retreating and keeps advancing towards her. She's going to get a hand on the shoulder as Lawrence runs in from his fray of the Grimm and go help, I got her! As he'll quickly get in the way of Reyna getting shot with more plant dust as he blasts it away with his cannon. And Nadeshko is going to nod and is going to run over to help Donovan as she revs up Sukuban back into its bat form, slams this Alpha Sebek, and is trying to take some of the Grimm away from him, but unfortunately doesn't realize that the minute she walks up, Talk zooms into her location and goes to bite into her. But thankfully, also equally as quickly, Lucy, John Kiel, runs up, slams her Cestus-formed fist through the night into her mouth and punches Talk into the jaw as they clash and stand there in a sort of strength competition. As Nadeshko looks over, quickly regains herself and slams her bat into Talk's head, sending her backwards as she regains her balance on the back of this Dromedon. As Team Lullaby is doing their best to maintain decorum as Team Nurture has basically broken rank completely. However, as Talk is cackling madly and looking like she's about to advance on them again, in the distance, there's going to be a distant drumming sound of like an engine as coming in a big sand cloud is one of those floating like speeder bike sort of things. And it is going to rev up past this Alpha Sebek, who is like kind of on the ground, and use it as like a ramp, and is going to fly directly into Talk, and is going to be kicked off and just slam into her, completely making her eat shit as the bike fucking crashes into her and knocks her into the water. As spinning like a bladed top, kicking his cloak off, and cutting through the Alpha Sebek is everyone's favorite vice headmaster, Toto! As this Alpha Sebek is going to be wasted. As he's going to grimace a bit at the sight of things and kick and step on this Diva's head and crush him. He's going to take one look at Donovan. And he's going to look at Nadeshko and Lucy. And he's going to go, please keep Mr. Tate composed. I'll deal with her. As Lucy and Nadeshko are both going to go, Toto! Nadeshko a little more fearful. Lucy, happy as a clam. As most of Lullaby is going to hear that over the radio and take a fucking sigh of relief. As Nadeshko and Lucy are going to run in to start dealing with these Grim and having to keep an unfortunate amount of distance from Donovan, as when he swings with his shield or his fists or Grim, he's really not taking care to hit them. Lucy keeps getting like hit by Grim and having to recover. Not heavily, but just quickly move, and is grimacing as she's realizing, like, yeah, he's basically not even listening a little bit to Nadeshko. He's just hoarsely screaming at him, but a little more reinforced by the fact that they might not die because Toto's here. As Toto makes his move, he starts to sprint off towards Talk. She's gonna grin like an idiot and is gonna smile and then frown for a second, and she's gonna go, "Oh, that's no fair. I wanted him." As the sand is going to ripple behind him as coming up and completely swallowing Toto whole is an oasis-sipping Korkoi. Just completely dwarfs Toto instantly. The large sand snake Grim eating him in one fucking gulp. As this thing is massive. This thing is like 50 feet wide. And Talk looks genuinely fucking distraught that she had her kill stolen. But not a second later, there's a cracking of glass that is a very low sound, but echoes throughout the valley despite all the fucking crying. Everyone can hear it. And a vertical black line appears down the Grim as there's a distinct ripping sound, as it is bisected cleanly and thoroughly instantly in a second, and disappears into black gut and blood. As Toto is just standing there, breathing, his hat blown off in the wind, his cleaver and kitchen knife both in one hand. As he's grimacing, as his aura's crackling around him. And Talk lets out a sort of gleeful cheer as she runs up and clashes against him. And starts to grin in his face completely, as she's just like, "There he is! Good to finally see you, Jack! I've been waiting to get my turn with you. It caused a lot of problems, you know, but don't worry, I'm filling in for you." As Toto is just gonna look at her with disgust and a sigh, as he kicks her back and readies himself for another clash against her, as blades are flying at speeds that dwarf all the huntsmen in training in the area. As Lawrence has moved Reyna back over towards the area where they're clearing up most of the Grim, as Donovan is going to run off chasing more of the Grim in the area. But before they can go try and reinforce him, a line of trees and debris are going to fly up as Hawkma's going to land down in between them. And she's going to take a look at all of them and go, "Well, it looks like all the actors are in their spots, so it's showtime, everyone. Oh, and remember, if you're feeling tired, feel free to just take a dream. I'm sure it'll be all much comfier than this." As she's going to raise her maul as the top of it is going to crunch and bite at itself like a living Grim and start to bleed as she's going to smile at them, and they're going to engage in combat with her. And that's where we'll fade out. Another water break. Wow. Sorry if these are so wordy.
Okay, now it will be
Yeah?
Wait, that's all. Never mind, that's all the teams. I'm retarded. The other two teams are
every team from the Vita Festival, Blake? Hello?
Can you
why
name them
why do you think he introduced them this year?
Can you name them for me?
Can you name one for me?
Yeah. Let me just clear my throat.
Open the link.
Okay.
Fine.
I'm getting my next one ready.
Idle.
Almost fucking done, Jesus.
See what you mean by you're a hack.
What'd you say?
Really, a Dune reference?
I know, I was
week
so
of the
annoyed.
Dune
I know, I was
game?
so fucking annoyed. I was so fucking
That's what you meant.
This shit has been in here since the entire Glen started. I have to deal with this shit. It's the price of being lazy. Okay. And while we've seen across Vacuo. We will zoom back in towards the Glen, but not at the ground zeros. As we come in to the sounds of screams permeating the rest of the Glen, moments before the cry of the Madonna that denies it all, we come in at a harrowing sight as Team Iris is currently engaged in a battle they do not want to have, as they have been wearing down through packs of Grim that have been continually piloted by Kai, the malicious, malevolent being that is pulsing with fire dust out of his back. As you can see, the Grim in the area have all been puppeted and modified by him as they've had to cut through them. And unfortunately, so has our poor Jose Irons, who is currently nursing heavy injuries from having not just Kai himself burn him, but also having to be stopped from continuing his rampage and almost gunning down more civilians. Which is what Nebu's problem is right now, as she is currently being controlled and is screaming in anger to just knock him off of her or knock her out, as she is once again revving her chainsaw and charging towards a pack of civilians. As Hagios is going to step on the ground with an explosive burst of his semblance to smash take the hit instead. Take it to his shield, and still it's an awkward angle, and is quickly going to have to kick Nebu, using his semblance accidentally because he's so used to kicking her to heal her, revving her back up more as he curses under his breath. As Rosarum is aiming down Nightcap's sights and is steadying her breath as she is bleeding slightly from the corner of her eyes, her arms shaky. All of them have been worn down a lot by today's events and are at their last legs already, and it is very difficult to have to deal with the nuances of trying not to hurt Nebu at this point, as Kai is maliciously loving this, as Nebu is screaming, trying to get him off of her, but to no avail, as he's going to turn her chainsaw to its sling form and throw it a lob at a building as it's going to blow up. With explosive combustion dust as Nebu screams, not knowing if that building is populated or not, but has now been completely evacuated of any life that could be in it. As Rosarim's going to swear under her breath and is going to dive forward with her halberd brandished, ready to stab at, clashing against Nebu, as Nebu is mouthing to just knock me out already! I don't want to do this, Rose! As Nebu is losing her composure quickly. As Kai is cackling, turning the heat up, singeing parts of Nebu's skin as he's controlling her. And before Hagios is able to decide if he's taking the shot or not, before Jose, as he's trying to push himself up back to join the fight and everything, and as Rosarim's debating whether or not to push her limits and try and use her silver eyes again, even though she promised not to, and takes it very fucking seriously to her master, the ramifications of it. In front of her, Nebu and Kai are going to disappear as there's a loud slamming noise as a coffin flies down, held by chains, and completely envelops Nebu and Kai in its grasp and locks itself with chains, them disappearing within it with a yelp. Rosarim and everyone are stunned for a second as the coffin is lifted up by chains and bashed over and over and over again across the street. Bang, bang, bang! Cars broken, bodies moved. Rosarim and Hagios have to take steps back not to get hit by it, as it's going to be thrown up into the air. The front door is going to open and Nebu is going to be deposited back onto the ground, disheveled, rattled, but not too injured, as it's going to be retracted up into the building, into the midst of the man swinging it around, or should I say puppet, as the pallbearer, with one of his giant gorilla hands, palms the coffin covered in chains that Kai is now trapped within, and then hands it off to its owner, the coffin, Dance Macabre, as Piper looks down on the building, looks at the coffin, and it's kind of one of those rectangular diamond ones, like you might see a vampire come from. It's got small designs on the front of it, of masks and things. It's a black hard wood material, but looks worn down. and it's covered in these heavy chains. And at the top of it, there's a handle, like you can almost wield it like a maul. And Piper is going to have Pallbearer aim it down horizontally so she can grab the handle and unsheath Dance Macabre's longsword from it. And is going to have him stand it back up, and she's going to look at it and use her semblance to control it. As from Dance Macabre's insides, a large puppet hand is going to reach out, holding Kai completely by the body, so it's only his head visible. As he's gnashing his teeth, Piper is going to swing the longsword in the air. As Rosalind's grabbing Nebu, making sure she's okay, and Hagios is turning up at the building, deciding if he needs to attack or not, to see Piper take the longsword with a grimace of barely contained rage at this fucking thing, and is going to slowly stick it under the mask in between the skin of the Grim and the bone, and is going to slide it up very slowly, deliberately, peeling it off slowly with cracking, squelching noises, as this thing can only talk through hand signs, but is rashing against it, trying to get away from this, as Piper slowly, deliberately, trying to inflict pain on this thing to get it out of her system, rips the mask off of it and rips its inside out, the head and brain splatting to the floor, as she's going to resheath the sword into Dance Macabre and smash it down on the brain like a maul, just destroying what's left of Kai, before hefting Dance Macabre back over her shoulders into place on her back and looking down at Team Iris. She's about to open her mouth, probably to say something about how they don't really need to fight and they should get moving. And it's not worth any of their effort, as Team Iris looks practically murderous up at her. But luckily for both parties, who don't want to waste their time dealing with each other, despite how much they might resent each other for some things, there is a horrible sound that rings out through the city. Piper winces. She balances herself against Pallbearer. Hagios grabs his head. Rosarim lets out a gasp of pain and realizes really quickly what's happening. Far quicker than any should, and looks around back at Nebu, who is starting to cry tears of blood, who is starting to claw at her eye as something's hurting her. And she's going to shout at Hagios to get to Jose quickly. And Hagios realizes as she looks over, Jose is on the floor, writhing, ink spilling out of his eyes as he is jamming fingers into his eyes, trying to claw at them to stop the ink and to stop the pain. As we are going to fade away from that horrible screaming and the horrible screaming of our friends, just for a moment before we return to something equally horrible. Do we need a moment, or are we good to continue?
I'm fucking ready.
I'm fine.
Right.
I'm good.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Alright, so, where we've left ourselves off, the scene in the Emerald Crossing is ridiculous. It is a nightmare. It is hell. You are all seeing the gates of Gehenna open in front of you, as those who are living are conduits for more Grim to spawn. Some of them are immediately being birthed from the tears of these people and attacking them. Others are being ignored completely, as they are walking corpses, perpetuating more Grim before one day their time runs out and the sadness wrings them dry and they become a husk. Team Supernova can feel this pain in the corner of their eyes. They can feel the want to just give up and scream into agony that they can't overcome. And Clara's body is there near them. Tears coming out of her own eyes, her open stomach and guts almost spilling out. Flowers and vines, the only thing possibly getting in the way of them, horribly, unfortunately, protruding from her, even one from one of her eye sockets. What do you guys do?
Wow. Sorry, real quick. Ink is spilling out of our eyes too, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
Slowly you are getting pools of Grim that are trying to form around all of you.
Holy
Terrifying.
fuck. How
Yeah.
horrifying. 12 leg?
Clara
Oh,
is
sorry, I had to do the
unable.
joke. I
Oh, fair. Just to clarify, Clara is unable to do what he said.
sorry, I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
You know what they say
well-
about assuming.
Assumedly, Clara is in Gwen's arms from when she fell.
Yeah, it was as we had last.
And I suppose her entrails are like fucking, her guts are hanging out of her stomach, you said?
Yeah, and as I said, they some blood shot out and some came out, but then those plant dust started forming, so it's kind of like it kind of looks like guts, and it kind of looks like vines in places are holding them in a bit. It's kind of like if you looked open at an open, like, body wound, and there's, like, plant material in it there, too. So she's bleeding. Some of her ribs kind of were pressed open, like, on her upper torso. It doesn't go all the way up to, like, her chest fully, but, like, the lower ribs are, like, burst open a bit and cracked. And from her stomach and thing, a bit of guts were coming out that are now being twisted up and pulled in with vines that are sprouting around her and making flowers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Gwen
So
is
there's an
freaking
open
out.
flesh wound, yeah. Skin is ripped off.
I'll say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Man.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say that Felix is standing over Clara, but he'll pull out. Well, he'll already have his katana, but he'll level it against this gigantic monstrosity. He'll go to try to regain some of his aura, but with all this, with this passive thing going on, he
Yeah.
really can't focus on doing that.
Yeah.
So he will instantly think better of even attempting this and turn to Gwen and say, "We have to go now."
Gwen doesn't even hear Felix as she's just holding Clara in her arms, glancing between this monstrosity and everything going around her and Clara dying in her arms. I guess Gwen's going to try and just scoop up anything that's falling out of her
Yeah.
and try and tuck it back inside her.
I mean,
with
yeah.
her semblance.
I mean, it's aura, right? Yeah. Fucking
aura.
body's made out of it. It's clean.
Would the idea of using a tiny bit of ice dust make sense? Because I doubt she would want to introduce any more plant dust. Or does that just sound too overcomplicated?
Problem and not a solution. Yeah. Yeah, like a cold free. I mean, you do like an abacology based roll. You can do like a wit or a acumen roll. If you have any medical things that might help. If you have a specific abacology thing, because it's a dust question that could help also.
I mean, if it's just expert abacology supplies, then I got that.
I could. In the meantime, what's Viridian? What are we getting from Viridian's angle? You need
So
a second.
Viridian, all of our eyes are watering with this black tar
black
stuff,
ink.
right?
Yeah, it feels like you're crying. You get that blurry effect around you, and it feels like you're crying.
Alright, so like his vision is like half blurry near the bottom from that welling out, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. He's going to like be wiping at his cheeks furiously and like screaming. He's gonna scream. What the f- 1 sec. He's gonna scream. Oh, what the fuck is that? Where'd that thing come from? As he's swinging around Cocky Woodsman wildly as he's trying to clear his eyes.
Yeah. Viridian would have it pretty bad immediately also, because as this thing appears, his birds, as his aura is just near this thing, is going to be going haywire. And like Felix having trouble with it, anyone is going to be having a lot of trouble with their aura near this thing, because this close to the grief of Madonna, which denies it can't recover aura. And constructs like Felix's swords and Viridian's birds immediately start to just melt. So Viridian's eyes in the sky are just going to start disappearing one by one, as they're going to plop down as black aura on the ground and start sizzling away. So that's probably pretty distressing to him personally.
Yeah.
And as for Gwen thinks the best thing she can do at this point is use what skin's available and fill in the rest with her webs, and then use a quick combination of a measurements of earth dust to make like staples of metal to fuse what is there to quickly suture this shit closed, because that's the best she got. And then a very quick liberal application of some heat to sear it shut, because all she needs to do is make sure Clara doesn't bleed out right now. And that's the best she can hope for.
That sounds like a plan.
And so she will do it. And I believe she has the capabilities too. But her hands are shaking, dust is spilling, and it is painful. You are going to probably be fucking this up if you don't keep moving. But you are doing your best. So, what you guys want to do? Want to get out of here?
Sorry, what'd you say?
You guys want to get out of here? You guys want to keep moving?
Yeah, Gwen is doing basically the bare minimum to do that, and then we'll try and get it on the way.
Yep.
Help me carry Clara, please.
Felix will help pick her up.
Yeah. She's so much lighter, Felix.
Oh, that's awful.
No.
What an awful thing to say.
I know. It's probably the first thing that comes to a guy like his head, though.
Yeah, let's
Yeah. So,
we're running. We have to.
Just running. You guys have enough ammo and enough strength to push through any Beowulfs that might immediately try and snap at you. But I need some zeal rolls to see how you're all doing, because this thing is really hurting all of you in the heart. This is the heartbreaking of a lifetime.
I don't think I have what it takes to sing a sea shanty right now.
Yeah. No, Blake, you do not have to. Thank you for asking, though. And you can assume there's a cool asterisk against Clara in this session. But I should. That's on me for not saying.
There's my zeal.
Wow. Word.
Ooh.
Not bad, guys. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Job, team.
Hey man, Liam, I was saying like 8 up is fine. You got +7, Liam. You said Gwen's cool. Yeah, you guys will manage not to collapse at your knees as you're moving and can move as a unit. Unlike many other people. As you're walking, or as you're sprinting, as I said, plenty of people are just screaming and crying who aren't instantly dying. And you're starting to see some of the people who manage to keep walking in the area. Because as you're running forward, you're not like, this isn't stopping behind you. You're coming across more people out further who are still having these tears. And you're starting to see more of the people who are having them and got to live instead of being eaten by their grin. And they are starting to like physically dry up and prune into like shriveled corpses that are just leaking tears continually. Possibly alive still, as the sorrow consumes them and they become stalagmites of pain. As you're rushing, you are going to begin to get a herd of Grimm chasing after you. And this is like you were going through street corners, you were going away, like you were getting away from ground zeros. And are starting to see less of the people immediately being affected by this, but it is sweeping like a wave slowly as you keep running. As a pack, this is supposed to say alpha. As a pack of Ursa have zeroed in on you around one of these streets, and I imagine you guys have been like firing and running and cutting around through corners and trying to get rid of them, and have been slowly like picking some of them off. But they are getting to a point where they are getting pretty close.
I imagine that with his birds dissolved and eyes all black tarry, Viridian's actually missed a few shots.
Yeah. Every missed shot feels
Yeah.
like a stab at your heart. Every
Yeah, it
failure
does.
around now is amplified, not just from your own grief, but from the metaphysical force weighing down on all your shoulders. Your failures are laid out bare in front of you, and there's no way to change any of them.
Have I completed the Clara?
Yes, the suture is
patch-up?
finished now. The equivalent of what you think is possible to be done for Clara is done. It is now just a job of one person carrying them or carrying her while the others are firing back. But you are at a tough spot here because these guys are getting really close. You're going to have to make a decision on what to continue to do. You're not sure if running down another alleyway will be enough to shake. What's the team's call?
I'm out of aura, but we have a lot of dust.
When?
What do you mean it's all Ursa's?
Just collapse the road.
Versus.
Gwen hands Clara to Viridian because he's the tallest
Right.
and most naturally
As we
strong.
found
with that
out today.
aura.
Is you know?
Take,
That he is.
hey Clara, I'll try and slow them down a little bit.
Fuck, there's so many of them!
Because Gwen will basically expend as much aura as she can and all her dust to make just solid like wall of webs between whatever massive street they are between the buildings.
Nice.
Mixing gravity dust to make strong anchors and then stone and then earth dust to, you know, solidify it and all that good stuff just to make it as much of an impassable barrier as she can with everything she has left.
All right, excellent. You can I'll draw that really quick. That's it. And spend all your ore and your dust. Get up, drawing tool, friend. They bang into it and start clawing at it and bouncing back and forth between it. One feels lightheaded using that much ore in one shot in this circumstances. Everyone's at their last haggard breaths. Felix turns around down the street. They're closing in.
Fuck.
Okay, Felix is gonna try to do transfusion on himself to get aura back. I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if we're still too close to aura break aura.
Okay. Is Varian doing anything, or is he choosing to just hold Clara?
He took Clara and he was going to run as best he can, seeing the Grim in front of them. I need to think for a second.
Yep.
Okay. Well, since I'm not going to be letting go of Clara, Viridian is gonna be like, fuck. Felix! Take my arrowheads and do something! He gestures towards his collection of dust arrowheads, which is in a series of bags hanging from his belt.
Okay. Felix will take out the clearly labeled, each one of them, arrows.
Clearly.
They're color coded, please.
They're color coded, of course. Slime dust arrows. We'll leave those in the holster.
Really, the boxing glove arrow?
The boxing glove arrow.
Yeah. Well, I guess for for the sake of this or whatever, does transfusion work? No, I'm sorry. Is Felix able to get Aura back?
Yeah, you can have a bit of aura. Yeah, you can use some transfusion.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. Well, it's a classic. Let's go down to 1 health. Fuck it. I mean, what? What's it gonna do? Kill my character?
Foolishness.
Foolishness.
It's like whatever. Alright, so Felix will take this. And I will take out Viridian's dust arrows. Felix holding. Okay, let me think about this for 1 second. Alright. Felix will create small. Well, not small version, sorry. They would just create copies of some of the gravity dust. Or gravity dust arrows, I assume. Obviously, Viridian won't have some. And he will have it so that they're all like. They would be pushed out of the way to like their right. Like they would go right. If they were facing us. Into the buildings.
Yeah.
And then he will just use the rest to like it would be earth dust, I guess that would work. He will use like the earth dust arrows to make copies of those and then have them slam into them and like catch them in as much fucking earth to keep them locked down for as long as possible so we can run past.
Right. So as Felix is getting ready to do this, as the arrows go flying, or the aura or the dust,
they would like come from the left and like shoot out, like
they come
kind
out,
of like a trap, you know?
Yeah, right, like a trap hallway. I fucking like that. That's so funny. Unfortunately for him, as he's prepping this, coming out from the side is a Spitfire Diva who is just going to emerge from the ground and is going to fire off a load of blasts at Felix, immediately digging into him and banging him against his truck as the arrows all go fucking onto the ground and clatter and ignite and blow up on the ground, hitting Felix with shrapnel.
I see. Good thing it was the water truck.
Yeah, as their attempts are immediately foiled, as the walls are closing in, there's going to be a long, hearty shout, a yeehaw even, as barreling through these grim is a giant blue mass. As is going to knock through the Ursa and come swinging in front of you all as something jumps off of it. As knocking past this bus and just knocking it out of the way, standing in front of all of them, doing kind of like a protective little circling wall. It's a giant blue horse. As coming down from the sky, hitting the ground, creating a crater that is going to crack, and a large tree is going to spring from it with spikes at the end of it, stabbing into this Alpha Ursus and creating like a stopgap all the Ursus are crowded into as it is raised up into the sky by this earthquake tree, is a giant of a man as he stands tall at a clean 8'9" in his dusty white cloak, axe drawn, and hair mussed up from the wind and from blue licking it earlier. It's Paul Amis, who is going to take one look at this giant tree that's shot this Ursa about 30 feet into the air. He's going to swing his axe, cleave it open down with one heft, and he's going to run up and kick the tree down, smashing it on top of all the Ursa, crushing them instantly under this mammoth of a tree he brought forward. He's going to look at the bough of this tree. The big alphas at the end. More Deathstalkers are coming up from the ground behind him. He's going to take his axe, spin it around at the bottom, scrape the bottom against the wood of the tree as it carves it up into its chamber. And he's going to quickly switch change his weapon into its large railgun, as he's going to ready the tree that bark in it that is turned into a wood javelin that's being stuck with lightning dust. And he's going to fire it at the Alpha Ursa, piercing into him with a crackling that shatters the windows nearby. It's going to embed itself into the Ursa, and from the javelin, tree branches are going to shoot out made of lightning, impaling and eliminating all the other Grim rising up in the area in an electrocution execution. So he's going to wipe his brow and put the axe over his head and rush over. Whew! There's more of them behind that wall, ain't there? Oh, get on! He slaps Blue on the ass. You ain't walking!
Can I roll back a little bit to get Gwen's mental state of this course of events?
Before that, Liam, sorry, no, how hurt is Felix from that explosion?
Yeah, Felix is like impaled with some shrapnel and stuff. It's like in his skin. He's frazzled.
Oh, is he like impaled with the truck?
No, he's not stuck to it. It's like metal shards in him. And he has enough aura to tank it. Like, you're half on aura now, you could think, and you're popping them out, but like, you're flashbangs. So this shit happened feels blurry to you, basically.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so Gwen, after putting up that wall and completely exhausting herself, then turning back and basically peering past that bus and seeing a horde of Grim, just has a moment where she's like, fuck. Like, internally, that's like, it's over.
Yeah.
Until Paul Amis shows up and does his absolute ludicrous display. And for just a moment, Gwen's like, oh, thank God. A huntsman. And she has like just like that, just the tiniest smile at, man, you know, the feeling huntsmen give you when they save you and are super cool.
She ain't looking too good, is she, buddy? He says as he walks up to Viridian holding Clara.
Yeah. Then she goes back to the grim mood of everything that's happening.
Paul, meanwhile, has a bit of a smirk as he'll walk up and yank Felix out of his dent in the truck and start dusting some of the shrapnel out of him. As he like holds Felix by the shoulder and slams his palm into his back and like pops it out of him with its tremor semblance.
Felix so good.
Yeah, all at once instead of one at a time. Come on, get on Blue. You remember I taught you how to ride her, he says as he looks over at Viridian. Yeah, a bit bigger now, but
Viridian is like standing there, not quite in shock. I mean, this whole thing has him in shock,
yeah.
But blinking, and like his fingers like dig in a bit to Clara's like arm where he's like holding her.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, "Oh, no, there's so much to say in this moment," but he'll just kind of gulp and go, go, yeah, she's falling apart. We got to get her some out of here fast.
Blue knows the way out. She'll take you there. She's taken enough civvies already. And come on! Aren't you too old to be crying? He says as he walks up and wipes the black tears and possibly some real ones from Viridian's eyes, and they've stopped.
Oh yeah, there were some real ones in there.
As he will pat him on the shoulder and will hop his way up on the wall and look down, grimace, and then smirk back at you guys. This ain't nothing. Get to the outskirts of the city and everything. That's where they're setting up the camp. I think y'all put in your service for today, by the looks of it. As Blue whinnies and kind of nudges into Felix and looks at him, as she looks like the most judgmental animal he's ever seen. As she surveys him and looks unimpressed.
Yeah.
Look at this look of Viridian.
Yeah, well, we ain't fucking done yet. Gotta get this last stretch over.
Yeah, you just hold on tight and steer her a bit. Don't matter if she complains, she's fed well enough to. Whoop, as the wall shakes and he tumbles a little bit, he goes, I gotta deal with these fellas, as he spins his axe, babe, and does a spinning dive over the side with another another rebel yell, as you see Brimbone fly into the air as there's an earthquake on the other side as that alpha split in half. And you guys can start getting hoisted onto blue.
All right, Clara. No slipping off now.
As he flies away, Gwen will say, "Thank you." You know that guy? Gwen is so amazed by this moment. She's really not processing anything.
Just looking up at Viridian.
She's trying to help Clara onto the horse in a way.
We'll keep her sandwiched between us. It's okay. We can hold on to her.
You can dust her on. You can gravity dust for harness.
I'm out.
That's fair. Sorry.
Potatoes, I got this.
Yeah. Sorry. Richard, Gwen looked up at Viridian and said, "You know that guy?"
As Viridian is getting ready to jump up onto blue with a grip on Clara, he is just going to kind of blink and wipe the remaining tears from under his eye. Just kind of under his breath, blame that on the Madonna, and will go, "Yeah, I know him a bit."
As blue is huge enough for you guys to comfortably sit on her. A little tight, but you're not complaining as you need to hold Clara. As Blue will immediately whinny, kick up her feet, and will leap on a building as you guys start running on rooftops as Blue starts helping you get out of the city.
God, I love huntsman animals.
They're so cool. And as you are all charging forward on Blue, secured tightly, you are feeling the fatigue set in, and one by one, you will all start to lose consciousness on Blue. You will be ran out of the city by her, safe and secure in a saddle. And as you had all passed out on your way out of the city, secure to Blue, we will have Team Supernova with the asterisk still, slowly finding themselves waking up in crowded tents with the noise of people milling about, some sleeping, some resting, some in agony and pain, some possibly dead next to you without anyone having checked on them as you are in what look like emergency structures. You can kind of think FEMA tent style deal. But on Remnant, obviously, you have a lot more capabilities to make like a quick structural thing. So it's more like shitty drywall-esque sort of things made of earth dust in the most economic way to quickly construct these places. And these are just, sort of hospital, like, medical care chambers that are just like, there's supplies in here to deal with people and to make sure they're not dying. And then after that, they can move out of these to one of the ones where you can sleep. And you can all slowly raise up as you feel and describe to me what's their first thoughts. To you. It is probably like 11 in the morning of whatever day this is.
Who'd like to go first?
I'll go first.
You're up.
Real quick, are we like hooked up to anything, or are we just like laying in a bed?
I would say, considering the state you guys were all in, you are all mostly just like bandaged and not hooked up to IVs or anything. Like, you guys got beat up a bunch and shit, and obviously some of you were pretty low, like Felix was. I'd say maybe Felix had like an IV thing. He's feeling strong enough to move around at least in Felix's case.
Okay.
And,
Well,
and if
Felix
we were doing stats, I'd say like you would have healed extra because of medical chambers. You can assume you're like 5+.
Okay. Well, when Felix wakes up, he'll just like look around, feeling just numb. Then he'll like just feel his face to see if he's still covered in blood.
Yeah. Clean at the moment, thankfully.
Oh, someone wiped his
but
face.
for a second you feel it. You get that, oh god, it's still there, and then you realize it's just some sweat.
Okay. He looks, just stare at the top of the tent and look over. Look for any of his teammates in the tent with him. They won't find them.
See bodies and people in various states, ranging from awake and looking a little delirious to just unconscious, bandaged, missing limbs. Some that are having medical staff walk over, slide something over the body and wheel it away.
Felix will have a moment where he has a tiny panic attack where he looks for a sword, and also Lance's sword.
Yeah. They are not immediately in your sight, and as you're moving around really quickly, this guy's gonna walk up. He's gonna go 23528 Felix Prince. He looks up at you after his pad as he lists off the number, double check it, and he looks down. They're under your bed if you're looking for your equipment.
Thank you.
And he will quickly run you for an immediate medical checkup. And you're all good on the immediate stuff. You get the idea that this has been a long day for him, and he's very efficient about it, quick. And after that, he goes, "Husband training. All right, you're good enough to get out of here. Please,
Good.
if you would. You can find somewhere else to sleep, but we need these beds."
I understand. Felix will take the IV out. Just let it hang there as he
Yeah.
grabs both the weapons.
He will
Just-
immediately move in the way to start clearing things, and you are just unceremoniously discharged from whatever care you had.
Felix will walk out of the tent.
The bleary sunlight of real sun above you, and we'll go over to Gwen and Viridian.
Okay. Yeah. I imagine that Viridian, when he gets up, is going to kind of roll for a second, and then realizing he's conscious is going to... His eyes are going to snap open, and he's going to try to bolt up, but being the big guy he is, that's a little harder when you've been, so worn out that you passed out for, over 12 hours.
Yeah.
The blood actually has to get flowing to your limbs the right way for a second. So all his extremities are going to feel numb, but, he is going to, have that, oh, you're coming to consciousness, you've got one thought on your mind, he's going to call out, not like a super big yell scream, but he's gonna wake up going, Dad? And look around and see the medical tent he's in.
Yeah. Unfortunately, besides the sounds of busy people and moving around, no paw in sight.
But he's fine.
Massive headache, though. But yeah, you're
Massive
fine.
headache.
It starts to fade the more you think about it, as you realize, oh yeah, I had a lot of birds to just shit out on me, as he's rubbing his temple and trying to calm it down as your aura's flickering to life to deal with that again.
Yeah. Alright, after that steadies, he's gonna sit up on the bed. And do that sitting on the edge of it kind of thing.
When if you feel like hearing that and responding and getting up yourself, feel free to join him. Or wait for your own shit.
I think Gwen will wake up in... not then. A bit later.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Continue, Richard, sir.
Okay. He's gonna look for one of the medical staff, the people with the clipboard, and he's gonna kind of whistle and wave a hand in the air.
He'll see that you're up and finish what he was doing, dealing with one of the bodies being carted off, and he will walk up to you and list off a number like he did with Felix as he's checking something on one of his scrolls, and will nod as he looks you over. Right, Irene and Mies. Well, me run you through some things. Your things are under the bed. And he says tiredly and starts running you through the immediate medical concerns. Eyes, see for see if you have a fucking concussion, shit like that. I'll quickly be tapping things at his scroll. I'll say, it's been a training. You're fit enough for condition. You're done. Please evacuate the area.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks for the checkup.
He's already walking off. Licking his tongue as he sees another body. He starts writing down.
Viridian, seeing that, is just gonna sigh and mutter mostly to himself. Go. Yeah, you look like you got a lot of corpses to deal with. He's gonna get his stuff.
Down.
Gwen will stir awake very hazily. And then she'll suddenly just snap awake as she's realizing she's just somewhere completely foreign. Looking all around. Where am I? She gets up quickly. She looks at the person in the bed next to her. Where?
Dead.
Clara? Felix?
You someone walk up and goes, "Ma'am, please be quiet." And he finds your number after a few seconds. Gwen Arne, please, let me give you an examination. Your items are under the bed. He sighs and he starts running you through it. Is Gwen compliant enough, or is she a little too freaked out? He's
she like
bringing
lets
out the
him just
light.
guide her through the motions, as she's like not even like she's like not lucid going through them, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, she's kind of just like surrendering. Okay, just get the shit done with. Alright, please collect your things and evacuate the bed. We need it for others. Thank you. You're fit enough.
My team? Do you? There's another girl on my team. Do you? Clara?
Oh, he just sighs for a second as he, not necessarily out of exasperation, but as he starts flicking through things. Do you know what's her last name?
Clara Mesora?
After all, she's not here. If she was in the city and left, she's either been evacuated from the medical building or...
She was with us. What do you mean? What do you mean she's not here?
I don't know. I'm very sorry, ma'am. I don't know what happened. If you would like to go find where your
she's
companions
gonna push
are...
past him.
Yes, there are
and just
other
start
people
looking
for
at
it.
the faces of people on the beds as she's trying to find Clara, looking for any familiar face.
Ma'am, ma'am. He points to the bed and like orb weaver and everything below it. Please take your goods with you, or they will be taken.
She rushes back and grabs them.
Thank you very much. As he go back to his job, he can rush out, nearly bumping into Viridian as he's leaving. You gang a look at each other. You can both see you're both fucking haggard and covered in bandages and things, but alive.
She looks up at Viridian. Viridian, you're okay. Where's Clara and
What
Felix?
truck hit you? Don't know. But, I hope Clara's somewhere better than this. She needs a lot more than a field hospital.
Yeah. They said she wasn't here. Are you okay? Trying looking
I'm
up and down.
fine enough. Now we gotta find her then.
As you look over the area, all of you now out, there are rows and rows of these tents in the medical area. They go on for quite a way over the horizon in the area. There's lots of Valish armed forces walking around. Over in the distance past trees, you can see more secure walls have been constructed around this impromptu military encampment. And down the way, as you can see, different tents and things that you imagine might be actual refugee like sleeping locations or other procedures. This is all of you, including Felix, obviously. You realize in the area you can see just over horizon past the tents that you're in Redwall. There are lots of vehicles, tanks. There are bullheads coming in and out of the area nearby, and other vehicles you're not quite familiar with from the Valish military, and flags flying high of the Valish crown in the area, and tons of people milling about. It's not immediately horrible in the area right outside the medical areas, but you're also getting people directing you to start moving and heading out of the area to not clog foot traffic. You can see each other at some point as you're all kind of being gestured away from the tents for now.
Right.
When
Meet up. Yeah. Without 3 meet up, right?
When we'll spot Felix. She's like walking through. She probably stumbles a bit. She's very out of it. Felix, over here.
I'm glad you're
Are you-
okay.
Thanks.
Both of you.
Right. How are you?
Felix just looked down. I don't know. I feel oddly numb.
We have to find wherever Clara is.
Was she not? She wasn't in my tent.
They said she wasn't here. I don't know what that means. She was still with us when we were.
Gwen.
She's still with us.
Yes, but she was.
We have to find her, okay?
Felix so. He'll want to say something else. It'll just be like. It's just. Gwen, I don't even know if there would be a. She. I'll just like look down. I don't want to say it, Gwen. Please.
She's fine. They
Gwen,
just took her
slow
somewhere
the
else.
fuck down. We got a lot of ground to cover. It's not just Clara. We need to figure out what went on since we passed out.
A good idea.
As you guys are talking kind of animatedly and hustling around, this woman kind of walks up. She doesn't look too haggard, just, as frazzled as anyone is here. Clothes they've probably been wearing for a day or so, more than they wanted to. Did you say you were looking for your huntsman team? You're looking for a woman?
Yes. Name's Clara. She has a blue streak in her hair.
I didn't get a name, but there's a one in the tent I was in, and she kind of like points you down the way towards it. Like you'll have to walk like a couple bits, like the third down there, and then 2 rows deep. Might be her. Kind of shrugs. She had highlights in her hair, yeah.
And smiles slightly. Thanks.
I hope it's her. Good luck. And thanks for your service. And she says to all of you, trying to look a little reassured, seeing Huntsman around.
Gwen bites her lip, but turns and gives her a smile. Happy to serve.
She smiles politely and wanders off. You guys can head to the tent she suggested if you feel like it. I mean, I don't control you.
Yeah, we're going.
Gwen rushes there. Hurry up.
All right. Stop. Leave it.
Yeah, sorry. I have to move
I'm
one
just
tile.
using this one because it's not literally the one next to
Bring
way.
the
This is
stump
a way
with us.
over. This is ways over. As you guys can push into the tent and just avoid the medical staff's concern, you can make your way down to the end where she said she is, and you will come across a woman who you know, but it is not Clara. It is, but you also see someone sitting there at her bedside, who you also know and are probably happy to at least see. It's Nebu, and Wayne's sitting there. He's in pretty rough-looking clothes. They still look roughed up and like he came from a battle, but he's got wounds on. And he's sit at the side of the bed as Nebu's in one of these, just in like a full. Unlike you guys, she's been like put in like a, what do you call it, a hospital gown thing, and has like IVs and stuff in her. And she's got like bandages over her eyes and stuff, and some other things, like a rebreather thing, a respiratory thing. Wayne's just sat kind of looking over at her. Doesn't really notice you guys immediately until he blinks and perks his head up. Oh, hey, Supernova, you guys are okay. That's. And kind of nervously smiles. That's really good news.
Gwen frowns as she sees it's not Clara, but
Yeah.
frowns that it's also Nebu injured. But Wayne, you're okay.
Yeah. Still in one piece. Got all my fingers too. Pretty good, huh? Wasn't
Fuck,
considered.
okay. You're alive? Ah, it's a goddess-blessed miracle.
Yeah, Morris mentioned something about running into you guys. He says, kind of looking down, and his voice kind of getting a bit rougher.
Where's she got out safe?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Safe. Alive, yeah.
Right.
Don't
Right.
know if she's doing good, though. Let alone, he kind of grimaces. Artie, you see him kind of fiddling a little bit with things, and he's squeezing in his hand his old Lance's hat.
Felix will have a bolt of guilt run through him. Like, Wayne, I
already know. I got the 411 about how things went down. He looks over at you and he sees it and goes, "Oh, you managed to recover a Black Knight. That's man, that's actually He kind of lets out a sound as he chokes up for a second and hangs his head down and kind of puts his hands over it for a second as he's kind of like holding himself back for a second, and then takes a big breath and leans back, kind of restrained a bit more. That's good. You probably want it returned to the family or something or whatever. Just, it's good to see it at least.
you should
He
have.
always said that thing would break after he did.
Felix will just hand it to him.
Thanks. He'll hold it.
He was your partner. I'm so sorry. No, it doesn't fix anything, but we took care of what did it.
That's more than I managed to do. Thanks. He kind of looks off to the side. Make sure his family gets it.
Gwen, it sort of hits her all of a sudden
Yeah.
that like, oh yeah, Lance is dead and
Yeah.
Wayne's her partner,
Yeah.
his partner, and that she has no idea what's happened to Clara. So she's just like empathizing with him like
Yeah.
maximum, and she's just holding in, just like trying not to collapse.
Yeah. Wayne kind of bolts to his feet real quick as his semblance lets her see her behind these two, as he'll just walk over to Gwen and grab her shoulder and guide her to sit down in the chair he was using. Maybe catch your breath. You're looking a little winded, aren't you? As he'll put her down next to Devo here. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I've been hogging the spot too much since her team
Sorry,
went
Wayne.
off to go,
We
come on.
could have been there sooner. We might have.
Don't
could've-
bother with that sort of stuff. Don't apologize to me about it. He says, looking grim again, like his smile trying to seem like a little relaxed about it kind of goes grim as he looks a little pale and kind of grits his teeth. If I was worried about that sort of thing, I would have been there with them. So, apologize to someone else, not me.
I'm just biting her lip, trying to hold herself in.
We'll give her a handkerchief.
She clenches it in her fist, not wanting to use it.
Look away from Gwen, hoping that's enough for her, and go, Yeah, so, I mean, I'm glad you guys can all walk at least. Yeah, it kind of doesn't say the obvious question because he can put together that you guys have no fucking idea where Clara is. And he looks back towards Nebu. I was waiting here since Rose and Hagios were fit enough to get walking and wanted to try and go do some help with the camp work and any patrols they could do. So I volunteered to make sure she's not completely confused when she wakes up here.
And Jose?
Oh yeah, Jose. He's in one of the intensive care units. Apparently he had it pretty bad. I don't know the exact details, but Hagios said it was something like what happened to Nebu, but a bit more intense. So he's with the serious care stuff. No updates from them yet. Hagios seemed optimistic, at least, that it wasn't going to be fatal, just, kind of grimaces. Could be something permanent.
Where's that? Have you heard about?
Yeah, that's probably where Clara is, huh? I can point you the way there. So I don't know if you'll be let in or anything. You could at least probably talk to someone there who knows what's going on.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, come on, it's the mermaid, right? She's too dumb to die. Isn't that something you'd normally be saying? He says, slapping her on the shoulder.
She forces a smile. Yeah.
Yeah, Nebu's not awake to bitch you out, but if you keep going, she might. So you could cry a little. He kind of scratches his back, his neck awkwardly, not sure if he's hitting the right notes with everyone. He kind of sheepishly sits at the edge of this bed now.
She'll look over to Nebu and be like, "Yeah, she probably chew me out for acting like this."
Yeah, she's one tough bitch, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We should go check for Clara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold you guys up.
I'm truly sorry, Wayne. Just looking away from him.
He'll wince a little bit and he'll sigh. He'll say, "Look, it's probably my fault. You don't have to be that sorry about it."
I can assure you that it... He looks to stop himself.
Look, I made my call and I have... Hey, I made my call and I have to live with it now. When Artie was all fire and brimstone about charging in there and finding that doctor and finding you guys and everything, he kind of sighs and looks over at Brian. I mean, you probably get it, right? When you can see more of what's going on around you and see all the people running and crying and dying, it's kind of hard to focus on something instead of just stopping to help them. I thought that was the right thing, and Marty pulled out the leader card, and I said I wouldn't follow that kind of thing. And now, Lance didn't have someone looking after his back. He said he'd come back for his hat, so I guess I can be mad enough for him for not, but it's a little bit of a hollow burden or a hollow grudge to hold.
Viridian is going to have kind of a 1,000-yard stare for a moment and then go, "Yeah, well, there were a lot of tough calls to make. I don't know which ones made any difference, honestly. There was too much going on in there.
Hey,
it probably is.
Hey, as long as you save one person, that means he did something good, right? That's what I gotta think at this point."
It's not really clear who Viridian is saying this to, but he's just going to kind of hollowly go, "Yeah, well, I tried my best."
Right, hey, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just grab something to drink real quick. Can you just stay with Naboo for a bit, just in case, before you head off? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thanks. As he kind of chokes up a bit and quickly smiles like he's not and hustles out of the tent, feeling like he needed to get that off his chest and now can't really think about it.
When
Two guys who literally probably saw hundreds of people die
Yeah.
yesterday. That doesn't suck.
He's such a sad sack. Nebu groans. She's just awake.
you're awake.
Yeah, I
Oh,
woke
why
up
are you
halfway and I woke up halfway and it was a little let in kind of hard. Yeah, I really shouldn't have let that guy stand me up. Nebu kind of feels around and feels at her face. Oh. There's the bandages on her eyes. So, you guys, still seeing?
Yeah. Yeah. You guys still alright? He'll say, looking at Gwen and Felix.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's good.
Bit surprised. That thing made my eyes feel like they were on fire.
Yeah, I think I almost pulled mine out or something. I don't know. It
Oh.
kind of gets blurry near the end there.
Well, don't worry. Your eyes were never your best feature anyways.
That's all.
Viridian.
This is what happens when your leader's not around to keep you in check, huh? Oh, sorry. She kind of pauses after that. Still groggy.
You always know what to say.
You guys heard something about my team?
Oh, you weren't awake for that bit?
She
Yeah.
kind of shrugs awkwardly.
Looks like Hadios and Rose went out to see what they could help with patrols and whatnot. Jose's in the bad doctor. Not bad doctors. It's, what was it, Gwen? Intensive? No,
Yes.
Irrensive something?
He snorts a little bit and coughs and laughs. Yeah, I got it. All right. Yeah, that figures. Pinky, fucking imp.
Oh.
I hate that fucking thing.
The imp? You saw it?
Yeah. Dr. Hamlin showed up and killed it. But it did a lot of damage. Jose, it got to him first. Jose, she kind of winces and tries to sit up a bit more. I hope he's in intensive care. I don't want him to wait for this. It works on people like it does on Grim. I think he got a few people. I'm not sure. He never went back to check.
That is
Didn't have
horrible.
time. Yeah, that's anything that came out of that lab was, huh? What a mess.
Yeah.
He's dead?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he was.
I was just talking to them. She just kind of lets out like a, like slowly, and goes back to breathing slowly and quiet again. I'm gonna sleep soon, I think. I'll be up and at him later. So just kind of leans back into the bed and goes silent again, starts breathing slowly.
Yeah, go get your beauty sleep.
Dies. Yeah, fucking, that'd be key now. Oops! I didn't take out the big needle.
Gwen, you're on my knee.
Glenn, you're cutting off my circulation.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Wayne will show up again, really, a little bit after, and let you guys go off to start walking to find Clara as soon as possible.
While we're waiting for Clara, or sorry, for Wayne.
Yeah, fair.
How do I start this? But I guess we'll be sitting in silence for a little bit, thinking about, the entire, everything that they've just talked about. What Wayne said, what did Wayne say? Every life save. What did he say when he said?
Hey, if you save one life, it's worth it, or life, it's worth it, right? Yeah, basically.
When you save one life, it's worth it. That makes it. Is it?
Felix will just glare at her. That doesn't make up for what. Felix will then look at
you guys went ahead. You guys you wanted to get to Al first. I was selfish. I wanted to save everyone I could. But
Gwen,
how many people is Clara's life worth? So I saved a dozen people who might as well be dead anyway. I don't even know. Faceless people I've never even met who may still be dead. A dozen of them for Clara. I could have had more aura. I could have had more dust. I could have been more prepared. We could have been there sooner. Clara wouldn't have had to do as much. I could have done more. And maybe Clara wouldn't have had to.
Shut up, Gwen. Don't fucking do that kind of math. You think like that and you eventually start thinking, how many lives would I throw away to save Clara? Don't flip that mirror.
Well, didn't you guys do that? You put stopping Al before everything else.
Yeah. Because
So
that's
did
what I
Clara.
thought was... That's what I thought was the most important thing to do right then.
And Wayne did the same thing, and his partner got killed. And Clara might be.
you shouldn't blame yourself for this.
She's just bawling her eyes.
You shouldn't feel shame for it, Gwen. Please don't.
How am I supposed to live with that? If she's... She just goes silent.
That's what huntsmen have to do. They have to save people and they have to kill monsters.
Gwen, you know that no matter what, Clara would have done what she did.
I know. Clara's always the type that'd give it her all and not hold anything back.
And not think about
But
what
I-
happened.
I was too focused on stopping Al. I wasn't even considering Clara. I should have pulled her back. She was walking around blind, for all we know. And I tossed her a vial of plant dust and patted her on the back and said, "Let's keep going." As we dove into Al.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you all clear the building, please? You're causing quite a scene, and we need to get moving. More people in here. She looks nervous now that all your eyes are turned on her.
Felix will
She
glare at her.
realizes she's interrupted Huntsman talking, and she looks frozen.
Gwen wipes her eyes, just trying to push tears away. Sorry. Well, be out of here in a minute.
Okay. So run away. Practically, almost. Back to over here dealing with more things.
What kind of huntsman am I?
Gwen, we all made mistakes. There's a lot that we have to own up to.
You just don't know Felix. I'll just sit in silence.
Alright. Anything else from the V and P?
No, we'll just wait till Wayne gets back. If he ever does.
Yeah, nothing else from me.
Alright, cool. Yeah, he'll come back, and thank you guys for holding out for the fort for now. And go back to a solemn vigil. You guys, and it'll give you directions towards where the intensive care people are set up. You're gonna be walking through a ton of the tents, past like some of the living stations, and you're gonna go through the part of Redwall. It's in the actual part of the city that's not tents. Well, village, more so. Not city. Gather your tokens. As you will brave the sea of people and start muscling through. You enter a slightly familiar sight, though. The overtaking of the military, securing the location, has caused a lot of things to be cleared out, and it's a lot more busy. As once again, there's tons more people than just immediately here are just filtering around you. Soldiers talking to each other on either on break or moving out. Vehicles moving in the area. It's lots of walls and checkpoints you can go through to get to other segments to make sure that this place is secured. Redwall's never looked safer. Unfortunately, it's never looked as full, and it's full of even more downtrodden people than usual. The sounds of crying and talking and shouting are everywhere. In the background, you hear the furious sound of a preacher echoing out through the area, trying to go through a sermon. And stood in the middle of Redwall in this town's, that's not necessarily the square, but in this center area, you see the ever-present carved statue of Omicron still there, surrounded with candles and things. And lots of people in front of it praying. Large congregations of Faunus, mostly. No Valish people really know what this thing is.
I guess walking through.
Yeah, the idea is like you're coming in here and you're gonna be like walking past all this shit.
Yeah. I guess walking through people, Gwen, in spite of everything, is trying her best to maintain the look of a proper huntsman and any sort of false confidence she can muster. As she tries to look for someone who might know anything about the
Yeah.
what's it called?
The ICU.
ICU, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll be able to stop some soldiers at some point and ask, or like people nearby, and they'll keep pointing you in the right direction so you're on the right path. Wayne gave you pretty good directions, and they're just doubly assured that you're not getting lost.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are traveling through the town, you see Inverno giving his sermon. You see him yelling. The old man is in red-faced. He's screaming his sermons, almost painfully, it looks like to him. And you see him sweating, and you see him kind of like on his like setup pulpit, like stumble and almost just completely fall over. And someone from the crowd is going to rush over and grab him by the shoulders and kind of thoroughly like push him out of the way and start talking to him. As you see a ruffled Bastion Ganymede, his noble silks more ruined than you've ever seen it, talking furiously to this old man who everyone seemed to give very little time to and trying to communicate with, because normally he just screamed about them, about how they're sinners in the city. And after a few moments go by between them, that you see he forces Inverno to sit down and drink water and rest as his body is giving out from under him from how long he's been performing sermons in the camp here. And Bastion will pick it up and continue from where you left off for the people for him, glaring down at him once in a while when he tries to stand back up again. You can continue.
Yeah, Gwen doesn't really pay Ganymede any mind. She's pretty set on finding Clara.
Yeah, this guy's racist.
He's around. You can always find him again later, just to detail on what's going on.
He seems busy. We should come back later.
All right, I'll move the party along.
Yeah, what's up, man?
No, never mind.
All right, I will move the party along.
At some point, Gwen will want to ask someone about what happened to the Glen.
It's a good idea.
But she's got a more important singular focus at the moment.
As you're walking, you get the closer view of the Omicron statue. There's lots of faunus around it praying. And you notice there's plenty of congregate around this house as well, praying like on the outside of it, and some like standing at guard at the front. And as you're kind of bustling your way through this part of the village, Gwen and Felix are going to notice a figure running up to them who they recognize. It's the Rat Elder. Ben, if you could summarize what Gwen and Felix experienced with this man.
He got beat by the village for helping us at one point.
Yeah, he let us
kind of
stay.
remember.
He let us stay at his place.
Some kids vandalized this place,
Yeah.
Threatened him.
He was helping out others.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And we felt bad.
Gwen, Felix, it's so good to see you both. You're alive. Oh! Praise the Guardian for it. How are you two? Is your team alright?
We're doing as best as we can. I'm glad to see that
Yes.
Redwall is fine. He'll
Redwall
say
was
that
saved.
last word shakily.
Redwall was saved, yes. But,
I'm
he kind of panics for a second and looks at you both. I know it. I know you made it to Nevum, but do either of you still have any of the totems?
Do we? I don't know what
He
totems
clarifies really quickly. From Sir Percivio.
No.
She might have given you some.
are. No.
No.
Don't worry, he reassures you both. It's just a passing thought. She'd probably want to see you. One of the people she asked about. It's better sooner than later, he says as he starts guiding you gently but quickly over towards the house. But
Yeah,
Sir
okay.
Sir Percivio and the Guardian, they saved us. The Red Wall.
Really?
How is she?
Frowns and looks up. He pauses for a second. He's thinking, and then he tilts his head. She's dying, lad. Her and the
Felix will
Guardian-
just go stark white. Just
The Guardian's already fallen in his bones now. The two of them fought to their near death until the Grim no longer poured from the village, from the migration here, until the tanks rolled up and could provide more. Days and hours it felt like for him. They're why we're still alive. He kind of crosses himself again. Nice. So he'll lead you over to the house unless you want further elaboration.
no, we'll go.
Yeah, and he'll gesture to let them in as the people will make way for you guys. As plenty of the Faunus recognize you as the huntsmen who, came to help the village. I mean, they had some confusion at the time, but, now you did help with the mine, you did. Percival spoke well of you, and so did the elder, and at the end of the day, you're here. They can't deny it. They look at you thankfully. Hands kind of pat you on the shoulders. You're guided into the house. Unless any of you really are like, I can't fucking do this. I'm not going in there.
No, I'm going.
Yeah, I think we would. Percival's been.
She was very nice to us.
She's a good friend.
She was a good friend.
You let inside. There's a couple more people just hanging around in the bottom of the place and guards, and some that look like they're nursing. Faunus and trying to do medical things, and you'll be led up into the upstairs where, in a room in a bed, Percival's laid there. Her armor's been stripped. She's just in her underclothes and a cloth, covered in bandages. Her head covered over, one eye covered, soaked in blood. Plenty of the bandages are, and just. I mean, it's the air of a hospice, She is, her sword's knelt down at the side of the bed, chipped but not broken. And she blinks a bit as she sees you will come in. Supernova. She sighs, relieved. It's good to see you.
You saved Redwall.
She shrugs. She shakes her head a little bit softly. Many people saved Rebel. Your help was appreciated. They had many supplies, thanks to the mine being cleared of those Grim. And food from your delivery. It's important. I just bought us more time like we all did.
Don't downsell your contributions.
She
Here?
looks over at you all. Is Clara May still with you?
We were going to go check on her. She was very badly injured.
She hums a little bit, and then kind of smiles softly. She'll be fine. She's made of sterner stuff. And with teammates like you, I'm sure it will be difficult, but survival. Severic had much faith in all of you, as did I. Thank you for being here. I had a favor to ask.
Please.
Of course. Anything.
I wasn't sure who else I could ask, since none of the villagers should trouble themselves with these things. Difficult for them, especially with what might happen to Redwall. It's in my bag. It should be in the corner. She'll point to it gently.
Gwen'll grab the bag.
Yeah, you can dig around and open it, and she'll say, it's a canteen. It's made of metal. More of a glass or grail, really. My armor and my sword are bought from supplies that I got from work, and I'm sending those back with the elder to help the village, but that is a personal effect. If at some point you could find a way to return it to my family. In the chaos, I don't think I could ask many people here to do it. It's not immediate or anything. She kind of gasps again and then sighs and winces. But my sister made it for me. I'd rather her have it back. It was very helpful.
Of course.
Thank you. Says relieved and smiles. It's a weight off my ever-drooping shoulders.
Where does she live?
The city. Last I heard from her, and it's where I sent my message to our aunt there. Last I heard, she would be getting into her schooling now. She might still have her eyes set on Beacon. So, as I said, any time. Doesn't have to be immediate. Just one day. Thank you.
Of course. What's her name?
Her eyes kind of are fluttering closed for a second as there's a couple of seconds of pause as you're nervous, and she blinks and you go, oh, sorry, right. Fairfiz chamomile.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
We will.
we don't technically share a... That's not important. She there waves her hand. Thank you. She should look similar enough. Me. Soon. She's gotten a lot older since I last seen her. Don't be surprised if she throws it back at you, though. She's always been temperamental.
Well, we'll make sure she takes it. It's a promise.
Thank you all. Not just for that, but you're all very kind young men and women. Please, no matter what happens, keep any part of that going for me. It's people need to see. All right. She kind of looks up at you all and then kind of looks up at Felix.
I will try my best.
The elder said he wanted to try and make you laugh last time I talked to him. I think he took your placidness as a challenge. So if he ever does try, please do that for me, Felix.
I can do that.
Thank you. Oh, and if you see Sir Varric again, please. I owe him a lot. The guy trails off again and is staring down, kind of forward aimlessly.
Felix will look over at Gwen and be like, "Well, if we see him, we'll pass it along."
Yeah, Felix looks back. She's dead.
Felix will.
Oh.
Felix will just.
Just a peaceful smile on her face, and her hand still outstretched when she had tried to touch your arm and thank you for it.
I'll just make sure her arm isn't like flopping off the bed and put it back and just lean up against the wall.
hear the chanting prayers of the faunus outside, thanking her and thanking the guardian and praying for their health. The room's awfully claustrophobic.
Felix will take a breath and start walking out of the room. Feeling the room getting a little smaller.
Son of a bitch. Radiant's gonna mutter as he turns to leave.
Yeah.
Gwen will just silently just put her head down and just walk out.
Yeah. You guys leave. Crucible chamomile. Basked in the sunlight from the window. Aurora glowing faintly as it fades out of the corpse. Can make your way for the praying faunus. Some of the nurses walking in after you, seeing your faces and knowing probably what's happened. So, no one looks like they're going to make you say it, and you guys can leave. If you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Felix is like white faced, like clutching clutching his fist. It's like looking at the ground.
Yeah. Not much more to say beyond that, really. It's where's your headspaces at? Let's get some little meta. Just you don't have to. Doesn't have to be clean and in character. Just kind of what's going on so far. I'll move you guys over here since you'll be walking that way, and I'll just be kind of relaying some of the things you'll hear over here.
Gwen is just being hit with a constant deluge of people she knows dying, and having never experienced that in her entire life, is not sure how to put it into words. And she is like probably that entire time biting her lip, like, or her cheek, or just wishing she knew the words to say to either comfort her or for the situation she's in, and she just does not have them. And Percival and they've spent like a very long time
They've had a
in
working
the Glen.
relationship with her, yeah. They basically met her, I think, on their first job going out to Red Wall, right?
Right.
So you've known her basically since you guys have been here.
Right. And they've spent a very large amount of time trying to save Red Wall.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, it's
And
saved.
That looks pretty safe to
it
me.
is a very bittersweet feeling that she died for, what she was trying to do.
That's something I wanted to bring up. How are your characters dealing with the fact that Omicron also died saving it? Like, he didn't go haywire.
He's a good guy.
It's a Lucis that just did his job.
Yeah.
Rode him into battle, and they saved them as long as they could. I imagine
That's
that's very frustrating detail.
Oh yeah, on that note, Viridian would be thinking, if he was clearly thinking,
Yeah. Just sort of like
why
thoughts in there.
he would be thinking, why couldn't the doctor have gotten more than one right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I'll also say that right now Felix is in a pretty awful spot, mostly because Wayne was already dead when we got there, but
Lance, yeah.
sorry, Lance, did I say Wayne?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm sorry. But seeing Percival die right in front of him is kind of bringing back some
Bad memories.
some bad memories.
Yeah, it's one of those it's one of those awful deaths where they just sit there and die, like in the mines. They don't like get caved in. They're just like, I have dust lung, I can't breathe. I'm just gonna crack one day.
Yeah, Felix.
Then the
I mean,
room got small.
he's had friends before that just like were there one day and then weren't the next. So it's pretty rough. It's not a great time right now. Adding more to the guilt, feeling like he could have done more. If they had maybe planned something better, they could have gotten to Redwall or done something, anything.
If only they had one of those totems.
Yeah. And the woman who gave him away is dead. Isn't that convenient?
Burn in hell.
Look, I didn't decide to give all of them the boots.
No one really decided that. That just kind of happened.
Yeah.
And besides, we don't know that could have saved her.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, we fucked
sorry.
up so
You got
bad.
something, Liam? Sorry, go ahead.
I do actually.
Yeah.
I thought of something.
Go ahead, please.
Gwen kind of, as it continues to process and they continue heading towards the ICU tense area, whatever that is.
Yeah. Whatever we're called.
I guess you'll kind of just come to a stop. And say, she was a hero. She died saving people. And I'm sure she wouldn't regret that.
I agree.
And internally, Gwen is beginning to cope. That might be a parallel to Clara when she walks through that door.
Clara would be so happy.
She's trying to
Brace
process
yourself.
Percival dying for her
Here's how this is a
values
good,
and saving
here's
people.
how this is a good thing, actually.
And she's trying to cope with Percival, is trying to brace herself toward Clara internally.
All right.
Well, that's great. We never got to Viridian's headspace before you decided to take a second turn, mister.
Baze, let's hear it.
Sorry.
So, anyways, in Viridian's headspace, it is the situation where he's very, pretty much as depressed as the other two. And, like, he's never had to go through this, I'm seeing people die in front of me, like, in his life before. But, it is the point where he's in a very, like, similar situation to the fact that, oh, man, all these people are, like, really depressed around me. Which means, unfortunately, I have to be the one to keep them going, because none of us are dead right now. And if we're all depressed and moping about, then we're not going to make it back to Shade, probably. And so it's like, when Rob starts feeling depressed about herself, I have to step up and, like, get the merry men on a new adventure to get them on the next step in path. And he's just like, all right, swallow down my own stuff and go. All right, anyways, dropping back into it, he's like really trying to focus on, I just want to keep these guys moving, please, so that they don't stop.
Yeah.
So he'll be like, yeah, she was a hero. That's how she lived. That's how everyone's gonna remember her. Now let's go find out what's going on with Clara so we can finally settle our minds on it. Come on.
One will nod as they continue moving on.
Hell yeah. Great with the resolve gain for the team. There's you can find the area and pull off a medical staffer who's not immediately moving between places and doesn't look like they're running to save someone. And when you ask, like, you know, we're looking for someone, it's like, you know, she's not like immediately like, fuck off. She's like, oh, okay. And she'll pull up her scroll and everything. She'll go, when you ask about Clara, she's going to pause for a second. She's looking for the list and she goes, I'm sorry to ask, but do any of you still have your scrolls? They're listed down as a huntsman. Well, I think they're in training still, going by the age, but we need verification from any of you if you're any of her associate teammates.
Yeah, of course. Right. Gwen will pull hers out.
Yeah, Gwen, when you're fiddling with your scroll and opening it, you see you do have a couple of messages, like, it's like maybe from Iris being like, hey, are you guys alive? Shit like that. Gwen, can you give me a chance roll?
Chance roll. Yes, sir.
Yes, if you notice.
Damn.
Reed just doesn't have his scroll, right?
Of course.
Or did he get his back?
Yeah, he never
Yeah,
got
he never
it
got
back.
it back. All right,
Oh
good.
my
Don't
Al
like
went
him.
crazy before he
No,
told me
you
where
said-
it was.
No, you said I'm reading?
Yeah, you're
Voracious
reading
reader?
if you're noticing something.
Oh,
Noticer.
voracious reader? No? Smile? Because I read so fast?
Sure, actually. Yeah, that actually is kind of relevant unironically, yeah.
But still chance, yeah.
Yeah, you can add it. So. All right, cool. That's high enough, yeah.
Fuck.
I think Gwen would
that's a
ping
7.
on with a 7. I know.
My bad.
It's not like that high, but I
Sure.
needed to account for it. Because I think she noticed if she wasn't under stress. You do see that in those list of messages, you do have one from Romeo.
Oh.
It is like within this day at like early in the morning.
Gwen
At the
will...
time when you were unconscious, obviously.
Gwen will probably be scrolling through her phone fast and just like... It'll probably just like catch her breath, like take her breath away just for a second. And she's like, oh. And she hesitantly for a second waits and then clicks it to read it.
It's a brief audio message. It's I'm trying. Hey, you hear some kind of panting and stuff and people talking, but it's not as chaotic as you'd imagine. It's a little echoey. I wanted to touch base. I haven't heard from any of you guys in a while, and I don't know if that's we all know what that could mean, so get back to me soon. Gwen, we're in one of the tunnels. I'm helping get people out, and I don't know if I'm going back in or not. I don't know. Just focus on getting out. I don't think this is going well. If you need help, I'll be there. Please, be careful. I'll talk to you all soon. I have to turn this thing off in the dark. And then it cuts off. The medical staffer's looking at Gwen, who is a little confused as she's listening to a message and looks over at like Felix and Bree to see if they have a scroll while Gwen's listening to this. I assume Felix would be like, fuck, fine.
Yeah, Felix will pull his out.
Yeah, she'll offer to take his and just start running through it to check some things and start working on what she's doing with her scroll.
Where's Felix's special message?
You weren't close enough with him. Sorry, bro.
Oh, you're right. I didn't do the side quest. Fuck, you're right.
Brian had one, but he didn't have his scroll. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
That's just how he
Joke is
works.
too long running.
Hey kid, I'm waiting for you at this location. Don't miss our day.
You got my insulin,
Oh,
Ron.
You missed
Hey,
the meetup with
Meridian,
your
I need
dad,
my
dude.
insulin. Call me back.
Holy
Well,
shit, I'm gonna pass out.
Oh, that's too
Fuck.
close.
So you did the whole personal side quest. You did everything. Yep. Even all the routes that get in the secret survive methods. But you forgot the insulin side quest. I just didn't think it was that important.
What?
Dude, it's so expensive.
Dude, I didn't have any room in my
You're
inventory.
picking it up. Oh, why did you
Dude.
fucking quest text?
Dude, there are only so many Zombrexes in the game.
They only sell
Exactly.
on breakfast. Fuck. Alright. As Gwen's just finishing hearing that and processing what to think about that, Staffer will hand it back to Felix and go, right, so Clara Mesora is currently still in the intensive care unit. She's going back into surgery soon, but she's alive. Her condition is dire. We are going to perform another operation on her and then have her shipped off to Vale Medical Hospital on one of the... Well, she was put down, I guess, by the governor or someone as someone of expedited recovery. It said to transfer to Vale Medical Hospital, stabilize her in case there's any more procedures that need to happen, then send her to Shades Hospital immediately. So, none of you can see her, but she'll be on the route there within 3 hours. Sorry if you were hoping to see her.
But she's
Ah, that's fun. That's for the best.
I didn't handle her personally. She's just looking at Gwen. But on her notes and things, there were a lot of strange complications that happened, and they don't really have the tools here to fully assure her full recovery before we ship her out. The best we can do is just keep her breathing right now. We had some trouble with some initial lack of brain activity. But that was mostly to do with her eyes. She wasn't listed as blind on her huntsman identification details. So we had done a misreading on that. Or his signatures and things like that can be very difficult with the brain function. Causes a lot of differences. You should tell her to be more accurate in her materials. I guess she needs someone to write it for her. Sorry.
yeah. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? I do need to get moving soon.
I'm just hearing that she's. Just hearing that
Right.
she's here's good.
Glad to hear it. Okay. You should all go get something to eat. You look very pale. I have to get going. She will scamper off quickly.
Okay.
I suppose that's the best we could hope for.
An air evac directly to Vale's best hospitals. The best we can ask for. Blind.
Felix will grit his teeth.
Why?
Why did she have to do that? Why?
Clara's never one to ever hold back. Why didn't I?
No.
Why didn't I notice she was pushing herself too far?
I told her not to. And she still did it. I can't tell if it's stubbornness or she didn't trust us to So hold his, just like hold his forehead.
I can't.
Why?
With what we were up against, I can't fault her.
I can.
Maybe we.
She shouldn't have done that, Gwen.
Maybe we. What were we thinking? A huntsman, Hauser, an actual huntsman, couldn't beat him. Why did we chase after him?
Because we had to deal with the mess that we are partially responsible for.
I don't know. Maybe Piper was right. Should have just got out of the city. I don't know.
I disagree. Stopping Omega was the right thing to do. Felix will look more genuinely angry than you've probably ever seen him, besides a certain moment in the Battle Festival. He'll, but Clara just couldn't. Did she not trust us to pull the extra weight? Whatever she was doing, she shouldn't have done it. I'm not saying we would have come out fine, but I don't know. But I am angry with her. Very angry.
Well, I can only hope we get the chance to chew her out and tell her to stop being such a hard-headed idiot for next time.
Yes. Oh. I guess we should go make ourselves useful in some way.
Nah. You two need to rest a bit longer. If Clara's moving out in 3 hours or so, make sure that you're good and well to at least be around to give her your prayers as she's being shipped off. I'll go and find Hagios and Rose, join up with the patrols with them.
Do you think they'd let one of us go with her? Someone should.
Well-
someone who she knows should be there with her.
Well, if you're even gonna have a chance of that, you gotta be here when it's happening.
Right.
You should go, Gwen.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's gonna doubt that. That's what a partner's for.
If they let me.
Speaking of,
And if they won't let you go with her, then just stick yourself to the bottom of their bulkhead as it's chipping off.
I don't think I have.
They can't
have
stop
that,
you.
I don't think I have that in me for a round trip to Vale. Last resort, maybe I'll have to resort to it.
In the middle of your conversation, you're all gonna get a alert on your scrolls.
Okay. What's it say? I read
Man, I
it.
really want my scroll back.
Yeah. Felix and Gwen are gonna see it. It's from a number you don't immediately recognize, but it introduces itself as Headmaster Osiris. He's asking if you were all have been seen up and about, if you could report to a location for him. And he'll give you coordinates. They're within the campsite.
Oh, thank
Your
God.
assistance would be much appreciated. So yeah, that's
All
the
right.
message, basically.
All right. Well, we should probably go to that. But as Gwen now has her phone up, she's like, "Oh yeah, okay. Now that Clara, which immediately pulled her out of the Romeo thing, is now somewhat resolved. She'll say, I got a message from Romeo. He's alive, at least as of this time. She
5
says
in
the time
of
He
today,
is.
and you can see it's 11:30ish now.
As of this morning, at least.
Shit is? Really?
That's
Ah.
surprising.
Says he's helping people in the tunnels. Might be finishing up with that. I should try giving him a call. Gwen will try to give him a call. Let's see if he answers.
All right, cool. Ms. Gwen will try and give him a call. We're gonna cut away real quick
To him
Oh.
killing civilians.
To Austin being like, where are they?
to earlier, very, very soon after the call that Romeo had given Gwen earlier this morning. As there's drips coming down from pipes and nervous voices and flashlights flowing through the area. Ahead of the pack, there are two brave men who are leading them away. Romeo Berkowitz and Burke Brandy. Both scuffed, bandaged a bit, but still standing. Romeo lost his shield at some point, still has his sword kind of hung at his hip. And Burke has his shotgun, he's reloading and checking and do field checking and cleaning. Most of his cops aren't here anymore. And he looks over. That's Romeo's still fiddling with his scroll. You here with that? I'm just not used to these newer models yet. Hey, hear anything from him? No. He looks down at his feet for a second, grimacing. Oh, come on, Berkowitz. Don't look too bad. It's Supernova. Yeah, they're probably doing fine. If anything, they're probably tuckered out, all out in the outskirts after having saved the day in there. You know, well, as much as they can. Miracle workers, but they're certainly not half-hearted about this sort of thing, which means they're definitely fine. Come on. He walks up closer to him and nudges him. Listen, Berkowitz, you're doing good so far, but you gotta remember the smiling part of the huntsman thing. I was never that good at it, he says kind of nervously over at him. Well, pretty good at the rest, so I can't complain. How's your leg? It's fine, it's... Hang on. As he says as he's flashing his flashlight, interrupting them and saying, I use that. As Romeo flashes his lights ahead, he sees a couple of hooded figures. And one, a not hooded figure, stood there, greasy hair in his robes, his full adornment, mask still on, and a placid smile. Is Iago, his son, standing there, just in the middle of the railway. Hello? You doing all right there, fellas? Mr. Iago. Beck Brandy. Good to see you. Pleasure meeting you, Matt. Ma'am? Sir, right. You doing all right down here? You know, Berkowitz? Yeah. Iago, did you get your people out of the city? Where we've got a map, and this tunnel should be one of the ones that leads us out. Oh, you're kind of going the wrong way. As Romeo looks behind him and flashes his flashlight as he sees people in the crowd are kind of slowly putting on hoods. And he looks back at Iago questioningly. What are you doing here? And he kind of looks back at Romeo again and starts walking up forward. As Romeo's going to draw his sword, Burke looks surprised but points his shotgun forward as from behind him, an actor sweeps his legs and presses his head down to the ground, disarming him. As Romeo goes to turn to slash at this guy, Iago's going to walk forward and grab at Romeo, who will quickly pivot on his foot to try and go reach out to grab Iago, his semblance pressed and ready. As Iago is touched by Romeo, Iago's own semblance will activate as his aura glows red, as his semblance anti-force will activate, and Romeo will fall to his knees paralyzed, as he'll grab him by the shoulder to help hold him up as the sword clatters to the ground. Oh dear. That's no good. You look so lost in the dark here. How? As he kind of like palms at his face with his other hand. How did this happen now? As Romeo's kind of gasping, trying to speak, being paralyzed, as he's just like feeling his face. Burke's gonna shout up from the ground, "Oh, I don't know what you think you're doing, boy!" As he hears people from behind him let out shouts as they're being stabbed. And, what are you doing? Oh, Margowitz! Margowitz! As Romeo's eyes kind of dart over him in panic as he's trying to clearly fight against whatever force has repelled his semblance back, Iago points his face back towards him. Oh, Berkowitz, that's... that name is my enemy. No. Deny that name there. It's an old one, isn't it? Don't get confused, Officer Brandy. Berkowitz is dead. As Romeo's eyes are locked on Iago's, looking confused and frankly kind of frightened and baffled, Iago's going to reach into his jacket or his cloak with one of his hands, the other holding Romeo's face, and is going to pull out the mask of the Black Knight. As Romeo's eyes bug out, "You were looking for this earlier. Well, I believe it belongs to a man, though he's of some other name. But really, what is a name, besides everything we have? The act of getting one wrong like this, Officer Brandy, and whatever is piloting my dear friend's body here, well, that's the most sinister of them all. Berkowitz, that name is no part of thee. You know it well. Wherefore art thou, my dear friend?" As he's slowly putting the mask towards Berkowitz's face, as he's shaking, stammering, trying to get out of it. As it comes on, he lets go, and Romeo just stays on his knees, but rips his hands up to his face to try and rip it off, and starts screaming and sweating, ripping the mask, trying to pull it off, but it's stuck to his face. Possibly just from his own instinct. Yes. Berkowitz, as Burke is shouting at him, Romeo! He's dead. Long has he been dead. What kind of man would parade himself around as a human while he commits such atrocities? What kind of man would bear such a thing in his own cupboard, safe as can be? And what sort of man, he says as he looks towards his actor who's walking up, would carry out such vicious slaying of one's own wife? No, Romeo is dead. Dead at the hands of my friend, the Black Knight. Long live his name. Isn't that right? As he grabs Romeo's chin. We've had this discussion before. I've seen you in there. So why do you hide from me now? Dear Gavura, you're in there, aren't you? As Romeo's eyes behind the masks glows red from his semblance. Iago is going to reach over to this guy and grab the bloody pipe they had recovered from one of the scenes of the killings Romeo had committed. And will offer it to Romeo, who's just knelt on the ground. And you will take a pleasant step back and smile. As Romeo is just holding this pipe, aimlessly, looking shaggy behind the mask, panting and breathing and sweating hard as people are being killed behind them. As Burke screams, Berkowitz, they're killing people! We've got to... As his head is blown apart by the pipe swinging down heavy on him. As Gevura rises up, looking at the pipe and then looking around at the people dying, and looks at this actor nearby and swings and blows his head off as well for the insolence of being near him, and turns towards Iago. Why did you do that? Well, I told you before. We were friends. We're willing to accept no matter what you are in there, Gevura. Please, would I have named you something just to throw you away? It's how only the most intimate bonds are made, like a mother to their child. Though I would not claim that position. That would be the bard's duty. He is the one who spoke to me of you, and spoke to me of my mission here. Though I have found us many new friends, he says, gesturing towards the actors killing these people they were pretending to be scared of. You were the fairest rose I came to find. The Black Knight. Gevura. That grim to be able to find behind human skin. Oh! What a treat. They'll love you. Seriously. Will you come with me? I feel you owe me at least one favor. Please, Gevura, as he raises the pipe to hit him. I just ask that you come along, and if you are disappointed by the meeting, I will prostrate myself and allow you to tear this very vessel apart. But until then, please, just hold yourself back. We can find many people on the way to... Can you just stop talking? Sure. You're ruining it. As he breathes over, as he starts shoving these actors out of the way, killing the ones that don't get out of the way soon enough, and just going through these people. Being in this body's been so aggravating. If you let me out, fine! As he's cleared through the rest of the bodies. As there's a lot of more dripping noises of blood now. As he'll brandish the pipe over towards Iago. But if this isn't worth it, I'm wearing your body next. And I'm finding whatever you care about in that weird burnt face of yours. Got it? Peachy. Come along, Gevura. As he will wave his hand, smiling and giggling to himself, as he'll take one last look at Burke. And any last remnant of Romeo is discarded as he just digs around in his pockets and starts dumping things like wallets, the picture of his wife, his scroll, that in a few hours from now will ring out echoing into an empty subway. Only the corpses to hear it.
I'm fucking
Glad you got
pissed.
Glad you got the
Yay!
early.
No fucking way.
Fucking
Why'd you have to call him?
Did I do that?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He wouldn't have transformed.
He actually
if
would have
didn't.
lived if you didn't call.
No, Liam, that just would have played at the end of the session instead of now. It's cooler this way. You did good. Listen, guys, he was fucked the minute he was a Shakespeare character.
Dude,
you gotta
no,
be
this
picking
is-
up on
Noah.
this by now.
Look.
Did you call him D. Gavura?
What? No, he's just Gavura.
I thought you said D. Gavura.
No, I
Like
was just probably
Xenolo's
butchering
D.
my
Gavura?
No, I was probably just... I was probably just slurring my words as I was speaking, like I often do.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought you just named your character after Xenolo's.
It would have been really funny.
I thought
just
you were
named...
fucking with me.
I just used Gavura as a basis for Xenolo's last name. They do have the same last name.
Wow, I
Fair
love
enough.
the Saphira.
Gevura is from the Jewish Sephiroth, the Tree of Life.
The what?
The
It's what
whole-
he
There's
saw-
a
it's what
Jewish Sephiroth?
Yeah, it's what
Is he in Kingdom Hearts?
It's what Isod and Hawkmar are both from.
Not in our version.
Yeah.
I love Project Moon.
I like Jewish mysticism just like Project Moon. Fuck you.
Okay.
Anyway, he's off to go meet the bard. I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah. Listen. Is the medical staff guy gonna run over and be like, "Oh my God, Clara's convulsing. Something happened."
Clara's convulsing. No, Gwen just
Clark
finishes
can
the call.
feel Burke Brandy dying.
All right,
He's
Gwen,
having a
leave your
seizure.
message for Romeo.
Hey, Romeo, why'd you laugh?
Yeah, this is the most sad thing ever.
Hey, Romeo, it's Gwen. We're all right. We're here in Redwall. I'm glad to hear you're all right. I hope we can meet up soon. Hope you're doing well. I can't wait to see you again. Stay safe. Bye.
Meanest thing I've done to Gwen all session, to be honest.
Fuck. You must be busy.
I suppose.
Yeah, Gwen just sort of looks off into the distance,
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah. Not much else to say. That's pretty rough. Right.
Let's go see what our second favorite headmaster has to say.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Okay. I'll get right over there.
Gail has left you a recorded message. She couldn't be here in person.
Gail has said, "Oh my God, don't trust this guy
Wait.
named Merlot."
Why are there like 12 tapes? Oh, she made copies for any combination of who's
Mistake.
dead or not.
Fuck. Oops. Fuck. Oops. Fuck.
This
Yeah,
is the
you
tape.
didn't have to send the bloopers.
This is the tape of Felix and Clara are dead. Viridian, Gwen, Ruff.
All right. Oh, I have to actually get this.
How come you made Soul Survivor ones for everyone but Clara?
There was no fucking way, dude.
There's literally no.
Toto's not here to stop me from making jokes. He's been on his talk-killing mission for like a month now. He just caught up to her, I think. It's very exciting.
He had his head twisting gloves on. Haven't seen those in a while.
I haven't seen those in a while. Damn, Daddy looking good. I'm leaving, and you're grounded. No!
I shouldn't have called him Daddy. That's on me.
I don't think I should have called him Daddy.
Bit weird on my part. Anyway, who survived?
Fuck, what was I thinking?
Felix, you're the only survivor.
Almost
Ow.
like the soul survivor.
I
Hey,
hope they didn't die
Felix.
too.
Do you like Deltarune?
Make sure your soul doesn't come out, Felix.
Felix, pull your soul out. Come on.
Pull your soul out.
There are two Gales. Make sure your soul doesn't come out.
Felix,
Pull it out.
whatever
Come on,
you do, do not play an 8-bit game. A small version of you.
It will kill you. I didn't say anything.
Stop
Are we
it. Blake's
stimming?
right. Stop stimming.
You're
We're
right.
almost at Blake's scene.
Yeah, good one.
Ugh.
All right.
Don't make me
So-
puke.
You guys will make your way and through the camp, and you go through a couple checkpoints to get here because this seems to be the like command operations command tent. This is pretty like official. Like this is where the entire operation on the current like occupation of the area against the Glen is. So you have to go through a couple bits of checkpoint and actually show some ID and be all of a sudden like, okay, yeah, they've been allowed in. And after 15 minutes of bureaucracy, you can finally make it to the tent where there's tons of armed forces guy milling about the area and stood in front of the door standing guard. Eyes down to the floor mostly is Moore's. She's bandaged. She's standing. But you can't really see her eyes. And she's not like immediately noticing people approaching. Yeah, tough call.
Well, we approach.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
I guess.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we all move up.
Okay.
Hi, horse.
Supernova.
Glad to see you. Made it out with Glenn.
She just sighs. You have clearance to be in here?
Professor Osiris told us to meet here.
Oh. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, we better have clearance. If they want us to give what little we have left.
Mm-hmm. Okay. She kind of pauses, looking off to the side awkwardly.
She's in intensive care. There. Need to fly her to Vale.
She closes her eyes and nods, and will step aside to let you guys in.
Before we go in, Felix will stop
Yeah.
next to Moors and be like, I know it doesn't change anything, but the beast that did this, we took care of it.
It should have been me. The prince got him. He had to protect me in a moment of failure. Please go ahead. I don't wish to speak about this. I'm sorry.
I suppose that's fair.
Thank you for doing what you could for him. I hope it's enough to make him survive this. She'll take a few harsh breaths, as like she's trying to stop herself from having a fucking panic attack immediately upon thinking about this, and will just bow down her head and let you through the erected doors. As I said, these things are like kind of structural buildings now, not just full tents, because of how dusk can work. And I'll step you guys inside, and I will go clear the fog of war in just one moment. Okay. Now,
Can I, before you do that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, let me. You want to say something to Moors?
Okay.
Um.
This bitch needs it.
She's Artie's partner, right? Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Lance's Wayne's. How do I want to phrase it? Moors, don't.
She winces and looks away.
Don't think that way. He's your partner. You both have each other's back, and he had
I'm
yours.
his partner.
And
I'm his knight, his loyal servant and confidant.
I don't really care much for Valish politics, but you're on a huntsman team with him.
What to hear you have to say, then.
Well, you're on a huntsman team with him, and he's your huntsman partner. So you cover each other, regardless of
It's
anything
not
else.
How this is supposed to happen? And she grabs Gwen by the throat.
He's still alive. You got him out.
Shut up! She's gonna start trying to strangle Gwen.
Felix will push, like, get in front of her and be like,
Yeah, this guy walks up and grabs Morris. Just get
didn't
in
mean anything by it.
there. Just get in there.
Gwen, let's go.
Speak without meaning. I'll just spit on the ground and walk to the side, shaking, eyes crazed and scared. Gwen, when you looked her in the eyes and she stared at you, she looked more afraid of you in that moment than anything.
I wish him best in recovery. And she'll head inside.
Can I stay out here with Moors for 1 second?
Sure. Ready unless you want to say.
He's gonna go in with Gwen because she seems more loose at the moment, but he'll look back at Felix and go, "Don't say anything to set anyone off."
I will try, Viridian.
Okay, well, I'll let you know. Since you're trying, it's best to keep things short right now.
I think I'm usually short with my words, he'll say as he walks in, and just shake his head. Felix will,
Dress down more as it walks off.
yeah. Felix will just look at her and be like, I just want to say, Morris, that I understand being so devoted to another. I would feel awful. I don't really have anything else to say, that I just understand.
Takes a deep breath and bites back. You don't understand as her first instinct, and then slowly nods, quietly biting her lip, whimpering a little bit like she doesn't trust her words at you, and is appreciative enough. And goes back to trying to stand tall and not look like she's just shaking in her boots.
Alright, Felix will turn
Much
around.
appreciated.
Yeah, he'll turn around and walk in, not wanting to overstay his welcome there.
Yeah. I'm not gonna push this.
I
got through to her. That's good enough. And I'll walk
Yeah.
away.
Severin didn't answer anything because their relationship has always been a little shaky, but also he has no idea how she actually feels about this because they weren't
Yeah.
just a huntsman team. Artie meant more than everything to her.
Yeah, this bitch is, he did a lot for her. It's hard. Not that Gwen didn't come from the right place, just unfortunate. So, as you walk in, is a busy room with people talking quickly, not necessarily shouting over each other, but quickly responding and arguing. As the heads of the table are at the moment not overpowering anyone and just watching some of the officers discuss it. As we have a full cast of Valish military officers in uniforms and stripes that you might not know by heart, but can tell put them on a high office. The warden captain, at least one of his officers from the local wardens, who are like, the grim monitoring agencies in cities and Vale and stuff. You ran to them like on one mission. The governor is here with Enoch. The governor is currently shooting down something the military officers are trying to argue with him furiously. And when you walk in, he will look at you and look annoyed and glare over at Osiris like he wants to fucking reach over the giant table and strangle him. As by Osiris's side, who's leaning over, asking him questions and getting his opinion on something, is a tall, older-looking gentleman, maybe 50s, 60s, hard to say, in full military regalia. Once again, I'm not sure how much you guys know about the Valish military, but this is General Cromwell. Viridian can probably guess he seems very important. The red coat of arms that he wears is normally reserved for high-ranking, if not just the absolute military authority in Vale in time. So, I mean, it's something that you might pick up by osmosis living in Vale, but he's never been the guy who's like, yeah, I can name you our governors, but context clues with the way people are treating him in the room gives anyone the clue that he's the big whiz as he's speaking with Osiris, who is in his usual attire, sipping his mug, and of anyone in the room looks the most unflappable. Despite
Right.
Mr. Sir Beaumains in the corner stood with some Valish armed forces on another wing of this building. And you see, poking their head out to say something to one of the forces, looks like some kind of nurse or something, and then they quickly retreat back in. As you will enter, Governor McDonald goes to start saying something, but clearing over his voice quickly is the deep voice of General Cromwell. Are these them, then? Yes. Team Supernova, please, if you would come here. Up to the table. I'm sorry to ask this of you. I'm sure you're all exhausted after being inside the plane. Gesture for you guys to stand up to the table here and give you a polite, terse smile, like he knows he's, kind of awkward, but he's trying to at least show that he's sorry he had to bring you to the table. As General Cromwell will lean over the table. He's pretty big. He's not Viridian big. He's like 6'1" or something. And Governor McDonald is going to bellow over the table at all of you. You don't have to tell them anything. In fact, it would be best if you don't. Knowing what they want to know about this will only lead to more civilian casualties caught in the crossfire. You can't be seriously expecting this to be the plan we accept going forward. I don't plan for you to accept it. I plan for you to listen to it and follow orders. I don't take orders from one of the 53 barons. I don't take orders from anyone but the king. And I have been invested with full military powers here to deal with this situation. Governor, this is not some matter we can take lightly, Osiris says again, as we have informed you many times. I don't care what you're saying! You're talking about my people in this city! Don't answer any of his questions! And don't make me to remove you from this room. I'd love to see you try, Cromwell! You ladder-climbing glory fiend! But was one war not good enough for you? You want more blood? Team Supernova. General Cromwell leans his way over towards you, over the table, staring you all down with a cold, gray-eyed expression. I'm going to ask you some very simple questions, and you're going to answer them for me. All right? They're children, for the goddess's sake! You don't need to involve them. Even if they do have a testimony, it's not accurate. They're just trainees. None of your men could be there because all they'd be doing is stepping on the necks of my people. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Cromwell? Governor's just red-faced snarling as Enoch's raising more objections. More officers are talking. And they start shouting at each other over the table. And Cromwell just lets out a quiet! Deep guttural, clears the room, rattles you to the bone, and slams the table and stares back at you all. Let the children talk, or I am wasting their time. And mine. Please, if you all would.
Just go ahead.
Where were you in the siege? Not the siege. Where were you at the time of the incident in the Glen? And he'll pull out his watch and recite the time of, let's just say, it's probably like 10:57 into the previous evening. It should be around the time you killed Omega in the Cryon.
Sorry, how did he?
He's saying,
What was
where
the
were
question?
you?
When?
Where were you?
Where were we when the Madonna showed up, basically?
Yes.
Yes.
What's that
This
street
one-
called?
Yeah,
The
Emerald Square? Emerald Crossing.
Emerald Crossing. Ronald doesn't
Wait.
answer.
He waits for all of you to answer.
Emerald Crossing.
Yeah.
Don't do this. No, looks over at Viridian, the last one to answer. Contradict their story. General! Governor, shut up! He shouts at some vague military officer that he doesn't care about and glares back at Cromwell, then Viridian. If you want to save these people, then you won't answer! Viridian. Headmaster Osiris' calm voice answers over the table.
Why is he so freaked out? What's gonna happen when we answer all your questions?
Cromwell's a stone wall. He doesn't respond even a bit. Where were you at the time, 10:57, in the previous evening? He's going to take the city! All of it! Seal the exits! He wants this thing caged!
What even is the situation in the city?
Yes, we're
Governor.
not really...
I'm
aware
going
of
to
the
have to
situation.
ask you to be taken out of the tent if you are going to compromise our operations here.
I know.
And some of the Valish armed forces start to walk towards him. He just slaps one of them away, and they look a little nervous about this order. If you're removing Otto, you know this is going to cause more problems than just now. You really are worried about bigger problems now. I am not. Do not make me remove you as well, Enoch. As Otto is going to be dragged out of the room screaming and look towards you once last time. I have faith you can make the right decision here, Supernova. I didn't see nothing in you. So he taken outside.
Was Otto the one who said? You said someone gave Clara priority to go to Vale.
Yeah, he's the governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, he would do it. It's on his
Yeah,
personal.
he's
shit.
the one. He's the one.
Yeah, it's probably like his personal bullhead.
He's a good guy. Well,
Well.
define good. I mean, you know.
He's morally complicated, but we like that.
He's morally complicated.
He hired us.
He's paying the bills.
Where were you at 10:57 on the previous evening, Mr. Emmys? Meridian. I would advise you to be as helpful as possible.
Meridian's gonna close his eyes for a second. Then he's going to.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
right. Yeah, good. And then he's going to say, well, I haven't had my scroll for a while, so I don't remember times exactly. But I think we were in the tunnels on our way from Merlot Labs to somewhere.
Your way of indicating your position at Merlot Labs could compromise yourself and leave you up to many more questions that are much more uncomfortable than answering me when you were at 10:57, in honesty.
Yeah, I know.
Strike his answer from the record. Yes, sir. He looks back to the rest of the team. Were you engaged and involved with the slaying of the identified white blur, Lucis Grim manifestation within the city? It spoke over the microphone, identifying itself as Omega.
Yes, we killed it.
Felix will look at Gwen to. Wait a moment. What did he mean earlier? Closing off the city.
He looks towards Rune to see if he answers.
Meridian's going to go and say, we fought it in the tunnels, but we weren't the ones that killed it.
Strike his answer from the record. The same officer nods, and Osiris winces again, pained. He will continue on, now knowing Felix is stopping to answer and look at Gwen. Were you there for the manifestation of the Madonna of Grief that denies it? The black entity with the mask that caused the effect of the Calamity Grim.
The what?
It is a calamity. Were you there when it was manifested?
Gwen looks at her team.
Felix will just stare at her. Like, Gwen, I don't know if we should be answering this anymore. They have us at a disadvantage.
He's just bent over the table, palms to it, staring holes into Gwen. She can feel the pressure in those eyes.
Gwen looks at Osiris.
He looks tired. Osiris sighs and he frowns like he knows she understands the problem of answering, but also the problem of not. He says, Miss Aranea, I'm sorry to ask you a favor, but if you could please answer truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
Just tell him the answer. You're this far. Enoch says, tired. They're gonna get it one way or the other. He says, looking to the guy who's striking answers from the record.
Gwen looks at Felix and Meridian. I don't really. I can imagine what Otto's concern would be, but letting things go on. I don't think that's a secret we can hold to ourselves.
Feeling Cromwell's unblinking stare is just waiting on you like a fucking weight on your shoulder.
She looks at Viridian. What's Viridian look like? Because he's literally giving false answers.
Right, what Viridian looks like. Viridian looks like that he is, well, you can't really get the read into why he's doing it, but it's probably because he's like, oh, Otto's freaking out. And I don't really know how much I trust the Crown at this point. I don't want to let him know that we were there at Ground Zero. You don't know how far he's reading into that, but, he does, since his previous statements were stricken from the record, he does look a bit, not annoyed, but he's got that, like, placid, I'm done with this, defiant kind of look on his face.
Gwen sits there contemplating.
Well, if she takes a while, Viridian's going to give an answer.
No, Gwen will speak.
You know, he's going to go and say, yeah, I don't know what that is. The worst thing we dealt with in there was Omega.
I strike that answer from the record. Yes, sir. People are dying, Miss Araneo. That's all he says.
Gwen will look at Enoch.
His head's in his hands on the table. He looks tired and he looks so defeated and frustrated.
Is there any hope for the Glen either way?
No. No, it's all over. They don't need either answer either way. It's just about how fast it's going to be. You're not going to take the fall. No one is. With the people who don't deserve it.
And yeah, we killed Omega, and then it appeared.
Yes. Very good.
And
that is...
if the whatever the Madonna that whatever you just said is a grim that makes you cry black pools, that's I don't even know how to describe it.
Your description is sufficient enough. Thank you for your service. Please evacuate yourself from the property of the tent. Or from the building. We're commencing the operation now. We've delayed too long. It could have already begun to spread. I do not.
What exactly are you doing?
He just ignores you and is offering off answers to everyone else. Osiris pipes up. I'm conscientiously objecting to this. Yes, I know. Get out of here as well. As Osiris sighs like this was a routine he'd already expected to happen and will begin to make his way out of the room with you. As Enoch huffs and slams his fist on the table and starts walking out.
Guess we all leave.
As they're all starting to leave, someone's going to burst through the door. Second. Music.
It's Clara.
Hey guys!
Wait, we didn't see anything.
Despite his armor, he looks much different. He's a young man in a mask where you can still see his face enough, in a red tabard and armor, and he's going to clatter the door open and blow a French bugle style like horn. As he opens up, there's just like a moment's pause as he just feels immediately the stare of General Cromwell on him and looks like he, in that moment, wants to fucking die, like he was not ready for it. Announcing, Sir Melion, Chive, Ark, and Benavir! And he quickly dives back out and opens the door for them as Otto throws the door open, himself banging this guy in the face as he stumbles out. What is the meaning of this? As Otto and Moors are entering as well, as muscling in, shoving Otto to the side, is a giant fucking guy. Once again, not Viridian. No, actually, no, I'd say this guy is probably taller than Viridian. In a big gray set of armor. No identifiable features besides the big fur cloak and the big metal sword. Following after him is a shaggier, hunched over man, also in more armor, lighter bit, with a rifle slung to his back. Following him is a familiar face to you all, is Historia Arc in her regular knight attire. She sees Viridian and you all, and is a bit surprised, but quickly turns her face back to neutral professionalism of her station and importance of their task. And in the middle is a tall man, 6'1" maybe, red hair, burning red eyes, and a grip on his belt as he's walking in over a slight bit of armor and robes. And the grip kind of hooked under his belt hook is the sight of a hand that is veins bulging, looking like he's ready to immediately strangle someone if he had the ability to not control himself for a second. As he stares forward, as the squire behind them awkwardly stands there, not really having been ready to have been knocked backwards by Otto. Where? Oh, sorry. No. The Vale Squire is going to have to muscle himself back in here. This is his job. I forgot. To all present parties, on the announcement, on the eve of the new day at 12:12 in the evening, it was recorded that as the pressure in the room is slowly amping up, as this is this guy's worst day ever alive. The passing of King Artorius Guild, hereby in statement of His Majesty's evaluation and enactment of King Artorius Guild, long may he reign. Where's the king? Benavir says quietly but firmly, as he stares over it past you all towards Osiris and Cromwell. Oh, Grand Marshal, this is horrible news. Cromwell says as bluntly as possible, as people in the room are making noises. Beaumains has walked up from the table and is walking over here. Where's the king? Bedivere repeats one more time, tightening his grip. He's over here, sir. Back in the medical room. He just starts walking. He pushes past Otto. Otto is open-mouthed, just staring at this as he is going to leave and go into this room. And Beaumain's kind of looking sheepish. Sir Melion over here is going to turn around and just walk out, leaving. Sir Chive here is going to kind of awkwardly scratch the back of his neck, look at Historia and go, well, that's like our job done, knight. Oh, hey, Morris, long time no see. As he goes to walk up to Morris, he walks past him, and he goes, yeah. And he just walks out. As Historia is going to grab Morris by the shoulder, looking concerned. And, what's your guys' immediate reaction to this?
Disbelief.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that's not good.
Oh, the king is dead. Man, that sucks.
Let's see if
I
they
wish
go
I could
to-
feel anything right
Sorry.
now.
Yeah. Out of
Guys.
the room, everyone. Cromwell reminds dully. As you are all shepherded by nervous soldiers out of the room.
Hmm.
Morris is fallen, and Historia is like helping her walk forward as Osiris is flanking her, saying something to her. Otto is walking out kind of just in a daze.
Hmm.
Just the most compliant he's looked all day. Romaine
Notice
walks
I've
by
just-
you, Viridian Eiley goes, "Oh, I'm gonna go find Chive." Walks off.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Sir Chive, the guy who just left.
Oh, he's gonna go find him. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm debating if I want to say something as Gwen that might be psychotic.
Go for it. Fuck him. He deserved it.
Gwen is gonna go, oh, come on!
Oh, come on.
Everything's coming up Supernova.
You're gay!
Come on,
Runs.
Liam, it's TV time!
Webs his pen, runs.
Hmm.
While you think about it, I can read some
Flip
descriptions.
a coin.
So Viridian, these are all Knights of the Round Table, obviously, you know.
Yes.
Sir Bedivere is the Grand Marshal of the table. He's the head of the Knights. He commands them. He's the chief. And in his position as Grand Marshal, his duty is to always be at the side of the king. And part of the deal of being Grand Marshal is why he has no last name, is you immediately give up your name, titles. If you're married, you leave them. Like, you don't, no inheritance towards your family. You are cut off and just become the branch sword of the royal forces. So, like, I mean, Viridian likes knights. He probably knew about Bedivere, at least.
Yeah, Viridian fucking loves knights.
It's pretty crazy that he just walked past you all, and the whole shebang is going on here.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I wish I could feel anything at all.
Anything right now, but I'm in hell.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know any of the others, and I don't think he'd be rolling acumen, but I'm just filling in
Gotcha.
some time while Liam considers his action.
Well, it's good to know that the big dick of chivalry is here.
He's here to
That's
save
awesome.
the king.
Yeah.
All right, I've decided. I'll do it.
All right.
Okay, Gwen, after sitting through that interrogation, and potentially feeling like she may have just signed the death warrant destruction of the Glen, even if she knows from what they said it probably would have happened anyway, but she is really upset. And now she's in this room filled with Valish nobles, and all this just is
Pomp.
is so much pomp.
She had
and
a French
circumstance.
bugle in her ear.
She has a yes. Her friend is dying. She's really upset at the whole everything, and turns towards General Cromwell. You know, I answered your questions, so why don't you answer one for me? Just shouting.
All the officers nearby look at
This
him.
room's loud as fuck with people.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
maybe
starting to
not.
issue like rapid fire commands about the operation. All the military officers nearby you look fucking scared as he said that. And he just looks over like to the side to the other one and goes, strike that from the record. Leave.
You're asking about all this. Well, which
Remove
genius
it from the
of you
room.
Valish nobles signed
As these
off?
guys walk up to you and grab you by the
She's gonna
shoulders.
shove them off. Signed off on turning off power to the Glen, causing this whole thing to begin with.
He looks back at you once. Child, leave the room. Or I will have you hung.
The migration was coming by, and you thought that was a good idea?
One of these guys is gonna hit Gwen in the back of the head with a rifle butt. Whether it actually hurts her enough is gonna just like make her probably stagger. They're just gonna like grab her and throw her out of the room and stand in front like, please, man, please calm down. Man, please. The
Shoves
general
off
will
them
have
and
you
steps
hung.
away.
He looks relieved. He didn't want to do that. He felt really bad. Thank you. As he will go to shut the door nervously. Officer, strike it
I'm
from the
sick
record.
of this nobility.
Strike it from the record.
He's fucking people.
Strike this from the record. Fuck you!
She shouts at the door once, and you just hear Gwen screams that at the door, and you just hear the slow belly chuckle turning into a full blown laugh from Otto. You've been saying something I've always wanted you to say. You know what? Fuck you, Cromwell! You penny-pinching pickaninny fuck! And fuck you, Artorias! He spits on the ground. Rest in hell, you old foul! You foul demon!
Gwen looks a little.
Enoch's like,
far.
Otto, as Osiris is like trying to talk to Morris and was trying to apologize to all of you, the story looks up flabbergasted. Morris is frozen. And all of them! Look at what they do! Pieces on a board! They don't even know the people they take their land from! That's unbelievable! The royal household of Guild, one cripple to the next, the Cripple King they'll call him! That raging fool! Artorias, he's going to drive this country to the bone! And for what? So we can sit for a few decades after the war and feel grand about ourselves? We've done nothing with our victories! We've let our people fall to the wayside! We've let no one grow fatter but the merchants here! But the people in power! And for what? A boy king who's gone mad already! I hope he dies before we get a chance, so all we'll be left is with that mad girl, and not to scramble and excuse why we should continue the charade! As he's gonna pause his screaming, as you think he's huffing and puffing. But he's not huffing and puffing. He's instead stock still. As it's gonna be a second, as you all kind of realize that like something's moved, and like you look over and what's a good way of putting it? It's like you realize very slowly that at some point Mors and Osiris are over here. And Osiris has tried to wrestle Mors to the ground behind him. He moved almost as quickly as he did, but not quick enough, as slowly the half of Otto that was at the top is going to slide down into a bloody heap, as Mors has just in a fit of pure rage, as she's screaming on the ground, bisected Barnaby Otto McDonald, as Enoch screams in agony as his friend dies in front of him. Immediately, soldiers start moving in, and you see people poke their heads out from the tent in swift orders, and then more soldiers run out and start standing in lines and throwing up earth dust walls.
Holy
This is what Tori just says in absolute pain as she runs over towards her as she's... Oh no. Enoch grabs to his feet and looks over at Morris in just bafflement and looks at Otto, who's just quickly, someone's throwing a bag over him, just like a cover, and just like, guys, you never seen like, it's like when you've seen bodyguards in real life and someone's getting shot or something. Guys are just like body blocking the area around him, like shoving people out of the way to like stand in the way of the dead body.
Holy fuck.
Osiris just sighs. Historia, please take her away. As Morris is just sobbing uncontrollably. And she's just gonna pick Morris up and look at the guy who was pointing a gun barrel at him, stare at him like, I'm going to take her somewhere. And he just nods at the knight to get in the way. And they're gonna be moved off. Osiris is gonna walk over. He's gonna look at Enoch and look like he really wants to say something but knows it's not his place. He's gonna quickly pace over towards you all as this guy's like trying to shove Viridian out of the way. Team Supernova, I'm very sorry. Can you please come with me? They won't want people here. He looks so uncomfortable and like angry.
Yeah.
What?
Viridian, she is probably shocked. So Viridian grabs Gwen by the collar, not like lifting her up, but like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull you aside. Yeah, we're getting out of here. Fuck.
Yeah, view on maps. Sorry,
Get
Liam.
going,
He
Gwen.
was probably gonna have a crash out no matter what.
Like 200. I'm actually in shock right now. You actually have sent me into like, oh, what the fuck have I done? The worst part is I'm like, oh, he's talking shit about Artie. I really should have gone and do something about that. That's not a good look. Me. Oh man,
probably
I'm
could have saved
lightheaded.
him.
Too
If you
fucking
just wiped his
bad.
mouth, you probably could have saved him.
If
I
only you
literally
had
thought
Wild Moors up before this. Jeez, Glenn.
I'm so sorry.
Whoa!
Every part of this is your fault.
Oh my god. There's a lot of
Ta-da.
jokes of Liam.
Damn
You
it,
got
man.
that
He's
guy
gonna
killed.
hang herself after this
I got
session.
that guy killed.
This is rough.
Yeah, he died.
He's not doing okay.
Yeah, no. See, he
Think
died.
he's okay?
He died, so that medical order for Clara, they just like stopped trying.
Think they could put the pieces back
He's
together?
gone, so you know.
Clara, she
God.
looks at Clara, she's gone. You
Man.
did this, parentheses, you
Man.
did this.
Who's gonna tell Hans about this?
Oh.
Did
Dude,
my daddy go out like a hero?
dude, he died saving, he died saving people.
Yeah, big guy. You're damn right he did.
Damn right he did, he was bad. Your dad was so fucking based.
He went down like he lived, fighting for the Glen.
Dude, that's
I
like
didn't-
the last time we're gonna fucking see more. She's gonna just be locked up. She killed a fucking Baron.
Oh, it's fine.
She did
Dude,
kill my
dude,
governor.
Artie's
She
the
killed his
king.
governor.
He's not gonna let that happen. What are you talking about?
I'm sure that will look.
Fuck that.
I'm sure that will look great.
No one's gonna
Just
hear
cover it up.
Like,
Yeah, he'll
what
just
the
cover it up.
fuck? You think people
Yeah.
are gonna hear about this? You dumb? What are you
Yeah.
dumb?
Dude, this is
He
getting
died
covered
in the
up
Mountain Glen
instantly.
incident.
Dude, isn't someone gonna tell people about this? No.
Dude,
Ah.
these people are corrupt as fuck. Who gives a fuck? They don't care.
What was it? The third or fourth strike that from the record that gave you the clue that didn't really fucking matter.
It was before the first one, even.
I could just tell, honestly. You take one look at that guy, and you know what's happening. The dead eyes, I fought in the Great War. It was an
Damn,
awful
dude.
stare.
Fuck!
General
live through that?
Cromwell. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you anything, Mr.
They're calling
Cromwell.
him Murderous Liam.
Liam.
That's what they're calling him.
Ah.
Can we get a... Can we
At
get
least
some
he died
art
when
on
Gwen
that?
was based.
Every
On what?
every move you made since arriving on this map
Every
Guys,
led
you're
to
gonna
his
make
death.
you're gonna make Liam never speak up again.
Dude.
Calm down.
Good.
My game's scripted.
Of all
Shut
the
up.
things that could have happened from that,
Dude.
that was not one I thought would happen.
Dude, the
was
auto
foreshadowed.
I'm
Shadow.
really kicking myself for not stopping him from shit talking Artie.
Did
I
Auto
was
have to
fucking-
start that saying,
Ooh.
"Man, Gwen, great call, man, great call. Let me try."
That's player reactivity, baby.
Anything, man. You can do anything in D&D, guys.
Whoa, nice
Oh.
reference. You can do anything. Nice. Skin. Here, give me some skin.
Man,
That's
I
what
really,
these tanks are.
I
It says
really,
that these tanks are gone.
I
Moving
really
out.
wish Morris rolled like a 1 on that attack.
Yeah, I didn't give her a chance roll. Really fucked up of me, honestly.
She drips.
Oh yeah, you guys lost resolve. Sorry, I forgot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, dude,
we're
that's
at
fine.
like -9 anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised they knew the name of that Grim.
No,
yeah,
I have a
Gwen's just gonna be in shock
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit.
you should
No,
be
I
like,
have a
what the fuck?
No, I have a question.
How the fuck have they
No,
already
stop.
identified it by name?
Like, so we're still like in our clothes, right? Like,
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
our faces are washed basically for sanitary reasons.
Yes.
That
yeah,
is
you
really funny. We were just like
It's-
sitting
you guys
here.
are like revenants. Like this is rough. You
Dude,
guys
this
are
is awful.
living right now. You are walking from tragedy and just have not been able to watch it away. This is hell.
I'm throwing my Glenn t-shirt away. This shit sucks.
You guys have to explain to Clara how like 5 people died in the camp.
Clara, I'm
No.
so happy you weren't there for any of it. You would have been so sad.
I would have saved him. That's
I
not
would
the
have
point.
saved. I would have saved Presidio.
I rescue.
I would have just told them what they needed and we would have been out of there
Yeah, we
lickety
could have just
split.
left. Fuck that guy. Alright,
He betrayed us. Clara?
so I guess those-
Hey, Liam, you know, honestly, it could have gone worse. That guy threatened to hang you.
he did. He said, "I'll hang you, leave." He probably didn't mean it.
Yeah, he probably didn't mean it.
Listen, you guys are getting up pretty good that Artie is silence is a valid option. That definitely is going in the thumbnail.
No. Thank you. That's perfect.
Listen. I was waiting for the Morris crash out for so long.
Damn.
That was
Sorry.
a build-up crash.
I'm sorry my words to her didn't do enough. My bad.
In the thumbnail, you are putting a semi-transparent auto behind Gwen.
Oh
He
wait.
embodied her.
Oh no.
Listen, Ben. You did
embolden
good.
her, you motherfucker. You better not say. I did not embolden her. I guess I kind
And then you were putting a sweat drop on
no.
Gwen's temple.
Ben, you were a very good donation to the other side of the Moors train, but the Moors train had a lot of other donations this arc,
Yeah.
including
that's
just
rough.
fuck him.
Just fuck 'em.
Get over it.
Yeah. Transparent auto.
Listen, everything could have been saved in this moment. I'm no blame.
I would have intercepted.
Let's go see what Osiris has.
It's okay. I would have been the one to say something stupid.
I would have broke his head.
I would have caused it.
Clara's still here in
What-
spirit.
why
Let's
do
move
I-
on if we're still
why-
gaming.
I
Yeah,
do
we
I
should.
feel
I want
like-
to wrap up the Glenn in this session. So,
Yeah, let's hurry it up.
Richard, I'll be very conscientious and try to move us along. I know Viridian's going to need
Okay.
to talk to Paul though, so we're going to need
Yeah.
to get through some stuff. So I hope you
That's
don't have
true,
to
I
leave
do
right
need-
away at
I-
midnight. But...
I don't have to leave right away.
All right,
I
Dinder,
would
I'll
just-
I'll be as quick as I can.
He'll just be mad at you.
I don't have to leave, I would just prefer to, but I also would prefer to have D&D on the table. I want to finish the plan.
I think we've got good momentum. So yeah, so Osiris will take the shell shock part of Team Supernova, all of them away, and will be quickly guiding you through places. He seems to know all the back roads here. He's being very, very conscientious of them, speaking very gently, and has the tone of a very, very apologetic grandfather in these moments. He's not trying to hustle you like a. I mean, you can roll to see why he's doing this if you want, but he is not trying to hustle you like they were in the military room. He's more so trying to be like, please, let's get to a place where we can sit down and you can process this. He's doing his best at least.
Yes, I do want to roll to try to understand why.
Go ahead, please.
That's rapport.
Yes, rapport.
Oh, rapport, jeez.
All right, he is obviously very disgusted at the fact that they needed you all to come in, and he probably wasn't the one who suggested contacting you for the contact details. He does not like the way the general treated any of you, or that he had to go through this routine, even though he knew it was going to happen. And he is very quietly frustrated that he could not stop his student from doing that, and feels very personally ashamed of that. As you had seen him talking to Morris and then holding her down, looking and talking to her and apologizing before she had left with Historia, who had spared you a glance before. And you get the feeling that that's probably not something he just went off like his back, like a duck's back, like on water and stuff. Like, that probably is really another really bad haggard nail onto a man who seems to have a lot of them today. As he will be sitting down with you all at a calmer spot that is not heavily populated. First off, I'm very glad to see you are all alive. And I've been informed on Miss Sora's condition. And from my estimates in this field of work, it is a difficult but optimistic stance to have on her recovery. If you are still worried. He sighs again.
By the fucking rose, is this day ever going to end?
Gwen is
You sure we alive? Because I feel like I'm in the goddess's waiting room having all my sins read back to me right now.
That is unfortunately too true in moments like this. And no, I don't think this day will ever end. This is a page on the history of Vale that will be forever a blemish for many, many reasons that could have been prevented. None so that any of you seem to be blamed for, might I add. I've surveyed what I could on the ride over here of what work you did within the Glen and what I was informed. I'm aware you worked for the governor most of it, but I believe that was the correct course of action from my perspective.
Ah, nothing we could be blamed for. Oh, but you don't even know 3/4 of the story, then, sir.
He smiles a little bit. You could try me.
The Glen aside, Mr. Merlot was up to some shady business with his research. And we found that out a while ago.
I had fears as much. Merlot had contacted me many times in the past among grim research, as I'm one of the only publicly known accepted heads who would have a meaning of looking into it as a headmaster. I had shared a lot of research with him in the past. I share some measure of blame in what it might have been used for. But from my evaluation of the man, I did not think it would be towards ill means. Now, mistaken and sloppy means. I suppose I'm still not very good at identifying any of those.
Yeah, I think he wanted to help people too. And that's the fucking problem. Just because he had the best intentions doesn't mean he wasn't working with something dangerous.
Of course. And on any other odd day, I might have refused him as well. I think these sorts of situations come down to many seemingly insignificant choices that lead to either failure or success. And we might all feel very personally responsible for the one that we were a part of.
Brennan's just gonna kind of like pound his fist down through the air and go, I don't know fucking what we could have done, but when we found out, we could have done fucking something.
I have to agree. I don't know, it took too much time. Debated it too much. We should have just picked the course and stuck to it.
He'll pause for a second, taking a sip of his mug, and look straight towards Gwen. I'm sorry, man.
Huh?
You should be slower.
Right. Sorry, I feel like I've just been making one wrong bad decision after the next every day, every entire time we've been here. Did I not have said? Is it? Did I get him killed?
No.
Is that?
I would hold more responsibility for that as Morris's teacher. And I don't think you would level that blame at me so easily.
No.
And I don't think you should level it at yourself right now. Please. It's not worth it in the moment. At times like these, despite being out of the immediate frying pan, you're still in the fire. And we must still use what we can as huntsmen to rationalize and understand our choices. You couldn't have known something like that would happen. And even if you had, it was still never in your choice to perform. Should you still feel responsible one day, all you must do is consider what to say in the moment differently. You've gone through millions of conversations without getting men killed because of your emotional choices, right? I don't think one will change them. It is merely an unfortunate series of events. And the culmination of a man who has been held to the boil by forces out of his control for too long. They just chose to be more direct.
Even if that, other things we could have do. We could have. He showed us Al. He showed us what he was. We could have just stopped. We could have killed him right there when he was in a tube. It was a monstrosity. Why didn't we? And you know what the right thing to do is.
In moments like that, all you have is the option you take. There's logic in all those moments, even if you forget them. I can't give you a better answer than... He hums for a second as he looks at his coffee. There are many times I've made decisions on the moment that I've come to find difficulty living. I merely suggest the best course of action is to saddle oneself with an understanding of what can be gained. There are different parts of ourselves that make us do many different things. The next day you could think of it entirely different.
She killed him. She fucking killed him. Why did she do that? Does she know what's happened? Does she even fucking know? Viridian rubs at his eyes. I can't shout right now. It's almost
Yeah, of
12, but
course.
he's getting very... Yeah, he's shouting and going. Does she even know how many people I've seen die the past 2 days? How many hundreds of people were hanging out of burning buildings, crying for help, getting torn apart by Grimm because we couldn't get there in time? Does she know how many people have already died in that city? How many more are going to? I mean... He's... looks like he's finally crashing out as he, looks at Felix and Gwen. His eyes are, rabid, and he's like, how many people I saw die?
I think...
And she just murders someone there on the ground.
I don't think Gwen's, ever seen Viridian. But maybe... Like this?
Probably not like this, dude. This is pretty bad, right?
And it probably hits her that,
It's not just her.
yeah, well, that Gwen had trouble living with all the things she saw. And she probably just wasn't cognizant of, Viridian sees everything else. He sees it on scale.
He saw the birds were up in the sky watching the whole city burn. You were having them go ahead to scout out areas before we got there while people were dying of Grimm faster than we could get there. Yeah, he saw all kinds of stuff like that. It was great. He's also still going on, by the way.
Yeah.
He's going, fucking Artie. Artie's king. He's her best friend. She's his knight. She's gonna get a fuck away with murder! All the nobles are gonna fucking get away with letting the Glen burn. All those people.
Is Gwen saying something? Sorry, Liam.
No. I don't think so. I feel like Gwen's trying to find the words but doesn't have them. Much like I am trying to find the words and don't have them.
Nice. It's all settling into the team as Osiris will nod slowly. It'll be troubling. This has been bubbling
I can't
in the
fucking
background
take this.
for some time, I imagine. This is what happens when people are pushed to the other sides. It's difficult to watch firsthand. But I can guarantee you there will be people who will not stand for this sort of thing in the same way. You're not alone in your anguish, Mr. Beast. None of you should have had to be privy to this, though. I owe somewhat responsibility for continuing to involve you. I'm very sorry. Sincere.
They were already involved.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Fuck all of them.
It's... How does something like this happen? How do people like... How do the nobles and everyone involved just not see the bigger picture? Why do they... I don't get it.
In the land of Vale, within the 53 baronies, and the power struggle between them, the Merchants Guild, and the Crown themselves, men put each other into boxes to limit what they can understand. Peace is not a time that isn't turbulent. People are always looking for more, ever evolving, ever changing, ever grinding. What you are seeing is the long-term ramifications of a system kept in stasis, unfortunately. Newer generations are not aware of how to move forward and are refusing to. This is the long weight of the war still reigning over our kingdom here. It is difficult to see behind the scenes and still think anything can happen. But believe me when I say it is not entirely without humanity within it. Though it is constantly crushed by the burden of knowing what we have to deal with should these walls fall. He says as he watches like bullheads over by. The forces of Grimm keep man in an ever state of paranoia. Without proper guidance and leadership, they fall in a bid for survival.
How are we supposed to win against that? Whatever that thing was.
The Madonna. You aren't. None of you are capable. Most men can't. Many couldn't. It is only something that can be repelled, not defeated. The Madonna is a calamity class Grimm. I'm sure you've all become familiar with the consequences of what one can do thanks to your leader's history. It is one of the 5 griefs. And should action not be taken here, it could invite the rest. This is the only reason that compelled me to allow the general to treat you as eyewitnesses to this thing and move forward with a plan so die.
I don't want to accept that.
He kind of smiles sadly.
We're huntsmen. We're supposed to stop things like this from happening.
To hear that,
You
Miss
can't tell me it's insurmountable.
I didn't say insurmountable. I said methods have to change. But thinking you could throw yourself at it for any purpose currently is the reason it's powerful. The griefs are feelings deep within yourself, within every person. That is where the tears come from. Like most Grimm, sensing you, the griefs are manifestations viscerally. The fact that you still feel rage towards it like this is a good sign. Though I understand it's not exactly comforting in the moment. Says kind of quickly.
There was... There's just so many of them. There's just so many of them. I don't want to see that many ever again.
Nods, and you shouldn't have. No one should. This is rather unprecedented. This sort of thing can't be easy to achieve, and it can't happen again. Whatever the creature was made, resonated something deeply within them to summon one of the griefs here. from the depths of our hearts. It is macabre to say, but the Glen will be a good environment to repel. He says, kind of tempered. That is my professional, not my personal. There's no chance currently that this could continue forward, given that the General has chosen this plan of action to seal. God is hell.
Yeah.
Any instant.
Yeah, it didn't even matter what we told that jagoff.
No. But the sooner he heard it, the more confident he could be to continue forward sooner. And I can't say I disagree with the idea of acting sooner rather than later in this case. It's unfortunately my role to be honest about this in the moment. The fact that you all survived it so close is frankly miraculous.
Could have used some better miracles than that.
He just kind of laughs at that one. We always could, though I'd prefer that we find ourselves able to rely on anything but them often. It's rather disheartening to all the time. You all should be, along with Team Iris, returning to Shade. He says seriously, again, straightening up a little bit. They should not have kept you here this long. Huntsmen should not be in such low numbers in a place like this. There was a game of politics that played out very unfortunately for humanity on the city. And I hope the men responsible for it will feel the weight of it for the rest of their life. And I intend to make sure that's possible. But I have many other responsibilities beyond that. And protecting people from these tragedies will be above anything else besides above such vindictive means. I hope you can all share a similar sentiment, as I know you all did your best and have managed to save numerous people that you could find in the camp. You cannot start to be dissatisfied with such things like that, or else you'll lose sight of what you're doing. Felix.
Yes.
Kind of looks you over once and twice. You're very angry.
Yes, I am.
He kind of nods a little bit. I'd say the rest of you. He'd say, looking at Verdi and Gwen. Yes, you've all come quite a far way since the last time I've seen you all. I'm very sorry that it's been through these methods.
Will it ever be enough? We said we tried our best. Give us full huntsman training and 20 years experience on the job. Will that be enough to stop something like this? Am I just supposed to?
Does that matter? He
Yes.
says as he's kind of standing. And he kind of goes, as he sips his coffee.
I don't want something like this to ever happen again.
Of course. Well, that's your answer for you. If you're still determined to prevent something like this, then it doesn't matter what I say about that. Does it? You have the tools at your hand. And as long as you never let go of them, you'll continue to get to a place that gives you more and more of what you want. The abilities to stop things.
I'm supposed to just live with all those people that we fail along the way. We weren't strong enough to save. I'm supposed to just forge myself on a body of corpses.
I once had a friend I asked a similar question like that too. And he called me very selfish for assuming that they're my corpses to claim. Something about their friends and family could come first. But I think the point was clear enough. Something about if we wish to speak like we have such responsibilities, then we must have the power to own them, and until then, we should. His words, not mine.
That's what Huntsman's supposed to do. They save everyone in the end.
No, Miss Arnea. Huntsmen, all they must do is continue to fight against cruel fates given to them and to the people around them. It doesn't matter if they succeed. It matters if they continue. Now, I must go look into Miss Moore, or Miss. Fuck, I knew I'd say this name. I must go look into Miss Rivish. If you would all excuse me for the moment. I should find Mr. Verte as well.
You said we'd be sent back to Shade.
Yes, I
What
can.
about Clara?
From what I understand, she'll be transferred to a Valish hospital before being sent to Shade after being stabilized.
Can we go with her?
He'll look at you for a second and think about how he wants to answer this question. I think it would be for the best if you don't.
See.
She'll be back before you know. Once again, I'm very sorry. Team Supernova. You know, you can find me if you need anything else. He will dip his head and will begin to walk off.
Oh, you know what? I think Gwen would think of it in the moment as he's leaving.
All right.
I don't know if you've had a chance to see her, but Nebu's doing okay.
I've heard, he says after a moment. I intend to, perchance, get an excuse since Mr. Verte was keeping vigil over her, luckily. A small moment of selfishness, I suppose, in these times. Thank you, Miss Arnea. First, thank you. He will smile over his shoulder at you with a bit of warmth in his eyes and then another apologetic nod and will head off. Cane kind of idly in his hand, spinning.
Yeah. Gwen thinks about all the times Nebu was like, yeah, my
I love
Uncle
my
Osiris
so
is
fucking cool.
pretty smart.
It's fucking awesome. I love my uncle. Fucking loves that guy. He told her all the cool stories. Oh, damn, that guy can talk for a long time, huh?
All right, Felix will just like look at the other two. Oh, sorry, I didn't see. Oh, fuck, my bad. My bad. I thought you were just doing a joke voice.
No.
I'm not used to the phone voice. My bad.
He comes out from
My
a
bad.
tree, leading by a tree, and starts walking up. I really don't like talking to him, so skipped out on that round. So walk up the root and kind of cuff him over the head a little bit and tousle his hair. Man, you're tall.
Viridian blinks again for a moment. He was kind of white-faced from having his almost crash out. And it's gonna go, yeah. Sorry, I ain't used to anyone looking down on me.
Yeah, I figured not. Classic. Oh, man. You know, you look a lot like your mother. That's good. You gotta avoid the bad genes.
Yeah, I mean, I need to find a real tall ceiling to do it, but I'd hang myself if I woke up looking like you.
Yeah, good luck finding one of those. Oh.
Now, we got this one real tall building in shade. I think it could do the job.
Aren't they got, like, rocks down there and stuff?
Oh yeah, but it's a really big rock in the shape of one of those shapes made out of triangles.
He crosses his arms. His robe's kind of clearing up a bit. Uh-huh. One of them proper pyramids, right?
Yeah, it's a pyramid. It's got a couple of real big rooms in it. I found. Haven't found all of them yet.
Mm-hmm. Sounds mighty nice. How the steps? They like normal sized or?
Yeah.
I hear people used to be bigger when we was older and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because they still seem pretty small to me.
What are you two looking at? He says as he looks at them kind of idly walking forward, confused.
Your, Guardian's dad.
Call me Paul. He says as he tussles Gwen's hair. Man, you're small.
You're just tall, actually.
You're short.
Viridian laughs a bit for a second. Not manic, but like, definitely the opposite of the crash out energy he had earlier.
Yeah, just kind of like tired, but earnest.
Yeah, be like, yeah, Felix, Gwen, this is my Paul.
Howdy.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Thanks for.
Quick stick with that wall, though. He says as he smacks Gwen in the back. Pretty sturdy back then. Stuck a lot of earth into it.
Bit of a food killer when I turned around and saw them on the other side.
Nah, it's like a disappearing
Thanks for-
trick, like a magician, right? Look, they're over there now. That kind of thing. Oh,
Yeah.
get off him! As Brian feels himself getting picked up by the scruff as Blue is picking him up in her mouth.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she's jealous again. I knew it.
Stop trying to eat my hair!
Oh yeah, you still got
I thought
that
you was
scar
done
on
with
there?
that.
He says he's looking for Brian's hair as Brian's getting picked up by Blue. Blue is a massive being. It is a fucking big horse with like, it's like one of those fully shaggy, like those Himalayan like cows. It's got like shaggy fur that just goes completely down off of her on all sides, and she has one horn, and it's just a big blue coated fur, and his tail is just breaking like dirt and ground beneath her as it's swaying.
Is it real?
The fur?
Yeah, it's an animal.
Sorry, it's just like blue and purple.
It's
I didn't
a
know it was
blue
like
horse.
a
It's a blue
semblance
horse.
construct. Sorry.
No, his semblance is like earthquakes, man.
Not
It's
everyone has
not Ohio.
construct symbols.
I don't know, man. If Britain gets birds, maybe he gets a horse.
Oh
That's
my
not
god, he
a
does still
logic.
have that mark in his head. When he was like this big, you know, he does the size, and you're like, okay, a baby, and you go, huh? He got picked up by Bluey over here. Oh man, she tried to dent him, and I don't know if y'all know about them horses. Don't take any small to big. They all do the same thing where they bite down with their teeth, and then they suck, and then they take the air out of. It's really funny. I let her do it around places I don't like normally. But anyway, he tried doing it. Our missus was real worried, but she was just playing around and all. How's your mother? He says kind of quietly, really quick. You seen her? Yeah, I haven't seen her
Britain
yet.
is quiet for too long, yeah.
He looks so nervous.
Been meaning to get around to it on one of these breaks, but you know how it is.
Listen. I don't want you to. I know no man needs to go into the jaws of the beast. I'm just. Oh, he puts his hands in his. He's got, like I said, described before. He's got like a white cloak and robe, and he's got like kind of like tough leather jerkin underneath and everything, and like a hood he's got down, and like big workman pants and overalls under the hood, and the cloak and everything. And he kind of like hooks it under his overalls, his suspenders. He goes, "I'm just saying, one of these days we'll both go back, because I know I ain't allowed back till you back, but I ain't sending you there and alone, because I don't know what she'd do. So we're gonna take this one together."
Yeah. You know how Ma is. I mean,
I know
she wouldn't even let me
She's
pet.
sweating.
She wouldn't even let me pet Blue growing up, unless you snuck me out of there.
Yeah.
If I go back, I ain't finishing my school in its shade.
No, you ain't. We gotta be real careful about how this happens. Maybe you could bring the girls with you, he says his gestures to Felix and Gwen. I mean, you know, she likes girls. She's nicer to them.
Gwen
Felix is a
cracks
boy.
a genuine smile for probably the first time all day.
Let him go. He's like trying to pry Blue's mouth open. She's just staring at him dully, like this, and not impressed. His both hands are like, "Ugh!" His big fucking hands trying to pry this horse's mouth open. Come on, I know you missed him. Okay, don't bite harder. I know you didn't miss him. I knew you missed him a little. Come on! As he's gonna put like a foot up on Blue as he's like prying it open.
No, this is fun. He is saying as he's trying to like pull.
Felix.
He's trying to like pull himself out.
How tough's your sword?
No,
Like
I
crowbar
don't think
tough?
so. That is
Mine
not
ain't
going
fitting,
in there.
as he gestures at Babe on his back, which is just this huge axe. And she's not got something that it's hard to put a spear in there, you know.
Hey, wait.
Chewing on
I got-
a Weaver.
Use the
I got
fan,
I got a
don't click the button.
stick.
You got a stick. All right, put it in there.
Yeah. He takes out Cocky Woodsman.
Or he's gonna put it in and try and pry it open. Do you want the break?
That would be awesome, because I'm getting a new weapon when we get
I know,
back
that's
to
what I
camp.
asked. So you're gonna try and pry it. Is it okay? 3, 2, 1, right? 3, 2, 1 on one or after one. At least
yeah.
help out. He looks at Felix to like grab it. Also.
Felix will help. The shortest.
All right. So we on one or after one?
It's the
You
beat
really are
after
his
one.
dad.
She starts biting harder.
Okay, all one.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Right.
As they will pressure down. Cocky Woodson immediately goes and just cracks, and Felix goes flying. His paw lands on him. Oh! Oh no!
Oh my god, your weapon!
Please get off me.
It's just
Yeah.
a stick. He says as he holds it up, he sees the bowstring and goes, "Oh, it wasn't a stick. You got my lion tooth. Oh no!" As he stands up, quickly punches Blue in the throat. She goes, "Oh!" and drops him, and then she rears around and kicks him into the wall and starts munching on grass.
Oh,
God!
wait, what? My weapon? Brittany looks at it and goes, just kind of like sinks and goes, "Oh man. Well, I mean, I guess I can fix it."
Yeah!
to get back to a workshop.
How
You
strong
got
is
them
that horse?
fancy school workshops. That can't be that hard.
Oh, Forbidden, this is the perfect time for me to. I have plans.
Oh, God. She always like this. It's just the feelings.
Yes, I've had many of these talks.
That's tough, buddy. Feel real bad for you. Anyway.
It's fine, it's fine. Viridian just kind of pats himself down to find his tech knife and goes, I can make do till I fix it.
Oh, yeah, that looks nice, yeah. You know, for combing your hair.
I think we could all do with some weapon repairs before we fight any more Grim.
Yeah.
Or we've seen better days.
How do you fight with that? It's like an orb. Swing it around?
When hits a button, it transforms into a scythe.
Ha! Fucking damn! He fucking hops up. Damn! You kids peddling these days. He starts grabbing Felix's call, looking for a button. How's this one work?
That is...
Gwen gets in front of him and tries to like literally ignore Felix. It's like, see, and here normally has a chain.
I don't
dangles
care
from
that
it
much. He just puts a hand on her head and moves her.
He transforms into a minigun. It's a minigun too.
Oh my god! It hits him in the chin.
Listen,
And a sword and
I didn't
outfit
know
and-
you joined the circus. This is great. He says I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. You should see all the cool weapons all my classmates have. I think the one who's got the best one is, Mary. Mary. She's, got this big hammer, infuses with all kinds of light dust.
I never even bother with that
Gwen-
kind of stuff. Way too hard.
What does her hammer turn in? What is... Right, it's one of those sheep things. A crook? What gun does it turn into again?
It makes a hard light gun fucking cannon. She just holds.
Yeah,
Gwen
I
gives
know.
you
He was
a-
asking
An
Gwen.
Oh, fair
autistically
enough.
descriptive description of it. I
keeps
I
talking.
cannot do that. I don't
Guys,
have
stop!
power.
Make her stop.
we
Nah,
cannot...
we can't do that.
Oh, Christ!
If you make her
so
stop-
there's another one too.
No,
That is
no,
funny.
see, it's worse. If you make her stop, she gets real bitchy and pissy about stuff.
Hey,
This is
So
better.
So is your leader as funny or
Funny.
Gwen's face drops as Paul genuinely does a fantastic job as a huntsman of making Gwen forget about all the awful
He
shit
looks
with how
like-
goofy
he looks
is.
down and goes, "Oh come on! I seen her on the telly get thrown into walls and have like a big robot step on her. She's fine. I saw her. She survived this thing." He gestures towards Blue. Ass breaking ride. You never ride this posse for a while, and it's over. She survived that. She survived it. Y'all don't
Yeah,
sweat.
but,
Yeah, she's
That's the
Yeah.
Army sign of approval.
she's
yeah,
pretty
but, she is going to have to go to a hospital for a while.
Oh, wow. Hope she's got money. Those places steal from you.
Yeah, she'll just
Like
go
in your
back to Shade.
pockets. Oh, much better. Yeah. I don't think... They don't got money there, right?
They have
No.
a form of currency. What do you mean no?
Currency ain't money.
Well, they
Ain't
have a
backed
barter
by
system.
nothing.
Now, I see money is the kind of thing that the government comes in and tells
Yeah.
you owe them a part of it.
Yeah,
They don't
them
have that in
scriptions-
Shade.
Yeah, them scripts and stuff, they're supposed to be like backed by stuff, but in Shade, they ain't got that, right? It's like coins.
Yeah, it is
Hey,
like
man.
One
coin.
knows every ducat is worth a certain amount of dram of water. That's the entire backing of the system in the Shade.
No way.
Yeah. So she's just like, I could correct him. But on the other hand, he's still talking.
It's water backed?
No, that's a camel. We're talking about money, sweetheart.
Ooh,
You're,
I see where Verdine
Hey.
gets it from.
yeah. I am the best, that's for sure. Sounds pretty cool, though.
It's been a pleasure having him on my team.
Oh, shucks.
Hey, damn
you can
right it's
say
been a
it.
pleasure.
It's the best.
He's a great partner.
Oh my god. You're his partner? That's great. I'm just kidding. I knew that.
Right.
Man. Hephaestus said some funny shit about you, kid. He says it Felix and jabs him in the chest.
I can't imagine what.
Yeah, that. Yeah, look at his face. Looks like he's gonna kill me. It's like one of those funny little dogs that always looks like it's gonna bite your face, but it's like non-emotive besides that.
That is not the description.
Oh, you see the tongue coming out like the dog. Yeah, there it is. Yeah,
Felix.
bite.
Ugh. You are disturbingly like him.
Yeah. I'm really happy to hear that. No. Alright! He kind of walks up to the Viridian and kind of stares him down. Come on!
Alright. Viridian is
Gotta get
gonna
this done.
stand back up and just gonna kind of like get up to him, like chest to chest.
Yeah,
And he only has to stare and look up a little to match his eyes.
it's true.
And he's gonna grin, and then he's gonna not step back, but like turn to the side,
Rear back,
so that rear back, so that he can pull back his arm.
Yeah.
And he is going to, as best he can, wallop strike his fist right in towards Paul's center.
Yeah, Paul's gonna go fucking like a sack of potatoes and let out a... Oh, you're gonna hug me! Damn it!
Is that necessary?
Ah, shit! You thought.
Problem.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm still gonna ask anyways. How tough am I?
You're pretty good. I mean, I wasn't bracing anymore, but it was still pretty nice. Reminds me of like a 19-year-old Garrett's. That's pretty good. Ugh. What's that face for? He says looking at everyone.
All right.
You guys
Really?
have met him. Oh, sorry.
He's
Yes.
Yeah. I could probably earn another one saying that. But he gets the job done, that's for sure. Oh, it's a lot more bearable when he was still a teenager, because at least he had an excuse for acting that way, you know?
That guy can't actually be Father Glass's brother, is he?
Nah, he is.
Oh, Bobby
Virgie's just the one who got real weird when he got older. He used to be like us back in the day. Oh, man! God, he's gotta
anyways.
look stupid in that outfit.
Yeah, he do.
Yeah, he
And I could not stand that guy. Britain's gonna come up and hold out a hand to be like, "Come on, get off the rocks."
Yeah, he'll clap it and get pulled up.
Get pulled up, and then they'll pull him into like that one arm half hug kind of embrace thing.
Pulled off some crazy stuff, kiddo. Sorry, but I figured man's gotta do what man's gotta do, and we'd run into each other one of these days. Honestly, you set off as he looks you over, as he's holding you by the shoulders after the hug. Way earlier than even I did, so I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed. I mean, really? Shipping off on one of them shipping vessels when you're like 13, 12? That's crazy! How'd you live?
I mean, I guess I got on the right one. It weren't just any old shipping vessel. The Pequod is run by one of the finest men under the goddess's son.
Yeah, I met him once trying to find you, and oh boy.
Oh fuck, you did? He didn't give you the runaround, did he?
Yeah, he gave me more than the runaround. Let's just say I feel like I have a second wife I have to run from now. That man is angry. Oh boy. Went all the right ways. Glad you learn from a guy like that. They don't make him like that just every other day.
Yeah, he taught me the right kind of salt, not the ocean's kind.
Yeah, I learned the difference. Oh, I learned the difference. He says, looking off warily for a second and then cracks his neck. But still, it wasn't exactly the place I was hoping it'd be. But honestly, gave me a lot more courage now, knowing that y'all can get into a mess like this and get out. Not do it again yet for a while, though. I'm getting older. My heart ain't gonna take it much. So,
Yeah, it was a big mess in there.
how's that
Thanks for
sword?
being around.
Nah, don't thank me. It's my job. Y'all did pretty good. Thanks for keeping it in line until I got there. So, he says as he kind of sighs. Oh, look who it is! As he chuckles over his shoulder as you see awkwardly in the distance a little bit trying to approach is Historia. Oh. Kid. As he pauses and he looks between Bree and her and the rest of you and sighs. Well, I guess a bunch of nasty stuff did kind of happen. Oh. Here, I'll make something for y'all to eat while we talk. He says as he'll start lighting a fire on the ground. He'll like scooch Felix out of the way and start lighting it and start getting things out of his bag off of Blue. And I was gonna make you guys some big fat flapjacks.
Yes.
What a nice guy.
He is. So we'll set a little fire down and we can have them all sit down. Pull my camera on a little bit more about some stuff. Anything else anyone wants to say specifically before I just have them go off for a bit?
Yeah, Glenn would probably just at one point probably say, so were you the huntsman working with Hauser?
Oh yeah, I mean,
He's doing okay?
He said he got a skull. He hits you with a chuck. He says, "Why don't you just ask him? He's been standing there for a while." This is like still house. It's just out of rock, sat down, eating. Ain't much for conversation though. Good luck. Yeah, we ran into each other on some sweeps, and I'd heard of one of them, Luci or whatever, in the area and was already on it, and he was on his, and we compared notes on a few things. Figured out we had to keep a little low profile sort of situation once we realized there was some human element towards whatever made them. I got a bad feeling about it, so I didn't call it any of them union folk about it right away.
Right.
Not that I wouldn't trust them necessarily, but they's always got them own angle they gotta run, and that's about like sending that up to the crown itself and asking something to get done in the next decade. They work slow. Got a lot of people who got a lot of problems with a lot of small things.
Yeah, those things were messed up.
Yes, sir. Oh,
Luckily,
you
I
might
don't
have
think
got
we're gonna be
imagined by what Hopkins said, but I don't know. He kind of shrugs. Seemed pretty nasty. I won't go that far.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't think there's gonna be too many more of them crawling out of the woodwork.
Person who made them's on the beaten feet or whatever.
Oh yeah, they are out of here. And
Good job.
I don't think they're gonna be able to get back to all their labs and stuff anytime soon.
That's probably for the best. Got a theory in all them they were always hunting Grim and all. I guess that's the purpose, but I don't know. Seemed like a bit of a long shot if you ask me. Could just work on like getting a better rifle or something.
Yeah, I mean, for every Grim one of them killed, it seems like they were also making a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they always have something weird with them. We took out 3 or 4. Always trying to chat somehow. Never understood the way they did with us. Guess it's like computer or something. Oh. Well, come on, keep eating, he says to Gwen as he puts another big fat flap down.
Gwen honestly is just like all about this. She hasn't eaten in like who knows how long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brutal. It's you guys are fucking hungry once you start digging.
Yeah, and these aren't covered in beans.
No,
Like
no,
the
these
rest
are
of the
good
Valish food.
Paul-sized flapjacks. He's got his own fucking syrup and stuff. He's got his mess kit. He's got his apron on. It's very small. It's very funny.
Really
The
good.
situation with the Lucis is still not technically ended, knowing there's more of them out there potentially. Yeah, but I mean, that's just more grim, right? Not exactly something new. These ones at worst just end up killing more around them, so I take that as an alright problem to have, all things considered.
The worst of them have been dealt with.
Yeah, I hope so.
One of them did help save Redwall, I suppose.
I've heard from our reports, but I didn't know what to make of it necessarily. Yeah, they love him here. Oh man, I got the skinny on that from. Oh right, hey, y'all, just to check. I felt real bad about it, but those kids didn't squeal, right?
Squeal about what?
Oh, I ran to Team Iris a while ago and told them to be real hush-hush on this sort of thing because we was on our secret mission and all. Felt really bad about it, all things considered. They didn't tell, right?
Don't think they told.
I don't believe they did.
Oh, damn, I guess the pinky swear's still worth something around here. I thought that Rose Room girl was hustling me from the look of it. Yeah, she's a piece of work.
So what didn't they tell us that you told them?
Oh, I was here. I wanted to surprise him. He says he looked towards Meridian. And you hear Hunter clear his throat. And we was on a low-profile mission, trying to not show up as much as possible. Didn't know who to trust. And, yap, that sort of stuff. Simple stuff.
And nope, they kept to their pinky's words.
What champs. Really good folk, they.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just sighs exhausted.
Hydios and Nebu, they's like the best kind of people out of Shade. Jose, he's a good guy.
Yeah,
Rose,
that kid's.
she's weird, but well, she's from back home, you know?
Yeah, she's a new neighbor. I gotta be nice to her. She leveraged that against me. She knows all the tricks. That Jose boy, though. Yeah, he was sweating up a storm last time we ran into him. Keep an eye on him. He's looked like he's about to cry or break something all the time.
Yeah, things got a bit complicated for him here.
You could use a little more class, Paul. I'm just saying. I don't know what else to say. It's, they're the same age. They know how to talk to him better. I don't know how to talk to kids or young adults. People are way too. They say a lot of things that I don't keep up with. The little kids, though, that makes more sense. They ain't changed since they started. Y'all just tell them all the right stuff and they get it. Ooh. Goes back to eating more and she just rolls her eyes.
So, Astoria, the Knights are gonna be staying here for a while?
Well, Sir Merlion only arrived here out of, technically, or Million only arrived here out of convenience, I'd say. But also on the authority of Sir Bedivere. He's the commander of the Wolf Knights, so his attachment was being deployed here to deal with the remnants of the migration. Sir Chive, most likely, like myself, will remain here for a short while before we're redeployed elsewhere. When it comes to this procedure, we're all supposed to gather for the enactment of the new king's crowning, though it was already a bit unorthodox. The rest of the knights were already deployed and thus couldn't be summoned. It's a bit of pomp and circumstance, admittedly, but at least for once it put us somewhere where we can be very helpful in the meantime.
How's Sartorius' condition?
She hums for a second, and Paul goes, "Oh, come on! You want to tell us?" Fine, but it's not something that's public knowledge, so I'd appreciate it. Shut up! She just griped her teeth for a second and throws a flapjack at Paul. And just fucking flaps on his face, and she sighs, rubbing her nose a bit. Alright, as I was saying, the prince's condition. Sorry, go ahead.
Alright, Gwen was just kind of just sick with all the nobility nonsense. It's just like, we are chock full of things we're not supposed to tell people today. Just
she kind of winces awkwardly. Sorry.
I feel like an exasperated. Just come on.
Sorry, it's a habit you build up with these sorts of things. My father would be very disappointed if I didn't have it. Anyway, the point is that the prince's condition will be stable. He's in no threat of dying anymore. And from what I understand, there is a chance that his arm may still be reattached. I suppose we do owe you quite a bit for that work, if I understand the procedure you performed on him.
Just
As for
doing my job.
As for his leg and eye, those are non-recoverable. He'll be quite horribly scarred by this. I can't imagine how he's doing internally either. Moore's report was... well, it's cruel to say, surprisingly difficult to parse, considering the circumstance she was in, but Moore's has never been so rattled like this before. I don't need to explain it more than that, I think. I don't know what's going to happen to her. Sir Bedivere has already told me or has already ordered that upon retrieval to the capital that she'll be dismissed from her services, obviously. Beyond that, it'll probably be in the king. She corrects herself. Ultimate hands, though I'm sure many of the chancellors will want to give their opinion. I don't imagine anyone's going to hear about it here. She says kind of quietly, and I mean, it's hard to say. She just kind of says it bluntly. I mean, you can roll if you want to get more of her idea of why how she feels about it. She seems at least surfacely pretty rattled. I mean, she's young enough to probably have been at least closer to Moore's than most of the other knights.
Oh yeah, I actually really want to know. I got pretty close to Historia during the Vale Festival.
Yeah. You were in the official pseudo-sister role as Paul's apprentice. Yeah. I mean, she's obviously horrifically rattled by seeing Moors do that to a person and just the condition she's in general. The prince's condition. Stuff like that, and she's erring on the side of, like, I really want to say I hope something good happens to Moors, but she's also kind of being cognizant of the people around her who she saw earlier look horrified at Moors kill someone, and is kind of quietly avoiding voicing either side of the topic, besides realizing that, I started talking about her again. I guess that kind of gave away that I'm worried about her, and is kind of quietly just stopping herself from speaking, and is going to clear her throat, trying to regain her composure. But the prince will survive. The king... They're saying that he might have... It's not clear if he had been awake to hear the news, and that's what might have sent him over the edge and passed away, but... It was just in his sleep, or at his bedside. The sickness had been ravaging him for some time. I'm sure the prince had mentioned it, why he had taken such a brazen step forward into attempting to solve the situation here himself. he felt a great bit of responsibility for things, given his father's state, and wanted to alleviate it in any way he could. I wish we had been able to help.
Yeah,
Hope we
well,
can all at least.
I don't think anyone in the capital was itching to get you out here and helping.
She clenches one of her fists, and Paul just puts another flapjack on her plate, clearly noticing, and she just sighs. No, they didn't. That better be changing soon. This is too much of a wake-up call for even the hardest cynic in the council, in any of the courts, to not notice the complete unbelievable methods they took to get here. I mean, we were biting at the union for keeping them to not be involved in this situation over this city. It's disgusting. It's disparaging. The Vale's crown's never been dragged through so much muck before over something so terrible. The king, if he had been willed, would never have let this happen. God has saved Artorius. He'll need it.
Well, I think someone's gonna have to still be angry at this in 20 years or so to get those nobles off their asses.
If the way things have looking in the capital, it might accelerate sooner than that. I hear that... Oh fuck, I have to double check something. Let me make sure I'm not getting his title wrong. Or to speak without thinking. Oh boy. Oh, Vale-ish. Yes, okay, right. The mayor of Vale is already beginning to plant the seeds of his PR tour after this, I've heard rumors of. Fagin's never one to look past an opportunity like this, though. You'd think he'd have some dignity not to be so visibly gleeful. At least those are the reports we've received from the Kingsmen. Oh, sorry. She looks over at like Gwen and Felix and Viridian, who are just... And Paul! Who are blankly staring. The mayor's very interested in reaching governance and has long been a critic of the current monarchy's establishment. Like the Chancellor Yellernick, and I might as well be speaking tongues to you all, sorry. She just hangs her head.
I don't know names.
You're better off. She smiles kindly at him. I much
Oh,
prefer
thank the goddess, I
conversations
thought there was going to
without
be a
them.
test.
Court intrigue is beneath even the most poor soul, but we engage in it because it's our profession. Yeah, and I keep telling you, it's a waste of time. It's my duty, Paul. Yeah, duty. She just looks at him baffled as Blue bites off one of his flapjacks and he starts wrestling with her for it. But yeah, I'd try and just swallow all the bad stuff as best as you can. It's like medicine, you know. It's gotta go down. You're not gonna die over it, right? He says, look at the rest of you. I mean, you're gonna have to at some point. Just try your best until then. Paul, isn't that a bit cruel? That's just the way things go. We gotta. He just sighs and shrugs. Man, I mean, like, old Osiris can try and put it in more clever ways like that, but, I mean, he's just right. Shit does just kind of happen. Y'all can do a pretty good job of averting it sometimes, and sometimes you can get out in front of it, and sometimes you can't. It's just, reality of things. Gonna be grim, gonna be nasty people out there, and they're gonna try and do things y'all don't like. And there's gonna be plenty of people who got their heads on straight and try and stop it. Cards fall some places, cards fall bad the other. I couldn't get everyone out of the city myself. Felt pretty bad about some of them, but pretty happy about a few of them. And I'm here eating a nice meal afterwards. So, I think it worked out. Don't want it to happen again for sure, but gotta take what we got, right?
Yeah. You know what? Right now, if she was here, Clara would say something mighty stupid with a smile on her face, like, we can't be sad, we did our best, we did a good job, team. Well, you know what? We made it out. And because we were there, some people who weren't gonna make it out did make it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth of the matter.
Yes, sir. That's it. That's all we do. It ain't exactly as glamorous as a lot of stories make it, but it's still saving people at the end of the day. Y'all gotta just understand that. And if you don't like it, I mean, there's other stuff to do. No one to look twice about someone not being able to stand for that sort of thing. I mean, shit, I know plenty of huntsmen who can. Oh, yeah, y'all probably met Romeo, huh?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. See, that's one who I always told probably, he's a good guy. And in fact, he was a real good huntsman, too, you know, but he definitely wasn't made for it, you know? I really wish it hadn't ended the way it did for him and Jules.
Oh,
Anyways, yeah.
When it
Team, we
mattered, Gwen's just gonna talk. Well, when it mattered, he picked up his swords and helped save people.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's real good of him. I haven't run into him yet. I guess I'll give him a slap on the back for that, but I don't think he'd want to see any other the old Huntsman gang back then. Maybe I'll have Blue doing it. She was always more people person. Well, the point is that when it comes down to it, y'all don't gotta force yourself or anything. Just gotta force yourself to keep getting up and stuff. I think that's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I started thinking of all this depressing stuff. Yes.
Nah. Fuck it. You right, Pa. Greetings gonna stand up and go, look, no matter what else we did, and who can say how much we did mattered to this, but Redwall's still here now. And that was one of the goals we had when this migration started going. Now, I know we didn't get our full plan going, but because we had a talk with her, Sir Percival came back to Redwall and was trying to get people fired up to leave. And then she rode in on the only good Lucius there was and saved the place. And now, he's gonna kind of gulp for a second and go, and now she's an honest to the goddess saint. And Redwall is still here. And most of the Faunus is still here.
Shit, you were trying to save a whole village like that? You really are a masochist for this sort of thing, but I guess it worked out, huh? Y'all big for your breeches, that's for sure. But hey, he's got a point, doesn't he?
I suppose.
Come on, you can do better, Pose.
It cost a lot.
We ain't talking about what it costs. We talking about what we got in front of us, right?
Suppose if you spin it like that, yeah, we helped out here.
Y'all still want to get up and eat every day, huh?
Yeah.
He puts a flapjack down on their plates. Well, then it ain't over.
Look, I know I ain't as goofy as Clara, but cheer up, guys. We did our best.
Seriously. Y'all need to get into the spirit of really cracking it back after work, or else y'all gonna grind yourself down to dust like Berkowitz did. Seriously. It's part of the job. He says a little quietly and a bit sternly. If we can't do it, no one can, you know? Hurts, but you gotta do it. Eventually it gets easier, too. And it gets harder, and it gets easier. Y'all ever see the ocean? Kind of like that.
No.
You had enough. He looks at Blue. She bites off another one of his. Y'all get fat, you know? She bites his plate in half. There's another one. Gonna have to buy more of these someday. As he gives it a look and bites a little of it to see if it tastes good. Ah! Terrible. Yeah.
Real quick, Noah. How close? We were like leaving in 3 hours. Was that not the thing? Like earlier?
Yeah, you're leaving soon, basically.
How close are we to that?
You're pretty much gonna be like very close to leaving. Like you can basically spend the rest of your time with Paul and then get out.
Okay, well I gotta go do something. So.
All right, cool. Yeah, you can get it.
Felix will stand up and be like, "Paul, may I have the rest of those?"
Oh yeah, sure.
Felix will just stack as many flapjacks as he can on the plate.
I told you he had a stomach.
They're not all for me.
Come on, you ain't that easy, are you? Go on, get.
Yes, I'll meet you all wherever we're going.
Gwen looks at Felix. What's he look like doing this? Is he? What's up?
I'll just look at Gwen and be like, I need to fulfill my promise. I don't know if I'll ever be back here.
I
don't really want to have any more regrets today, if I'm honest.
That's the spirit.
Felix will walk off. He's gonna go to the village elder.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And he will give them all flapjacks.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm doing. And now Felix will try to give he will please try to give a genuine laugh to whatever joke is laid on him.
He walks up to the rat elder doing this bit as kids are like coming over to get Jax. And they're just like, he says something, you know, and all the kids stare at him. And then the elder just starts laughing and crying because his delivery was so fucking bad that all the kids started like asking the rat elder what's wrong with him. And he's just trying to tell more jokes to the kids, and they just keep yammering about the pancakes. And Felix starts smiling. Because the community cares about this guy.
Felix will give him a genuine laugh, as he promised.
Oh.
Felix is not devoid of humor.
Happier than you could ever fucking imagine. He doesn't say anything, but he smiles up at you. And he gives you a little pat on the shoulder, or on the arm, and thanks you very genuinely in that moment for what you've done for them.
Just nod back. Oh man, that's rough. That is rough.
Yeah.
Gwen will awkwardly walk over to Hauser.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be a scene, but I would like her to kind of ask how he's doing, obviously, and how his injuries are, and if he's fine. I'm sure that's a very curt answer of yes, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then kind of like awkwardly like, so like talk about his weapon. It looks kind of cool.
He'll stare for a second.
Talk
at
about
you,
weapons
and
with him. She shows him her scythe.
He's processing some things, and he'll just dig into his bag and get his pistol out and get the general, and he'll just hand it over to her. He can tell, and it's gonna save him talking. He'll just let her examine it. He doesn't have anything he's worried about hiding.
I see. You'll hit him with stupid questions about his scythe.
Yeah. As historian Paul and Varian are sitting by the fire, Paul will look over at him and pat him on the shoulder. See? Seems easy once you get started, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just doing my best to try to lift them up right now.
Y'all doing the right job, alright? Just find someone who does it for you when you get back, alright?
Yeah. I think I got someone who will do that.
I imagine Kit will be excited to see you. Kit! You ain't got a girlfriend, do you?
Well...
No way! Oh, as Blue butts her head first, looking serious at you, interested. As Paul's gonna grab him into a headlock or with his arm and go, "Y'all tell your pa about it now, right? We gotta prep the game for when Ma hears about it. I don't know. You gotta tell me all about her."
Oh, fuck. Let me...
This is
Ma!
where he chuckles a
Well-
little bit off to the side.
Okay. Well, now... We'd have to do a lot of prep before Ma finds out.
Well, we're getting the game started here.
Okay. Let me go, then.
Don't let him free.
What'd get easier to get out of those?
I was just fooling around before. This is serious time.
Yeah. Kit. Oh, man. I didn't actually think about this before, but I can't wait to see her again.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, she is great. She's a lot of fun, free-spirited. Like, she's pretty strong. She's got a big weapon.
Frowns. No, continue.
I'm gonna think for a while and then just kind of like describe what he thinks about her a bit.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
she's funny, she's fun, she is a great cook. She made raw fish taste pretty good,
Yeah.
and that was impressive.
Exactly. We're gonna have it, Varian just like animatedly talking about her. And if you have anything else you want to say to Paul, actually, we can do that before I fade us out. But
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's so much I could talk about, but I don't want to ramble.
yeah, I feel you.
It's good that they are having a talk together
They
on
are.
screen and off screen stuff.
Exactly.
That's just Viridian actually rambling. I don't want to ramble the session
Yeah.
on too much.
Paul is gonna promise that he understands how to send messages to you now, and says,
Good.
"All right, listen, we do have to pregame, and I'll do a lot better with
Oh my god,
acting
yes.
like
This is so
Yeah.
funny. This is so funny actually. Viridian will be like, yeah. He'll reach into his pocket and go, "Oh shit, I don't have a scroll right now."
Y'all don't have your scroll on you? Yeah. Oh man, and I thought I was giving you all these compliments as a whatever. Listen, we got letters for this sort of thing. Y'all got that tower and stuff. It's a lot easier for me to send to you. And I got people in Vale who know how to get in contact with me, and they'll get your letters around. All right, I owe you quite a few of them. I could be doing a lot better at this thing.
Yeah. You better believe I'm going to send you a lot, and you can't show Ma any of them because I have not been keeping up with my cursive.
That goes both ways, buddy.
Good.
Yeah. I don't want to get one of those big, mean, clean clock cleaners again. He says, pointing to his chest and chuckles and tussles your hair.
Yeah, she will slap my hand with a ruler so hard the thing will slice right through if she sees the way I write my L's right now.
Hey, at least you just get the ruler. I'm gonna get the cleaver at this rate. Better off sticking a hook on my hand at this rate for her. This story will just laugh at these two ridiculous fucking guys yammer on about this.
They both love the woman, though.
They do. It's so clear from them. That's why it's enjoyable to her. And, I think we can have Team Supernova board the Bullhead, unless there's anyone else you want to get in contact with. You'll meet up with Iris there. I don't know if you'll want to talk to them immediately or not. But is there anyone else you guys might want to look for while you're here?
Damn, we're all fitting in the same bullhead? Crazy.
Jeez.
Dude, these things cost a lot. You're just getting bussed to the train station.
We're one down.
I want to make it clear, you're getting bussed to the train. You're not taking a bullet away. That's
not the
so much
racist train. No way.
Oh
dude.
hell no! You're going on You're going on a fucking transport train.
Oh, thank God.
Is Jose there?
Oh, can I talk to Burke Brandy?
He was in the
Sorry,
ICU, wasn't he?
Yeah, Jose will not be coming up with you guys. You will both be down to member when you line up there.
Well,
great.
Clara can talk to Burke Brandy in the waiting room for the afterlife.
True.
Oh no, Burke Brandy went to hell.
Ah, you're right. And you don't think Clara's going there?
Yeah,
Nah,
dude.
Clara's
I
a
mean,
good
I'm
girl
just
deep
saying.
down.
I mean, I guess the goddess doesn't have anything against it, but no. Touch and
Like,
go.
you lost a coin flip battle. You could have beaten him.
Nebu will be walking again and have had her bandages removed. She just has like big thick sunglasses on.
I will be so real with you. Ever since getting back to this map and seeing Ganymede up there, I have been debating whether I want to do a power move as we're leaving.
Kills him.
Kills him.
Richard,
Kills
no
him, what are you guys
regrets,
gonna do?
brother. No regrets.
But it would be telling him a lot of what happened.
He seems cool.
He doesn't seem like that. He's just a racist. He's also like
He did get
was
up
kinda
stage to
trying
help
to
the
help.
old man do a sermon instead. He's got an agenda. He's a nice
Yeah.
guy. He's in one of those orders.
Yeah, see, it's like he is the guy I would be okay with being Viridian being in the pocket of.
My sniveling noble contact. He's cool because like he's like a me. He's my contact, and I'm his huntsman contact. We're contacts with each other.
See, that's exactly the thing I want it to be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go over and drop his line. Hand him the fucking here's my signed document with all the shit I learned, dude. Remember me. You owe me.
Yeah, it's like, okay, here's the last bit of information I have for you. My only requirement is that you don't ask what I was doing when I found out all of this.
Cool.
And like, yeah.
That's great. Thumbs up. Yes. You can totally slide that to him if you want.
I really fucking do.
Yeah, do it, man. Do you want it to be a full scene, or do you want it to just literally be like, Brian walks up, hands him an envelope, and says, "You fucking give me what I want, I give you what you want." How are we doing this?
I feel like doing you know what? I'm the one who has the cutoff time. I can extend things.
Exactly.
I feel like it being a scene.
Go for it, yeah. Brian can like scope him out and catch him when he's done with some business, you know, like
Slightly-
doing a sermon or something.
Slightly related, don't let me derail you. Didn't Boots want us to tell a noble something or something? Is that
Yes,
like off
and
the
I'm
table
going-
because of the
That's
event?
what he's doing.
I'm going
Okay.
to do that as well. I have her note. I feel things might have changed,
Yeah.
but I'm
But
still
the
going to do
information
that.
is interesting.
Yeah.
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 Good luck.
Like, Viridian is good at spotting people through crowds, considering he is usually heads above most of the crowd.
Exactly. You can catch him in a one of the back buildings where he's just washing his face, like after having walked around so long and done shit.
Yeah,
He's
okay.
up here.
Yeah, Viridian's going to excuse himself, saying that he just saw something he has to take care of. No, he will not explain himself.
No, I won't explain. Y'all don't fucking.
I suppose I can just go in after him.
Yeah, you can just go in the building, put yourself next to him.
Okay,
So,
okay.
like, look up in the mirror as you enter. Oh, Amish. I heard that you left.
Yeah. Well, we all lived. All on my team, anyways.
Nods. I expected as much. Seemed confident.
Well, considering the last I saw of you and his Boars was his night, right? Yeah.
Bowman. Yeah.
Bowman.
Not Boris.
Yeah, right. Boars is the flying guy who died.
Yeah.
Considering I saw the last of you was you and Bowman's getting people to shelters, good to see you actually made it out, considering.
It would be ill-fitting of the knight's reputation to be able to fail to exclude one noble from the city at beck and call. It just happened to be very easy to escort some. I'm too tired for this. Yes. We made it out of the city. Thank you. What is it? I'm surprised that you're approaching me this time, quite frankly.
Well, considering our entire job here is done and we're about to head home, I figure now is the time to deal with this. He will pull out the letter he has from Boots with the coordinates and stuff on it. I made a promise with someone who helped us out that I would deliver this to you. It's a location where a bunch of Red Fang operatives are supposed to be in, I don't know, 2 days, I think. She says 3 days, but that was yesterday. And I'm supposed to relay the fact that these are people who... these are people who, like, want to get out, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That was what Boots said? Is that...
Basically, yeah.
Is that these people should be escorted out safely, please. Is that she knows these are the people who are not as radical as the ones who were shooting fiends up in the streets, and they just want to wash their hands and get out of all of this.
This is a very interesting pardon me. Why exactly are you giving this to me? He looks a little like he's trying to process what the fuck your angle is for a second here.
Well, I told you, the person I was helping made a deal with me to give you this info.
You do take those quite seriously, it seems. He says, kind of plainly noting like you've been clean with him so far in here as he's looking at this.
I have to be as good as my word or people wouldn't trust me.
Names are useful. The destinations might be moved because of the incident. We can find these people. I'm noticing there are some in here that are adjutants who are being sold out. He says very, very plainly as he's looking through them. As there's like the people who were like, yeah, these people would definitely probably be willing to compromise. And it's here's some really bad, here's where the people who have a bunch of shit that won't are.
Yeah. She didn't exactly agree with, what was his name? Oro?
Oh, yeah. Oro was the guy who cracked and died, but
he was
the guy he's working with was Crusada.
Yeah, she didn't exactly agree with the way Oro and Crusada were doing things with this operation.
Well, whoever she was, she seemed to have quite a bit more information than I imagined. Some average grunt would.
Well, let's just say that if the people she thinks are better off taken out of the picture and stuffed in jail somewhere do end up like that, I think the Red Fang would be in a slightly better direction than it has been.
Interesting. If she's willing to surrender these sorts of details, I imagine she'll be monitoring what we do with them if they go the way that she asks.
She's real shrewd, so I wouldn't put it past her.
It's an invitation to parlay with this person. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
The Red
finally
Fang,
got that off.
no matter how small of a part they played, and no matter what level of autonomy they had in this incident, were a keystone of it. Understanding what they want will prevent in the future, I would imagine, Good. You've been more useful than I expected, quite frankly.
Yeah? Well, he'll just kind of smirk for a second and go, didn't think I was gonna be, but that's the way things played out.
You don't want money, do you?
Nah, I can't imagine that kind of thing holds much sway over guys like me.
No, I didn't think it did. Well then, I will keep this in mind in the future then, when you can always get in contact with me, I suppose. I will permit that. It seems like we at least understand something. The difficulties that come from the Vale-ish way of life, and what we have to do to help preserve it.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Valish way of life I want to preserve. There are bits and pieces I'm finding about it that don't tickle my fancy too much.
We could rip up half of them and we'd be better off, yes. That is the general sentiment of anyone involved with them, even a bit. I'm glad to see you've graduated. Welcome to the club. It's not very exclusive.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. You know, I could have just a bit more information on what all played down in the final days of the Glen for you, if you're willing to humor one request from me.
Well, let's at least hear it before I give you my answer.
I don't want any questions coming our way about what my team was doing when we found out any of this. In fact, the less people know the information, the less people know what we knew about it, the better.
I can guarantee that you will most likely be kept on the sidelines of this entire incident. And anyone who would try it, well, I can at least throw my hat in the ring of obscuring. Though I imagine if they're any way intelligent, anyone in higher authority will avoid it. And Master Osiris is very protective of huntsmen, especially students. And he holds a certain sway over things in Vale that can never be underestimated. Such is the position of the headmaster there. But for what it's worth, I could at least keep you abreast of anyone dubious who might continue to pry.
Right.
Though I imagine anyone sore about the way things have gone is, the governor, and I imagine he has much larger enemies than you currently.
Yeah, Viridian is probably going to tell him about that in a minute, considering it sounds like he doesn't know.
Yeah.
And he'll be like, yeah, well, the migration, the armed forces moving in to occupy things, the Red Fang agitating the city and the surrounding area, all of that was going on and was pretty bad. But I'm going to guess that a question that's on... You were doing some kind of investigation for the Crown, so I'm going to imagine that a question that's on your mind right now and is going to be on those generals and military types in a couple days when they storm the city is exactly how all those Grimm got in and caused the final panic.
Yes.
That was Merlot Industries' fault.
They're fully culpable with this?
They are fully culpable. The doctor, and I'm going to sell him in the best light I can with this. He genuinely wanted to figure out some way to kill Grimm better, but he had lots of facilities and labs in those tunnels. All the places that the Red Fang fought were storing weapons. They were storing Grimm for him to study and research and do experiments on, and some of those modified ones, the fire death stalkers that popped up out there, that was for some of his work. Now, as soon as he thought the thing was compromised, he started toying with the idea of flushing the system. But, on the advice of his assistant, Dr. Hamlin, who I do hope you will look into after this, he didn't quite move fast enough with flushing them. And then the Red Fang, they did their digging, they got into those facilities, and all the Grim that were stored up in there, they burst out.
Stringing the Red Fang along in this entire procedure seems like it was a miscommunication between multiple parties. I imagine if Enoch had anything to do with involving the Grim, or not the Grim, the Red Fang, who was probably not fully aware of the true situation of what they wanted not being here. He has too much sympathies with them to leave them on for no reason. So does the governor, I imagine.
Yeah.
Who funded all of this in the first place.
Hmm.
Is there a miscommunication down this line, or is someone being completely malicious? Is my question now. He taps his chin a little bit more, considering it. It's going to take a lot more digging to figure that out for certain. I'll start my hypothesis as I see fit.
Hmm.
Who do you think's
Yeah.
most guilty in this situation?
He's going to close his eyes for a second and think, and he'll go, I think considering she was acting as Romeo's psychologist, and he turned out to be the Ripper, Dr. Hamlin has her hands a lot more dirty than it appears to be. She was at least involved in a lot of things. But no, there's something I never quite managed to finish looking into. And that's how the Red Fang was able to move so much weapons and drugs through all the checkpoints and stuff into the city and disrupt the local gangs so much. Someone in the police, or someone who has some control over what shipping comes in and out, had to be looking the other way.
Yes, they were. He says, confirming your suspicions. Iron's industry was fully culpable in this situation.
And that's one of the things I was afraid of. But
We have him dead to rights on this one. It's just a matter of locating him currently.
well, I think it was just making a deal that got away with him, but I never quite figured out exactly what Enoch's connection to the Red Fang was. But as the big money guy in the city, I figure he had to know something about. I mean, they funded them once to get something done, or to get them out of causing trouble, and then they came in trying to blackmail them. I figure Enoch might have been trying to play strings, cover that up, and work something out. But I don't know what.
I imagine the drug trade was something they were benefiting quite heavily from. Iron's industry, along with the Red Fang, were responsible for moving much more of the shipments from Vacuo, and such as those Javarwan.
Yeah, well, I figure you nobles will be better at following the money than I was.
Yes. No, it goes to the sands, so who knows there. As for one thing, though, I can guarantee I understand Enoch's sympathies more so. His connections back towards Bunker Hill are pretty clear. He was a broker with the Cat's Eye gang, originally when he was young. He represented a few of them in some minor court cases before before the event that made them famous. He kept money for them. He's always had his hand in pockets of criminals like that, whether it's just from his origins, sympathies, or some sort of side hustle, that sort of thing. As for his last remaining contact, the only member of the Cat's Eye gang that was never fully identified to this day is a missing sister, the youngest of them, Fern Cat's Eye.
I'm not gonna say anything to that.
Yeah. What I imagine is still involved with the Red Fang to this day.
Right.
Most
So
likely someone who's knowledgeable about these sorts of things.
Well, maybe. If you can follow through on that note I gave you, there might be someone in the Red Fang who's willing to talk to you.
I have a good feeling about this one, considering what you've brought me so far.
Right. There's another thing you might want to look into. It's probably not as important as what Merlot was doing with his grim research, but apparently his assistant Hamlin had some kind of artifact or something stored away in the tunnels that someone from the monastery came looking for, and she...
You know what order they're from. He cuts you off really quickly and looks very seriously at you. He is not looking past this one and just saying like, yeah, keep talking.
Do I know what order he is from?
He might have said I'm from the Order of St. Rose, honestly.
I'm pretty sure he did say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he'll be like, oh, serious now. He'll just kind of like squint for a moment and go, Order of St. Rose.
Clicks his tongue for a second, rubs his chin, and then sighs. Yes, alright. Hamlin possessed something of a genuine article then. They wouldn't waste their time going after a fake.
Yeah, it was something that she was claiming was part of her escape plan if things went belly up.
Well, if it's gone, the goddess smiles upon all of us. He pauses and he looks up at you. I can't be fully forthcoming about the ident of what I might suspect this could have been. The items, these things that are investigated by the Order of St. Rose are a much deeper sacred vow I've taken to follow as as a member of the Order of St. Catamidas. But I can tell you for certainty that knowledge, should it have not been already dealt with, would have been very helpful in finding something very important. And if you hear about something with a sizable enough lead, send it my way.
You know what? I probably will.
Thank you. Artifacts of that means should not be in the hands of people. They must be returned from where they came from.
Right. Well, I don't have a whole lot else to tell you. Other than the fact that the monster that almost killed the prince was another one of Merlot's creations.
The Lucis we all heard on the microphones throughout the city, yes.
Yeah. That one
Horrible
was a real piece of work.
Horrible thing. The fact that you considered you need to even give me more than you have tells me you are very bad at selling yourself if you actually wanted money out of this.
Yeah, I could give a crap about money, Ganymede.
Do you care about the beast that you saw summoned in the city?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna forget that thing. And goddess damn.
He'll write something down as he licks a thumb or something and writes it down really quick and gives you a card. Get in contact with the headmaster Osiris one day and send him this message. Ask for the Apocrypha.
Alright.
What level you need to know about them in it.
Alright. Well, like I said, no questions come towards my team about what we were doing when we found all this out.
None. Correct.
And it's not part of the deal, but just remember old Viridian when you're making your rounds.
Yes, of course, Mr. Amis. I will keep you in mind. It is difficult not to at this point. You have to bow when you enter many buildings. Quite a sight to forget. Keep in good health. You have a good career ahead of you. Don't let this stop it.
Yeah, you know what? You're too old, dog. I hope finding out all this stuff helps your report and gets you going places.
He pauses, almost smirking for a second, going, How old do you think I am? It starts thinking after a while.
I ain't answering that.
No. Tell me. This will bring me great joy. I'm not going to be offended.
What? I don't know, like 30 something?
Oh. I'm very glad you're a huntsman. You would have it difficult. No. Well, it was good talking to you, Viridian. He just laughs at you and shakes his head, thinking like, God, he's fucking, this kid is so stupid, and walks off.
The joke's on you. I would have called you old dog no matter what your age
I'm calling
was.
you old. You're only 5 years older than me. Yeah, I know. Isn't it incredible? All this work, and I'm only 5 years older than you. Fuck
Yeah.
you, man.
I'm so much smarter than you, too.
I'm so much smarter than you. I've eaten so many more books than you.
Damn. All that caviar is not doing good for your complexion.
Fuck you. It's silver. It's glorious.
Okay, you are getting arrested.
So
Okay, you are getting arrested. You
Oh
guys
yeah,
wanna
Morse
have-
killed the governor, bye!
Bye.
Actually,
Fuck.
you did.
The fuck? Do you know about-
Actually, you did.
How the fuck do you know about everything, Viridian? I just heard about that from Bo Main's like 5 minutes ago. What the fuck?
People invite me
Do you
places.
have blood on my shoes?
Not even
Jesus
really.
This is
Christ.
why
murder.
you...
Jesus
like
why
Christ,
you-
Viridian, I'm giving you a gold bar to never tell anyone about that. That's bad for all of
Rudy,
us.
how much can I pay you to be my personal huntsman?
Viridian, can I pay you to never do this again? You keep telling me things. I can't believe it. My worldview's being shattered. God, you're really good at this. I'm gonna hire
just-
you. I don't want
just end
money.
up places.
Fuck,
That's
you're the
fucked up.
worst.
Yeah,
I just
but-
got, I just got one of them faces.
Hey, do you have like a scroll I can call you on? No.
No, God, fucking
No.
God, I hate you.
I fucking walks out,
I'll
walks in the
call
store.
you.
I fucking hate player characters.
No, I mean, Paul's completely right though. Viridian took
Right.
after him like much sooner than he should have.
Viridian is peaks like fucking Bethesda character, just running around like a schizophrenic. It's awesome. Does
Hey,
this,
man.
this part of SPVA have anything they want to say to this part of Iris, or save it for the when we're back at Shade session and just assume they talked a bit on the way over?
Dude, let's get back to. I'm gonna say it. Let's get back to Shades. And Liam has literally zero excuse.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, go
What's up,
for it,
Blake? What do you
Ghost.
want to say?
Man, guys, rough
Yes, sir.
mission, huh?
Yeah, working hard or hardly.
We don't. Jose or Hajios, can you hit the button? Yeah. And you scroll and he closes the button up between the driver and them, who's played by Blake.
Damn it. I'm never gonna get hired again.
Awesome.
What's
bitch.
I'm
their
getting one
problem?
star. I'm getting one star from this, aren't I?
You guys got any takeos back there?
Fuck, I was
No,
I was just
So,
about to do it.
VQ and
I
Death
was literally
Metal,
setting
right?
a bit up.
Guys, let's fucking end this for Richard's sake.
Hey,
Which
he
is
had
good.
the big-
He's enjoying it.
35 minutes fucking talking to a guy.
All right. With that, as they fly off to go to the train depot, they see the last bit of the Glen these people need to see in their fucking life. Unfortunately, I have one more scene. As,
Oh
as the
no.
music one. Let me make sure everything's on the right layer. Where is the song?
Oh, it doesn't have to be a scene, but I would like to say at some point Gwen's like, "Oh, your dad's pretty cool, Verdian."
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I know.
must be cool.
Yeah,
having a
we can hit him with that bag of shade.
cool huntsman dad. Well, she would say it on the train or on the
Okay,
bullhead.
Okay.
Jeez,
Yeah, yeah,
my
yeah.
bad.
Gwen's kind of like, man, I wish I had a cool
I'm
active
rejected.
huntsman as a dad.
Mine's a gay retired one.
Gwen, what the fuck?
Gwen's
What?
awesome.
When
He's really
I-
cool. He came in and saved them. That's awesome.
My dad didn't do that, stupid
My
bastard.
He's
dad
really
would never
cool
save
huntsman.
me. He's like a cripple. He
She's not
sucks.
actualizing that, but that's why she says it.
Yeah. It's ironic, guys. What I offer. Alright. So out in the thick, verdant Vale, by a riverside, deep within the woods, later this same day, as Team Supernova is flying off in the bullhead, down in the thick, massive, like redwood-sized tree by a large river ford, Dr. Montgomery Merlot sits down as Piper paces behind him, as he's just sat down, disheveled, broken-eyed, looks horrible still, as she has been guarding their way through Grim and dodging through patrols of bullheads from the military. As she looks over at the riverbed, and he sighs. Monty, we made it. It's all right. You can go to take a nap or something now. Piper, I don't know if I can sleep. I know. I'm sorry. Look, it'll be a shockingly pleasant ride over, I promise. It's just going to be a little surprising is all. As she keeps like looking around the area. As Montgomery has like sat down on like a tree stump. It's like one of those redwoods though, so it's huge. So it could be like a couple people laid out on it. He's just on the edge of one. And as he sat there, he kind of feels a prickling sensation as he looks over and realizes Piper somehow didn't notice immediately either, but there's a large figure sat on the stump next to him. He is like... It's hard to describe the figure immediately. In a short description, is a large, wide-brimmed hat. He has a large purple and black sort of overcoat. They look like robes, but sleeved ones, like a priest has or something, with very simple silver adornments around the neck. And he doesn't seem to have any shoes or anything, because instead of normal face and fingers, because he's currently holding a book, which is incredibly small in his fingers, because this guy is like 12 or 13 feet tall. He's huge. And the only skin visible is this black, twisted, clawed feet and hands that are perching this book in between his fingers, very small, and gently having pages torn with it. And on his face is a either mask or just a deformity of a forward-facing skull that is kind of stretched out and open, with inky purple eyes behind it. As make sure his token is correct. As he looks down, as he's paging through his book, as Merlot is just staring up in a moment of abject fear, as Father Charon looks down at him.
Dr. Merlot, a pleasure to meet you.
As he's going to stare upwards, frozen, as Piper will make an exasperated sigh and will walk up. Father Charon, are you serious?
I don't know what you mean. I was here the whole time.
He says in a slow... It's kind of like a voice that feels like in a sound, like it feels like it hits you and then kind of drips down you from how heavy it is. Like, I can't properly do it, obviously.
Here.
He says as he hands the book slowly down to Merlot.
The 8 steps of the 8 precepts. It is a revisionist interpretation. I'm sure you might find very interesting, Doc. They are very helpful in your times of need. Though I would not subscribe to any of them.
He says as he stands up taller, at around 15 or 6 feet, creaking as he stands.
For the only faith we can put into is our faith in the goddess herself. we can still benefit from their methods, no matter how esoteric.
Haven't you read this one before?
It's always good for a revision or two.
As he will walk forward on the trees, crunching the ground beneath him.
How ironic. Hamlin? Or Dr. Hamlin? Both of us came to this place looking for something, and neither of us could find it. If only we had traded places, we might have had better luck. Your Omicron was a success, and I was unable to find the Madonna among the migration. How cruel things can be. I'm very sorry to hear.
That's an interesting observation, Father Karen, as Piper makes a very polite, neutral face as she looks annoyed for a second and then just kind of shakes her head and pats Monty on the shoulder and goes, he doesn't mean anything by it. He's earnest.
But the migration is done, so my watch will end. None of them had reached the purpose they could fulfill. To join, well, the sacred beasts in their rest. So I continue to search for a fourth.
He just sighs tiredly as he's going to walk off towards the path where they had sort of come from.
Though, I imagine you'll be being pursued, so...
As he's going to reach forward with one arm and reach forward with the other back towards the river. And with his arm, he's going towards the river. The inky black skin on his body is going to be coalesced with an inky black, disgusting looking aura that looks kind of like radioactive, as it's going to slowly push out a shape from his arm that's going to kind of come out like it's getting squeezed out of a tube and being resized. A large boat, just simple bottom with an oar and with a propeller and many seats on it, is going to be shot towards the riverbank and kind of balanced on the edge of it.
Please, find yourself a seat that will be comfortable for the journey.
And with the other arm, he'll turn to Foley as he looks at it and it begins to become coalesced with this black inky aura. White masks are going to form on it, as pouring out like a faucet are going to be a horde of Beowulfs, Grim, Borbatusks, and Nevermore, and they're just going to come out roaring from his body, running into the forest from the way these two came from.
Should be suitable enough. Slow them down.
As Merlot is looking in awe as he's walking towards the boat with Piper kind of in a daze, and she's just going to mouth, "It's a sentence, don't worry about it. It's much more simple than it. Grim? No, just storage of things." As she'll gesture towards the boat they're getting into. But the Grim can be stored, yes.
Ooh. My.
Oh, sorry. He turns back towards them and walks towards the boat and pushes into the water and gets in after them, picking up the oar.
I was just thinking about how it's odd. I didn't imagine it would be safer out here than in the city. But even from here, I could hear the trumpets blowing within it. Did you get to see her?
Dr. Hamlin, I mean. No, Father Karen, only from a distance, but I can give you a summary of the events there as he begins to push the oar into the boat as fog just immediately begins to coalesce around it. As he will chuckle like a kind old grandfather and continue to pester her with questions about the Madonna. As Merlot feels a sinking sickness in his stomach as he starts to slowly close his eyelids, trying to rest, as they will push off down the river and in towards the sea, to the land where the sun never shines. And with that, all rise so I can finally announce it. We are done with the fucking Glen. It's over. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. We're done.
No, do me a huge favor.
Yeah, please.
Never.
No,
I forgot my keys.
Can you show the tokens on the?
Yes, show.
vacuum
I literally thank
map
you, Blake.
So he will run the 5e game. We just need to be confirmed back in Vacuo on screen.
Oh, show like you guys on Vacuo?
Yeah.
Oh, right,
Just
yeah.
sh-
So
show
he
us-
can't
I'm
show
not
us
that
a-
evil. I'll
We
start
need
prepping-
boots
I'll
on the
start
ground.
Prepping the
We
fire.
need
No,
boots on the
no,
ground.
he's not
So-
evil. He'll do it.
Boots on the
He's
ground, you
lying.
said.
He's literally
I
grinning
just
right
got
now.
finished with Dune.
I just have to finish a Dune.
I'm kidding,
Hello!
I'm kidding. Leave me alone.
My body breaks.
It's insane. He said that. He said that out loud.
We're finally done. We're finally done.
Finally, fucking
Bro, we did
done.
it. We saved the city.
No, we didn't. But
No, he saved Redwall. We saved the village.
Oh, that's true. Well,
You
we
guys
did.
You guys did save Redwall. I mean, that place was doomed, and you guys decided to
Eventually we
fixate on it.
Yeah, we just-
You guys basically did. You let Percival. You got Percival in the right place to go defend it. Like she dies, but like. Whatever, you did a bunch of quests
Yeah,
for them,
whatever.
you did a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
Listen,
whatever. I agree.
listen, you know what I'm saying? My point is that you unironically, I say, took the path that saved Redwall instead
We
of letting
sent
it
a
just
woman to die in our stead.
Okay, hold on.
Can
What's up?
Can you believe?
You did what? Okay, there you go.
Good cutaway.
We can explain.
Meet the fuck Kingdom Gale.
Look, it's not my fault Morris blew his head off.
That was awesome. I hate governors.
Oh,
Hey,
thank God,
politicians.
me
I hope they'll
too.
die.
I hate
Anyway, what were we
politicians.
talking about?
I hate politicians. And I hate. You know who I hate more than politicians, Gwen? Takes a big sip from her mug root beer.
Go
Now,
on.
guess.
Faunus?
Journalists.
Of course.
That's
Hate
what I meant.
They always lie.
You can't trust the news anymore.
I have a perfect memory, so it really bothers me. Anyway, you guys have fun?
That was great.
That was.
I guess
You
fun
made
is
all
the
my
wrong word.
favorite characters have horrible fates.
Yeah, fun is the wrong word. Did you enjoy it in a?
Yeah. I
Why'd
did.
you get Romeo fucking whatever
Oh
you
yeah,
did to
Liam.
him?
Thank you for saving Romeo, so I could have him be Gavra. I was so excited.
Dude, he's fucking Gabra.
I was gonna let him die, but I really
Dude.
wanted him in the Shakespeare gang.
Dude.
I really wanted him as an actor. Let me go
Dude,
move.
Guys,
the
we got
books there.
so many villains from this
Dude,
arc who are gonna come
Liam,
back.
No, right?
Dude,
I know, it's my villain art set up.
So many villains on the board, and we've really got to start chopping.
I like
Yeah,
setting them
and-
up so I don't have to introduce a bunch of new ones later. I like you to slowly.
No.
whittle them.
I really enjoy it.
mean,
You know,
yeah.
weirdly, since I
Wait.
contributed literally nothing.
Aren't you gonna introduce like a ton of Mistrali villains besides the obvious ones you've already introduced?
I mean, I figure you guys aren't gonna let those guys live. You guys are
Those
going
guys
there
are
with
evil,
purpose.
No
They're-
killing.
Hopefully not.
No killing.
You know.
Oh, we're gonna.
Now is
Oh,
not the
yeah.
time to start this pacifism shit.
What? No,
Oh,
you
hell
beat
no.
the shit out of them. Just don't kill them.
No, now is not the time.
No,
we
no,
learned
no,
what
we're
happens when you
killing
don't. We learned what happens when you don't
We
kill
learned
a
what
problem as soon
happened.
as you find it.
Weirdly, I didn't talk at all this session, but
No
I
wonder it was so good.
Hey, yo,
I
what the
really,
fuck?
really-
What the fuck?
I really
Go on.
enjoyed it. It's just like watching everything. It was very
You
compelling.
get what the fans. You get why the fans like it.
Yeah,
I
it was
guess.
it was super compelling. I was like, oh my, what is Gwen gonna say? And then she says, go fuck yourself. And I'm like, oh my god. And then the governor
That's my
fucking
girl.
died.
It's my girl.
I know, dude. This is like that
Dude,
one time I came in.
I was cheering for Gwen so fucking hard. Then he got bisected. I'm like, oh my god.
I know, Gwen got a man killed. That's so awesome.
Dude,
for a character.
I hope
In
you
my
know,
eternal calculus of what goes wrong if I do this, that was not one of the options I thought.
Moore's hyper crash out was not in my calculus.
at least I hope Enoch was like doing like a sword jack at the screen.
No,
He was
crying.
doing the
His
opposite
best
of
friend.
holding his
Sword
friend's
Jack.
body and being pushed
know.
away from it.
This is making a joke, man.
I hope that guy's okay. Poor Enoch.
I hope he wasn't up to some shit. I hate sending the dogs
Yeah,
his way.
that's
Poor
not,
mayor.
that's actually
That guy
seems
was a
fucking
nice guy, all
The
things
governor?
considered.
Yeah.
Governor.
No, I
He was-
like the
he
governor.
was a
Of
decent
sketchy
guy.
politicians, he did seem to have a reason to be sketchy. I mean,
yeah,
he was trying to big dog the king, man. You ain't big dog the king. We're gonna
You
kill
king,
you,
you better not
man.
miss.
We're gonna fucking kill you. I'm
But
going
yeah,
to fucking
that
kill
that
you.
session
I'm gonna
seemed
play in my
very.
head for the rest of the fucking week.
That session was the mostly taxing as me just watching, so I gotta imagine it's pretty tough for you guys when you're like actively thinking and playing.
William cried.
No, I don't
I
play
cried a
it.
couple times.
No, I don't play it. That's just fucking heavy.
He lost a man. A man died.
Yeah, but let's all give it up for Roslin Vega. Dude, popped her arm back in. That was pretty cool.
Okay, dude,
Thanks for saying for all
no way.
these
That character
cutaways.
was
No way you're
guys.
big dogging us with your fucking.
Hey, thanks
No.
for sending for all the cutaways. I appreciate
Why
it.
that
No,
character
no,
be
no,
one?
no,
I
no
wanted to
one-
do some fan service and build some intrigue.
They're very,
No
they're
one-
very entertaining, but that red wall cutaway that I watched for like 6 hours now is a little
Good
long.
bit,
I'm
good
gonna
bit,
say.
Good bit.
I
know
think
what?
now we should do cutaways every session.
I'm not gonna let this stand. You're not gonna glaze up your girlfriend for popping her arm
Huh?
back into place.
Literally, thank you.
Kid's leg was bent the wrong way and she still ran
hell
off.
no!
And
He
she
doing
was
the
almost
same damn
choked to
thing.
death.
Oh
Yeah.
hell no! He doing the same damn thing.
Yeah, well, my boy Oliver.
Yeah,
held his
I'm
breath.
fucking joining in.
Fuck,
When you say leave him alone,
you're killing me,
My boy
Richard.
Oliver held his breath.
You're welcome.
Fuck.
Oliver would be like, I can't breathe, man.
I really
We
wish.
know
Oh
what-
no!
well,
Oliver,
never mind.
the dark reveal that Oliver might be French.
No. Oliver was fucked up because like the hawk looked at him and he had his twisting gloves on.
His twist. He literally,
have the
he
head
was
twist.
literally had his head choking gloves on with Kid. Yeah, true.
I just wish he had said while looking down on them, "Heh, it's good to be invincible."
This
Alex.
guy's gonna be invincible. Yeah, I just wish
God, what a good
Nadeshko was
session.
a
So many good
wish
moments.
Nadeshko was a better leader. She's gonna let her fucking team down.
That's rough having 2 missions in a row where they see talk. They didn't
No,
see talk on
months
In a
have
row.
happened in between these.
Yeah, months have
Row.
happened in between.
Me killing
Also,
Blake
they
in
didn't
real
get to see.
time.
They didn't get to see talk.
Yeah.
Me forgetting other teams are gonna have missions, and I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, they were
They've
sent
had
off.
probably multiple.
They're not just all on
missions.
city patrol.
Huh? Time
No.
doesn't- I thought time freezes when we're not there.
Yeah.
I think that's the point of the cutaways to show the time
Yeah,
does not.
Richard, what were you
I
saying?
can't. Oh, fuck.
I was just clarifying, but yeah, on our mission, I
Claire.
don't think they actually saw talk. They went
No, yeah,
away
they didn't.
before she showed up, and then they showed up when the big Sabek was.
Yeah,
half
right,
I'm
dead.
sure we
did, yeah.
described her to them.
Yeah,
Probably.
they,
I mean,
know
Clara,
Oliver.
I think they
Yes,
They
we
know
explo-
Oliver.
We
Wait.
we've
Wait. He wasn't there.
Who
He
did
couldn't
this?
know.
I was really unclear.
He wasn't
watched the
there.
episode.
Never mind.
Flamel's a bad luck charm, is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Dude,
kinda.
fucking.
So was Clara.
It's almost like talk.
I can't believe
Two
Claire's
calamities?
alive.
What'd you say? Yeah, honestly.
So wait, no, sorry.
Anyways,
Was I mishearing? He said like 4th, but aren't there 5 calamities?
They said calamities. Those are 2 different conversations. Ozma said, like, listen, there's 5 of the griefs. 5 stages of grief. No, it's so fucking funny.
No way.
There's 5 griefs that are like a primal thing, and that guy said something about I wanted a 4th sacred beast, and then sighed like a disappointed grandpa. Those are 2 different categories.
What the fuck? We literally have like we just added like 20 new villains. This fucking
Listen, that guy likes the goddess. He's probably cool.
probably insane.
Yeah.
He's in the robes.
yes.
Okay,
He's a father. He's a priest.
He just wants to go vroom vroom. I get it. I see.
He's a
He's
simple
going-
ferryman.
Oh god, I forgot about that. That's true. I love Karen.
Vroom.
yes.
Gets on the vroom vroom. Merlot's fucking shaking.
Literally.
That sounded horrifying coming from this man.
Poor Merlot. Yeah, it's not. He's a friendly guy, but he's a lot to take in.
Yeah, it's gonna suck when Team
Have fun in
Supernova
the ball
like.
crusher, Merlot.
It's gonna suck when then Team Supernova years later like kills Piper and
Twists Piper's head
and-
off.
Welcome to the coven, Merlot.
and feels really good about it. It's just gonna like fucking destroy him.
Welcome to the coven, Merlot. I don't really want to be here, but I promised my wife. I didn't want him to be here either. I'm Father Karen.
Kind of a.
I'm gonna go
pussy.
back to the docks.
I'm gonna go back to the dogs. Let's just say
Sorry, no, was he like ferrying the migration along?
No, he said he had walked among it waiting for something to come out of it. He was like observing.
But that's
He's
like a guy. That's just like a
that's
guy.
a person. He has a semblance.
Yeah, so that's not a critter. That's
It's
a
inky,
guy.
black, and disgusting.
Yeah,
but he's a
he
person.
found. We're chalking him up in the inkwell. He found.
Piper said he's got a semblance that lets him store things, and he kept grimming it, and it probably didn't turn out good.
Hey, Freen, he could be your guy. You know, Felix has that
Green
samurai.
has his guy, doesn't
Why?
he?
Why is the samurai guy mine, huh?
What, Felix.
Who's my guy?
Yeah, I don't know that I
Sandman.
want that guy.
Glenn, you could have Piper or Edgar. That's the thing. You kind of
that's
bonded
true.
with both
I'll
of
kill them
them.
both.
I fucking forgot about Edgar.
Viridian
Another
kind of
villain
had a
that's still
thing with
there.
Edgar.
That's why the goddess gave.
Viridian also has Machbot, probably. You know,
Oh, yeah,
they
that's
seem like
true.
they-
Mockbot's evil.
He's on the Coven?
Yeah.
I fucking hate everyone.
Oh my.
Dude, dude, what the fuck did Toto do? Looks at the audience. Oh yeah, we know there's no obscurity there.
I really like this game because the players are stupider than we are.
Yeah, that's pretty
Anyways, viewer challenge.
good. Ooh!
Without
Physical
looking it up, how many episodes was the Glen?
True.
The
good
viewer
one. That's
who
a good
gets
one.
it, the viewer who gets it right or the closest, will be able to collaborate with Noah to add a character to the next arc of Records of Remnant.
That is the meanest joke
You know
you've ever
what?
done.
Yeah, you know
Richard.
what? I co-sign this. I want to be hussy and go to fan troll in there. I co-sign this. You get the I will respond to you and you give me a character name.
Can
and
I
they
put a
will
caveat?
definitely show- Did you say Liam?
No.
Can I put a caveat?
No.
What is it?
No.
They can't make Ron.
No, it could be Ron.
Damn it.
I guess.
You don't own that property.
Ben cringing his fucking eyes out. Oh fuck. Sorry.
Oh no!
never
I dropped
do
my
that.
big soda.
I hit.
Look,
Listen,
I'm just
remember-
trying to
Chat-
keep it fun for them.
I'll know if you cheated.
He will.
All right. Any other final thoughts?
Favorite Claire
Everyone-
scene?
the session.
Yeah,
The joke.
Yes.
It's funny.
that's the joke.
What's
This
any
is-
further thoughts, Liam, and not autistic Sammy?
Hold on.
Good bits, boys.
Do you think Team Supernova?
Listen, thoughts and questions.
Oh.
Never recovers.
I like Richards. We're good.
Oh, sorry.
I have a viewer question.
We
Okay.
literally have
Did you
already
miss me
decided.
say I liked Richards? Is it
We've
better
already
than Richards?
decided. you don't get to do
that's
it.
the viewer challenge.
No, he's got you there.
Okay, I guess
I mean,
he's got me.
he does have you there.
Disarmed me.
I'll-
I'm on
I'll-
the back foot.
All right. Well, it better be a good fucking question then.
This is pretty generic, but I'm super interested in this. I want to know.
Why is he
closer to the
counsel
mic.
himself?
I want the viewers to each tell me like the individual like awful moment this session that you like
Yeah. What was the
enjoyed the
biggest gut
most.
punch?
What was
yeah.
the biggest no
I'm
flipping way
really
moment of the
interested
session?
because that's how
No
I was
flipping
watching
way.
it. So I have an answer
Favorite
for
no
this.
flipping way moment. That's fine.
I have
You
an answer
didn't
for
need to
this.
undersell that. That's a perfectly good question.
It's when I got the governor killed.
No,
I'm gonna be honest.
no, actually, not for me.
Yeah.
But that's high up there. I'm
What's yours,
interested because
Blake?
I was watching it like they would.
What was your no flipping way then, Blake? What? It wasn't the governor one?
I was specifically dying. I
That's fair.
had no. I really liked her, and I had like no. I did never think they like. Oh, you'd have them just walk in a room for like 5 minutes, and she'd fucking die.
That's fair. I
I'll-
haven't really killed people I like so far.
I'll be honest. Those are
Very
both
mystery
pretty
Team
big
Supernova.
moments. For my answer, just to give the viewers an option that isn't one of those two, so they don't feel pressured to go
course.
with them. You can pick any no flipping. My biggest one was that Wayne was there with Nebu, and it's
thank
like,
you. I thought that was a good song.
you're here because you disagreed with Artie going all fire and brimstone, and that got you out alive and untraumatized. I did not believe that would
Nah.
happen.
I don't know about untraumatized.
I
but-
thought the
He's
Wayne
guilty.
angle was fun because it was subtle enough that you could figure it out if you really pieced it together on how he's acted and
Yeah,
what
that's
he's
always-
talked
that
about.
tracks.
But it was not
I-
something that would be immediate because Wayne could totally be dumpster.
I think
But I
it
think Wayne can suffer longer. He's the guy who broke from the pack, and that's his pain.
I think
Dude,
him like deliberately
poor-
just saying like I disagreed and chose what I thought
Yeah.
was better. It's
Yeah.
just like it makes
Because I
it really
Oh my
good.
God.
cool, and Liam picked up on the immediate parallel. I want it to be like, yeah, he stayed back and saved people, and their partner got killed. I wanted to put
Yeah.
the screws on Gwen in the moment.
I-
I'm glad Liam picked up.
Dude,
I
I'm
kind of
so
wish I said
fucking
something
glad.
with him in this scene, but at the same time, I
you
felt
did.
like Gwen.
I think he did
No,
perfect.
didn't you?
Gwen. Yeah, I mean, you kind of.
I didn't have
Listen,
Gwen
like,
really
Liam-
address it until after.
Oh, you
Here's the
mean like
thing,
that.
Liam.
No, I mean
Here's the thing. I think
it's a
it was
mix.
good. I think it was
It's a
good
mix.
because I think the moment of Gwen being like, holy shit, like seeing this and Wayne being able to see through and offering their chair was the moment of human connection that was most important.
Oh, I have another thought.
Okay, well, Ben,
The
this
most
is
positive
his
scene-
biggest surprise.
Oh, sorry.
What is it?
Did you
Oh,
have a
I was
big
just gonna
spooky
say that
surprise?
I'm really glad we met Wayne first, so I could give him the weapon. Because it'd been really funny if I gave it to Moors and then she used it to kill the guy. Because then Felix would be like, "Oh, you bitch!
You
We
fucking
did-
bitch!
we
Did
did
I
this,
kill
Felix.
her?
We
We
did
did
this, Felix. Me and
We did
you.
this, Felix.
We're like closer.
She
We're
licks
like
it.
brothers.
We're gonna
but
bond
closer.
over this. But yeah,
Like,
no.
Favorite new character? The guy in the what's his name? The
Oh,
commander.
The Macbetavir?
Cromwell?
No, you mean
Cromwell.
Oh, Kenneth Cromwell. Sorry, yeah, the
Love
general.
that guy.
Yeah,
Wonder
he's
who
struck
he's
that from the
based on.
record. That's R. You're taking too long.
You think it-
I'm
taking
super
too long.
fucking jealous. that You guys have to be in the Paulson because he seems like a very fun character.
I'm
and
sure he'll
I was
show
sitting
back
there
up.
smiling. And I was like, "Fucking man, I wish I got to talk to this
The
guy."
gates are open on Paul content now.
No, listen, Blake.
Yeah.
He's gonna show up and be like, "Listen, I'm taking Viridian to go see his mom. Anybody hopping in for this side quest or
This
what?"
is like Helena and Brack
I-
J. Like, now that they've shown up, they can
I
show
bet
up
she
when
cooks
you
Oh my
want.
god,
Great.
Viridian family side quest.
I bet
Everyone
she
in the
cooks
car.
great pie.
Yeah, we're keeping that side quest for season
Oh.
for volume 4,
Please.
actually.
Yeah,
Please,
obviously.
no.
Because,
I gotta go to Oriental Place, Dad.
guys, this
course-
is...
course,
I want to
ma'am.
say it.
I'm not going back to Vale.
No,
Man.
Blake, I got some... Hold on, Blake, I'm sorry. I got something really important to say.
What?
We're wrapping this up. This is the end of volume 2.
True.
I'm going to clap. Volume 2's over. We're going to volume 3 for
Sir.
Mistral. I'm done. I'm done with my
Finally.
autism. I got over
You're
it.
You're not locking him to the school year.
I'm not. I got over it.
I'm proud
I'm
of
doing it. I think it's good.
I
He's
got
gonna
over
destroy
it.
Shade.
So
we're
it's great.
just
get
gonna
excited.
not ever go back to Shade.
Ferdinand, watch out.
He's
gonna make the
If
same
you bring
mistakes
Clara,
they
she's
did.
gonna tell your mom exactly what happened.
I know.
I'm not
it's
bringing
scary.
you.
I'm not bringing you.
God
You're
damn it!
also
I'm gonna.
I know
We're
better.
not telling Clary about any of this, right?
Do we have to talk to Roslin?
She'd be so sad.
I'm not telling Clara about any
Who
of this.
tells Roslin
That's
they'll draw?
psychotic.
Literally, who tell? I guess it has to be
Felix walks,
Felix.
or Brain walks forward. Listen, guy, I'll just tell Kit and she'll. And they go.
Blake, I don't think you're.
Yeah.
Blake, I don't think Clara's ever finding out that Moore's cut down the governor.
I
Unless
gotta
you
be
guys
honest,
tell-
maybe not.
Unless you
subject with
guys
you.
tell her, yeah.
I don't think anyone really wants to broach that subject with you.
That's so awesome. I love that. That's good.
Would
All
Clara,
right.
would Clara even believe that?
She did
Gotta be
what?
honest.
I think that is a. I think
We can
that
think about
is a Clara secret. Yes.
That's so cute.
Secret.
Okay, we are definitely having a scene next session where I force you guys to be sat in the room and say out loud as characters what we're telling her and what we're not, because it's way too funny and I'm writing that down. that is the darkest joke.
What are we
Are we
telling her?
Clara?
Wait, what do we do if she's like blind for life?
Let's not tell her the
Is
Principial
she just
thing.
gonna leave the
What?
school?
All right. But I think we should. I think we could go like this for hours, right? And we should
Fair
probably
enough.
wrap up, right?
We
Yeah,
We
should.
don't have anything else big to say.
Tune
I know.
into-
I'm
Tune
sorry,
into one
Blake,
of
to
our
cut you off.
streams
You had a
on
lot of.
Friday.
I was
You had a lot of talking you saved up in the session. I'm sorry, I can only give you so
No,
much.
no, I was just
feel
gonna
terrible,
say, if
but-
you're interested, check out the next stream
Check
by
out the
one
next
of us.
But
At
true.
Liam_Spiva, Blake
Yeah.
_Spiva, and Ben_Spiva.
And yeah, if you like it, I
Links on
really
the channel.
appreciate you guys answering the questions, going to those channels, liking, subscribing. I promise every time will be better. I will do it again. I want to be better. I'm very excited. I feel very excited for the future of this game. We're heading to Shade, and then we'll be heading to Mistville. It's going to be great. Get excited for Volume 3, everyone.
We'll be back in Shade for one session.
Putting up with this.
Thank you.
And, thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching.
Oh,
See you
fuck.
guys.
What, Ben?
Yeah.
Dude, we should have asked them what they think the new theme should be. Fuck!
That's okay.
Those already
'cause
got it lined
it's
up.
already picked.
Well, yeah, obviously, no, you wouldn't actually take their. God damn it!
I know.
Shut the fuck up.
Dumb motherfucker!
Let him
Add
edit it, you
Add it
bitches.
as a tagline. Do your jokes. I already know the regular viewers. I already know what they'll send. I see it in my mind. Thank you all for watching. See you guys next time. Enjoy.
Oh no. Oh no, he put like my favorite fucking song as the ending. No.
There's no time for what was left behind. It's a maiden voyage after all.
Oh fuck, the members. God, sorry. That session was so fucking, you know what? Like, it's weird that I'm sitting here and like, yeah, the session I didn't play in, just watching the entire time, pretty good. You know, honestly, I think I understand the fans so much better now. It's very funny. I'm like almost never gonna get opportunities for that. Oh, but it's fucking members, yeah. Thank you, Liam Spiva, Bob Martell, and Virtua Zero for the members that... We had to make this shit more often, man. What the fuck? Thank you very much, guys. I hope you liked it as much as I did. We'll be trying to bring you more soon. Very soon.